Hey everyone, welcome back. Chapters 1541 through 1560 of the previous episode. Qin Mu strategically uses the God execution stage to force Founding Emperor to face his inner demons and attain the path of the sword. After helping Founding Emperor sublimate his Dao heart, Qin Mu utilizes 50 heavenly Dao weapons to boost his own power. He navigates a chaotic battle inside the ultimate void alongside Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Shao, and Heavenly Venerate Hao against the overwhelmingly powerful Supreme Emperor. Understanding the stakes, Qin Mu embeds chaos runes inside the Heavenly Emperor's physical body to break Supreme Emperor's invincibility. He coordinates with Heavenly Venerate Ling, executing her not-easy divine art to send the fighters 40,000 years into the future where Founding Emperor's fully formed Dao realm can be unleashed to turn the tide. If possible, you can support me via PayPal, or become a channel member to help me keep this channel running. Thank you. Now let's get back to the story of Tales of Herding Gods audio series. Chapter 1561. Chapter 155, The Destruction of Myths. Heavenly Venerate You still found it hard to believe that Heavenly Venerate Ling had just appeared in front of her. She wanted to laugh, but when she did, her tears fell as well. How many years had it been? How many years had she lost this old friend? Their friendship had begun in the early years of the Long Han dynasty. They had experienced the battle of the three heavenly courts in the Long Han era. They had fought together back to back and bathed in blood. At the end of the Long Han dynasty, their wills sank together. At the end of the Qiming dynasty, they saw the decline of the human race and decided to come out of retirement to do something for the human race. It was the two women who jointly established the era of the Upper Emperor. When the Earth Mother Yuan Lord gathered all the demigods in the world to rule and enslave all the human race and dominate the Yuan world, it was the two women who stood up against the Earth Mother and supported the Southern Upper Emperor's heavenly court. They established a glorious era that lasted for 300,000 years and went through 15 Upper Emperors' heavenly emperors. They supported each other, and the hardships they went through were not worth mentioning to outsiders. Only they knew the bitterness of it the best. Ling Tianzuan was the coldest. She devoted almost all her heart and soul into researching the Bai divine ability. In the path of destiny, no one could compare to her. The profoundness of the Bai divine ability was built on the foundation of the destiny divine ability. It required her to put in all her effort to research it. However, she was the one who saw how miserable the human race was after the destruction of the Crimson Emperor era, so she decided to return. During the destruction of the Crimson Emperor era, the Yuan world was in chaos. The Earth Mother Yuan Lord rose up and restored the barbaric rule of the ancient gods. Blood sacrifices replaced civilization, and the declining human race became the best sacrifice. For a time they became slaves and blood sacrifices. That era could be said to be the darkest period for the human race in the Yuan world. It was she who found Heavenly Venerate You and asked him to come out of the mountain again. Under her cold appearance there was a burning heart. She could not bear to see her clansmen continue to struggle in misery. After Heavenly Venerate Yun's death, Heavenly Venerate You became disheartened and went into seclusion. She originally did not plan to come out again, but Heavenly Venerate Ling's arrival made this woman resolutely break her promise and come out of the mountain again. Heavenly Venerate Ling was actually not suited to participate in the struggle for power. During the long era of the Upper Emperor, Heavenly Venerate You was the one who took care of everything, supporting the Upper Emperor Heaven in the south and fighting against the Earth Mother of the Upper Emperor Heaven in the north. Without Heavenly Venerate You, it would be difficult for Heavenly Venerate Ling to accomplish anything. Without Heavenly Venerate Ling, Heavenly Venerate You would not have enough courage to support her. Heavenly Venerate Ling was her support and her backbone. Ling Tianzuan was strong and Yu Tianzuan was gentle. The two of them supported each other, making the 300,000 years of being emperor the most dazzling star in history. Although there were many strange women in this world, they were the legends of legends. Ling Tianzuan also remembered the battle to eliminate the Earth Mother. Yu Tianzuan was in danger to protect himself and was seriously injured by Heavenly Fire Tianzuan, Heavenly Fire Tianzuan, Heavenly Lord Shao, and the others. She remembered that Yu Tianzuan had not shown up since then. His Dao injury had been bothering her for a long time. The two of them supported each other, and no one dared to touch the Upper Emperor of the South. However, after Yu Tianzuan's Dao injury, the heavenly masters of the heavenly court were ready to make a move. Finally, when she had mastered the Bai divine power, they attacked her. Her and the Heavenly Emperor's bodies were trapped in the Bai divine power. The two pillars of the Upper Emperor era collapsed. The Upper Emperor's heavenly court was destroyed, and a glorious era fell apart and turned into ruins. At this moment, the two women who had supported the Upper Emperor era for 300,000 years were reunited at the source of Surging River after 40,000 years. They looked at each other. Time did not leave any traces on their bodies, and they were still as magnificent as ever. They had a lot to say in their hearts, and for a moment, they did not know where to begin. There were many heroes and heroines in this world, but the number of heroes and heroines who could achieve the achievements and undertakings of these two women could be counted on one hand. The wind blew on the surging river, and the cold wind from Daoyuo heaven blew the sunlight above the surging river like golden dust, drawing a beautiful sand painting in the sky. In Daoyuo heaven, the sword Daoyuo heaven and the divine sense Daoyuo heaven collided violently, making the ultimate void visible. A magnificent golden ship and two towering Dao trees, Dao flowers and Dao fruits emitted billions of sword lights, and Dao fruits emitted charming Dao lights. They collided together, violent and charming. At this moment, almost everyone in Daoyuo heaven brought out their most powerful means. Founding Emperor's sword Daoyuo heaven itself was a 36-layered sword domain. At that moment, the light emitted by the sword Dao dimmed the sun. Heavenly Venerate Dawn's skyscraping hall came from the highest inheritance of the prehistoric universe. It was a symbol of power and power. In addition to the 36 heavenly palaces and the 47 treasured palaces, it controlled the absolute beginning Dao. His attack caused the ultimate void to tremble. Heavenly Venerate housed 10,000 Dao domain condensed and turned into 10,000 heavenly wheels. In the 10,000 heavenly wheels, the purple clouds hall rotated. This purple clouds hall came from the ancestral court, Jade Capital. It was the embodiment of the fourth young master of the Miluo Palace's ultimate technique. On the rotating purple clouds hall, countless magnificent runes shone on the 10,000 heavenly wheels. The heavenly wheels rotated and showed both sides. On the front of the 10,000 heavenly wheels was the path of absolute beginning that had gathered the power of the 36 heavenly palaces, while on the back of the heavenly wheels was boundless darkness. Where the darkness enveloped, Founding Emperor's sword light would occasionally illuminate it. It was the other 36 heavenly palaces that were hidden in the darkness. The 10,000 heavenly wheels of darkness were like a huge sinkhole that was filled with destructive power that could destroy the world. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had two heavenly courts. In fact, Qin Mu had already discovered this when he was in Great Void Land. Supreme Emperor's corporeal body had been resurrected to stop Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. In that battle, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had used two different heavenly court techniques. One of them was the innate one qi that had been reborn from the path of absolute beginning, while the other was the path of sinkhole. In that battle, Supreme Emperor's corporeal body had been crippled, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven had also suffered heavy injuries. And now, with the support of Purple Heaven Hall, Heavenly Venerate Vast was almost perfectly united with the two heaven court techniques. The abilities he had displayed were supreme and even higher than Heavenly Venerate Vast. The other variable on the golden ship was Qin Mu. At that moment Qin Mu drew his sword. The sword was Calamity Sword. When Calamity Sword was drawn, the sword light wasn't as brilliant as Founding Emperor's sword path, and its might wasn't as great as Heavenly Venerate Vast and Heavenly Venerate Vast, but it made Supreme Emperor have no choice but to take it seriously. This was because Qin Mu's Calamity Sword seemed to be targeting his weakness. His sword didn't stab at the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body to attack Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness. Instead, every strike struck the Dao fruit of the Dao tree with incomparable accuracy. Qin Mu seemed to have studied his technique for 1,000,000 years. He was familiar with every change in his technique and divine arts, and he was clear about the flaws and inadequacies of his great Dao. This sword was Calamity Cleaving Sword, which specialized in breaking the great Dao. Even his Dao fruit had been injured by the attack of Calamity Sword. Qin Mu's strike had come from Heavenly Venerate Yun's teachings. Heavenly Venerate Yun had thoroughly studied Supreme Emperor's path, and even filled in his inadequacies. The person who understood Supreme Emperor the most wasn't Supreme Emperor himself or Heavenly Venerate Shao, his old enemy, but him. After Qin Mu had conversed with Heavenly Venerate Yun, he had entered the path in his dream and studied Supreme Emperor's weaknesses. In this battle, Qin Mu didn't represent himself, but the achievements of Heavenly Venerate Yun, who had been suppressed for 1,000,000 years. He wanted to clear the name of Heavenly Venerate Yun, and let Supreme Emperor know that the reason he could defeat Heavenly Venerate Yun was only because of his 6 billion years of accumulation. The splendor of this battle made the entire origin world clearly visible. All the gods and devils in the 10,000 worlds in the origin world raised their heads, and looked at this scene in the untouchable sky with infatuation and shock. In eternal peace, Emperor Yanxiu of Shangjing, Ling Yuxiu, led all the civil and military officials out of the imperial court and looked up. They didn't know who was fighting or who was fighting for them. The golden ship flew across the sky, and the battle was fierce and spectacular. The soldiers of the 33rd Sky of Ashoka village, who were being chased by the Heavenly Court's army, had a rare chance to rest for a period of time. They tidied up their blood-stained armor and washed away the blood stains on their divine weapons. They wiped the blood and tears off their faces. When they bid farewell to their comrades who had died in battle, they also saw the scene in the ultimate void. Some were numb, some looked forward to it, and some felt their blood boil for this battle. Gradually, some people cheered, and courage were born in their hearts. They recognized Founding Emperor's sword light and Founding Emperor's Tao. Their leader was still fighting and had never abandoned them. They had experienced countless hardships, battles, and struggles along the way. They had once thought of despair, giving up, or even surrendering. That was until they saw the sword light that shot out from the ultimate void. In the ultimate void, in the great overarching heaven, although the battle was extremely intense, it was short and hasty. The Founding Emperor's sword pierced through the Heavenly Emperor's body from the center of his brows. His sword Tao was like a waterfall, pouring into the Heavenly Emperor's body from the wound between his brows. The sword light almost formed a sword Tao tree in the Heavenly Emperor's body. In terms of strength, he was weaker than Celestial Master Shao and Heavenly Master Hao, but in terms of offensive power, he was still the best in the world. However, in the next moment, the Divine Sense Tao fruit of the Divine Sense Tao tree burst out dazzling Tao light, piercing through his chest. Countless rays of light were like long spears, piercing through his body and causing his Tao flowers to wither. On the other side, Heavenly Master Hao's 10,000 heavenly wheels were in and out of samsara. They whizzed and spun, turning into large seals that forcefully pierced through the Divine Sense Tao tree's branches and leaves, and imprinted themselves on the Tao tree. The absolute beginning Tao and the ultimate Tao exploded at the same time. His 10,000 path heavenly wheel. Seals appeared on the branches and leaves of the Divine Sense Tao tree everywhere. The seals turned into divine abilities and exploded in the next moment. Countless branches and leaves were shattered and sent flying. However, at the same time, the Supreme Emperor's finger pierced through his forehead. An extremely terrifying power erupted. A large hole appeared on the back of Heavenly Venerate Hao's head. Brain matter flew everywhere and smeared the purple clouds hall behind his head. What Heavenly Venerate Shao was attacking was Supreme Emperor's Divine Consciousness Tao fruit. With the support of the power of Ling Shao Hall, he gathered his qi and gathered his Tao, turning it into an emperor sword that slashed at the Tao fruit. He wanted to slash down Supreme Emperor's Tao fruit and cut it down by a whole realm. His sword skills were inferior to Founding Emperor and Qin Mu, but as a heavenly emperor, his might had shaken the world for millions of years. His sword was filled with tyranny and majesty, and when it slashed down, the Tao fruit actually fell off the tree. Heavenly Venerate Shao was delighted, but he soon revealed an astonished and terrified expression. He saw a scene that left him in disbelief. My accompanying supreme treasure. He had just let out a furious roar when a sword light shot out from the Tao fruit and pierced through him. Heavenly Venerate Shao whistled backward and was nailed under the eaves of a hall on the golden ship. At the same time, Qin Mu's calamity sword stabbed into Supreme Emperor's Tao fruit. The sword light flickered and became incomparably fine, coiling around the Tao fruit. The green Tao fruit was actually unable to resist his sword light, and the Tao patterns and chains on the surface of the Tao fruit disintegrated rapidly. The Tao fruit also rapidly became smaller. Pa! Supreme Emperor punched out, and Qin Mu's entire body exploded, turning into dust along with his spirit embryo divine treasure domain. Supreme Emperor stood on the golden ship and shook off the blood stains on his hands. He stood with his hands behind his back. Goddess Taisu rang the supreme bell outside the ship, and the bell vibrated. Then a branch of a Tao tree passed through the heart of her brows. Goddess Taisu exploded and transformed into the chi of Taisu that ran around in great overarching heaven of divine consciousness. She shrieked, "Supreme Emperor, you can't kill me." Supreme Emperor was unconcerned. He looked at the people on the ship who no longer had the strength to fight and felt a little desolate. "It's been 1,000,000 years and all of you are still so weak. I didn't expect that even now. I'm still an invincible legend." Qin Mu recovered his corporeal body and gathered his spirit embryo and divine treasures. He panted heavily. Founding Emperor's body was covered in blood, and he tried his best to stand up and not fall down. Heavenly Venerate Shao was nailed under the eaves of the hall and looked at the huge hole in his chest. The mouth of the hole was filled with the chi of absolute beginning, and his face was ashen. Heavenly Venerate Hao lay on the deck, his eyes lifeless. The phantom of purple heaven hall behind his head was flickering, and hot brain matter was still flowing out from the huge hole at the back of his head. Qin Mu looked around and grinned. His teeth were covered in blood. "Juyu clan." A cold and clear voice came from behind Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor suddenly turned his head back, and Heavenly Venerate Ling appeared in front of him. He gently tapped the center of his brows with a finger. The corner of Supreme Emperor's eyes twitched violently. I'll ask for a monthly ticket for Supreme Emperor and send him on his way. After all, Sister Ling has already made a move." The next moment, Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness left the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. The corners of Supreme Emperor's eyes twitched because he felt an intense danger, but before he could react, he had already left the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body. His reaction couldn't be said to be slow, and he immediately returned to Tao Tree. However, when his divine consciousness moved, he suddenly felt that he was slightly different from before. He couldn't tell exactly what the difference was, but in the eyes of Qin Mu and the others it was a different scene. Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness was moving, but it was also materializing. He had a body, corporeal body, soul, and primordial spirit. Just like that, Supreme Emperor went from the state of divine consciousness to a living person. Supreme Emperor himself didn't notice this change, but he still rushed toward the Tao Tree. The Tao Tree was the embodiment of his life's great Tao, and the Tao fruit was the result of his cultivation. Ling Tianzuan gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Ever since this woman killed him in the supreme spiritual domain of Taishu with her incomplete supernatural power, he had attached great importance to Ling Tianzuan. He did not even hesitate to use the physical body of the Heavenly Emperor to kill Ling Tianzuan. Facing this woman, he still had a lingering shadow. He became tangible and corporeal from a supreme god to a living person. Then, he changed from a human form to an energy form, turning into a pure energy body. As he ran, he disintegrated. Behind him was the scattered energy that his body disintegrated into. Then it was blown away by the cold wind of the ultimate void and disappeared between heaven and earth. This change came from the Tao patterns of the Miluo Palace. It was mixed with the powerful skills and gave people an extremely mystical feeling. However, it made Tai Su and Heavenly Venerate Shao feel extremely terrified. They could see their own Tao from Heavenly Venerate Ling's finger. They could see the Tao of the other 5 innate masters. The great Tao of the 5 innate masters was changing freely. Ling Tianzuan's cultivation base might not be comparable to Heavenly Venerate Shao, Heavenly Venerate Hao, and the others, but the Tao he displayed in this attack was beyond their understanding. Supreme Emperor was already the strongest existence in this universe. In this battle, he used his own strength to prove this point. Although Ling Tianzuan had the element of a sneak attack, this finger made them feel that they were also in danger of being destroyed. As Emperor Tai ran towards the Tao Tree, the speed at which it disintegrated became faster and faster. When he came to the side of the Tao Tree was very close to him. He stretched out his hand and smiled. This laughter became fainter and fainter. Finally, a cold and lonely wind blew over. Emperor Tai's smile was like a beach that had been hit by waves, smoothing out all traces. He had completely disappeared. The cold and lonely wind blew, and the sound of the wind was like a sigh. A sigh at the end of an invincible myth. A sigh at the passing of the past. The emperor had been reduced to ashes. His spiritual sense had completely disappeared. In front of everyone, the emperor's Dao tree leaves began to wither and wither. Pieces of withered yellow leaves left the branches and fell from the trees. They spun in the cold and lonely wind and drifted away. Then they gradually faded and disappeared in the wind. The branches were also drying up, becoming brittle and falling off. They turned into ashes in the wind. The Dao tree withered. Its roots decayed and dispersed. The Supreme Emperor's green Dao fruit also withered at this moment. It became shriveled, as if it had lost all its vitality. A large hole had already been opened in the divine sense of the great all-heaven. At this moment more cold wind drilled in and blew around. The divine sense of the great all-heaven decayed and collapsed. Ling Tianzuan watched this scene quietly. His expression did not change at all. However, there was a trace of sadness in his Dao heart. Gradually this sadness invaded her and affected her. Unknowingly her cheeks were wet with tears. She did not know where this sorrowful emotion originated from. This was perhaps the great Dao of heaven and earth that was sorrowful. Unknowingly, it infected her and infected her Dao heart, causing her to immerse herself in this sadness and lament the passing of an ancient existence. No matter how one looked at it, the Supreme Emperor could be called a pioneer. In the barbaric era, the Supreme Emperor's consciousness entered the Dao and created a myth. He created the divine consciousness runes, Dao patterns, Dao chains, and sacrificial methods, and he also created the supreme realm of the divine consciousness. Even though he knew nothing about it and did not propose a complete cultivation system, it did not have a profound impact on the later generations. Even though the late Supreme Emperor went astray and slaughtered the creator race in a blood sacrifice, even though he could only be considered half a Dao practitioner in the end, his contributions were still indelible. If his intelligence could be used to benefit the future generations, he could become the most dazzling heavenly venerate in the world. Unfortunately, he didn't. Supreme Emperor died and was buried in a single finger of Heavenly Venerate Ling. Qin Mu, Heavenly Venerate Shao, Founding Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Vast, and the rest couldn't understand Heavenly Venerate Ling's grief, but as an existence that had personally buried Supreme Emperor, Heavenly Venerate Ling was deeply enshrouded in this grief. Suddenly, a towering hall came to the top of Heavenly Venerate Ling's head, and the countless beautiful runes on its surface trembled before crashing down with a bang. At that moment, Founding Emperor stood in front of her and pulled out his sword. The tree of sword path was lush and green, and its branches swayed. It was like 10,000 swords soaring into the sky, stabbing straight at every rune in the hall. A terrifying tremor erupted. Inside Lingxiao Palace, Celestial Master Shao flew out. He faced Founding Emperor's sword light and slammed his palm toward Celestial Master Ling. Around him, Lingxiao Palace's runes flew around. Founding Emperor was blocking Lingxiao Palace's runes, and he was using Lingxiao Palace's runes to block Founding Emperor's Dao of Sword. Founding Emperor frowned. The Dao flowers spun, and the petals were like the sharpest swords as they met Celestial Master Zhao's hand. At the same time, the sword in his hand stabbed backwards. Behind him, Celestial Master Hao stood up straight and arrived behind Ling Tianzuan in the next moment. The wound on the back of his head had already been healed by Goddess Taisu. The 10,000 heavenly wheels in his hand burst out with terrifying Dao might as they spun continuously, and slashed towards Ling Tianzuan's head. Behind his head, the purple cloud's hall talisman runes turned into countless imprints that shone on the 10,000 heavenly wheels. They pushed the power of the two sides of the 10,000 heavenly wheels to the extreme, making his attack even more terrifying. Ding! The Founding Emperor's sword stabbed into the center of the 10,000 heavenly wheels. The power of the sword Dao, the absolute beginning Dao, and the ultimate Dao erupted. The Founding Emperor grunted and spat out blood. It was still difficult for him to resist Heavenly Venerate Dawn and Heavenly Venerate Vast at the same time. Heavenly Venerate Vast's eyes flashed as he approached. The 10,000 heavenly wheels flipped, revealing the Dark Ultimate. He wanted to devour Heavenly Venerate Ling completely and destroy him. On the other side, Heavenly Venerate Zhao's palm was dripping with blood, and soon only white bones were left. His wrist was also blown away by the attack of the Dao Flower of Sword Path, and his arm bones had also turned into white bones. However, this attack still came crashing down, It went straight for Heavenly Venerate Ling. Founding Emperor let out a long howl and used all his strength to block the two Heavenly Venerates. However, it was still difficult to block. Just as the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel was about to devour Heavenly Venerate Ling, a figure flashed, and Qin Mu blocked in front of Heavenly Venerate Ling. With a gulp, he was swallowed by the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven gave a cold laugh and continued to execute the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. Qin Mu stuck his head out from the great abyss of returning ruins and gave him a bewitching smile, completely blocking the entrance of the great abyss of returning ruins. Heavenly Venerate Hao's hair stood on end. With a flip of his palm, the Heavenly Wheel turned from the back to the front, turning into the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel that was dominated by the path of absolute beginning. Qin Mu stuck his head out from the front of the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel, and Heavenly Venerate Hao's black hair exploded. He executed the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel and smashed Qin Mu into pieces. Heavenly Venerate Mu, are you dead or not? Heavenly Venerate Hao shouted out, and the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel slashed toward Heavenly Venerate Ling. However, Qin Mu, who had already been crushed by Heavenly Venerate Hao, stuck his head out from the Heavenly Wheel. Not only did he stick his head out, his upper body also stuck out, and his arms stretched out. He grabbed the edges of the 10,000 Heavenly Wheels with both hands. Heavenly Venerate Vast shouted out, and the Heavenly Wheels flipped and turned back. Great abyss of returning ruins devoured Qin Mu and obliterated him into the waste chi of the universe. Still not dead. Heavenly Venerate Vast smiled coldly. Then I won't die. Qin Mu popped his head out from the Heavenly Wheels again. The veins on Heavenly Venerate Vast's forehead bulged, and the Heavenly Wheels flipped, refining Qin Mu into innate chi. The innate chi then condensed in the Heavenly Wheels, and Qin Mu took a step out, trying to come out from the Heavenly Wheels. Heavenly Venerate Vast cried out loudly, and he slammed his palm on the Heavenly Wheel, turning Qin Mu into dust. His Tao heart was in chaos, and his viciousness flared up. He lifted the Heavenly Wheel, and Qin Mu's face appeared in the center of the Heavenly Wheel, filling it up. Heavenly Venerate Vast threw the Heavenly Wheel, but it didn't slash at Heavenly Venerate Ling. Instead, it slashed at the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. At that moment, Heavenly Venerate Shao had already killed his way to the side of the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. His entire person was almost skinned by Founding Emperor, and he was trying to fuse with the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's strike came at an ingenious time. Just as he was about to enter the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body, he wasn't able to completely enter it. Heavenly Venerate Shao sneered, and the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body raised his palm to meet the 10,000 Heavenly Wheels. His power was boundless and seemed to have surpassed Supreme Emperor's control over this body. Qin Mu's face appeared on the surface of the 10,000 Heavenly Wheels. He smiled at the strike and said, "Your Majesty, when I touch your body, I'll be able to plant 1,000 backup plans. I guarantee that I'll make you have nothing left to live for." Heavenly Venerate Zhao's hair stood on end, and he hurriedly stopped. He didn't dare to touch the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. His corporeal body exploded, and Founding Emperor Sword Light went straight into the crown of the Heavenly Emperor's corporeal body and drilled into it. It turned into a sword path tree, and the sword path expanded. Heavenly Venerate Shao had just taken control of the body and didn't have time to defend. A muffled groan came from the body, and Heavenly Venerate Ling woke up from his grief. He raised his slender jade and pointed at the center of his brows. Heavenly Venerate Shao cried out loudly and fell backward. With a boom, he shattered Divine Consciousness Great Overarching Heaven and fell from the ultimate void. Divine Consciousness Great Overarching Heaven had already rotted and couldn't bear them. Heavenly Venerate Ling frowned and retracted his finger. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven strike missed, and 10,000 Heavenly Wheels brought Qin Mu to slash at Supreme Emperor's withered Tao tree. The 10,000 Heavenly Wheels whizzed to the side of the Tao tree, and it rotted. The Heavenly Wheels shook the tree until its bark fell off, revealing a primordial Emperor sword. The 10,000 Heavenly Wheels slashed at the Emperor sword, and this time it was Qin Mu's turn to feel a chill run down his spine. It was the accompanying supreme treasure of Heavenly Emperor Primordial, A pure emperor sword formed from the path of primordial. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven's path of primordial wasn't any deeper than Qin Mu's, so it would be very difficult for the 10,000 heavenly wheels to kill him. However, if he was killed by this emperor's sword, he might not be able to escape death and revive from death. At that moment, a palm stretched out and gently grabbed the hilt of the emperor's sword. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven saw the person holding the sword, and astonishment appeared in his eyes. He put away his 10,000 heavenly wheels and left great overarching heaven with Qin Mu in it. Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Ling looked at that person, and saw the withered Dao tree behind him slowly stopping its decay. The withered leaves also gradually turned green, and the withered Dao fruit on the tree also gradually regained its vitality. The Dao tree began to grow again, and great overarching heaven no longer collapsed. Purple qi that was 300,000 feet in length descended from the sky like a waterfall, hanging upside down behind the man. Fellow Taoist Yun. Heavenly Venerate Ling and the founding emperor greeted him. Heavenly Venerate Yun returned the greeting. He did not have a physical body and was only an immortal soul. However, he was in a state of symbiosis with Emperor Tai. He was suppressed here by Emperor Tai in an attempt to refine him. However, he merged with Emperor Tai's Dao tree and became a part of it. He also established a connection with the primordial Emperor sword in the Dao tree. More importantly, Emperor Tai's path of consciousness had some shortcomings. However, Celestial Master Yun had made up for them. When Emperor Tai died, he naturally inherited Emperor Tai's wealth. This was the most miraculous thing in the world. Celestial Master Yun's fortunes and misfortunes were just that peculiar. First, he joined forces with Celestial Master Ling and Celestial Master Yu to kill Emperor Tai, and suppressed Emperor Tai's physical body in the Great Void Land. Then he died at the hands of Ming Fangyu, the reincarnation of Emperor Tai's immortal soul. His physical body was sent into the Great Void Land to be suppressed by Ming Fangyu. His immortal soul was sent to the Great Overarching Heaven to be suppressed. Now he used this opportunity to become an expert with the Great Overarching Heaven Dao tree and Dao fruit. Heavenly Master Mu seems to have been captured by Heavenly Master Hao. Heavenly Master Yun lowered his head and looked down at the myriad worlds from the Great Overarching Heaven. He said worriedly, "If Heavenly Master Mu fell into the hands of Heavenly Master Hao, I'm afraid he would be tormented. He might even die. Heavenly Master Hao will most likely use his life to threaten us." Heavenly Venerate Ling had a worried expression. Founding Emperor shook his head. "Brother Yun, there's no need to worry about him. It's easy for Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven to kill him, but it's very difficult to kill him. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven is probably still having a headache right now, so how should we deal with him? Let's not talk about him first. Have you already attained Dao?" Heavenly Venerate Ling was astonished and looked at Founding Emperor. He really couldn't understand why Founding Emperor would be so assured about Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate Yun shook his head and hesitated for a moment before nodding his head again. "My current situation is extremely special," he said. "After I was killed by Supreme Emperor, I was sent into his divine consciousness Great Overarching Heaven to be tortured. It was a blessing in disguise and I was able to pry into Supreme Emperor's path and skills, thus saving my life. Over the long years, whatever Supreme Emperor knows, I know too. If Supreme Emperor doesn't know, I know too." Founding Emperor and Heavenly Venerate Ling were stunned. Heavenly Venerate Yun explained, "Supreme Emperor was worshipped by the Creator race, which was why his divine consciousness was branded into the ultimate void, and he became the strongest person in the immemorial era. However, it was also because of the worshipping of the Creator race that his path was lacking. It was already difficult for him to cultivate and improve in Great Luo Heaven. At the same time, he had all sorts of clones to roam the world and spy on the techniques of others. Concubine Chang Tian, Ming Fangyu, and Eternal Peace's Wei Shiji were all his external bodies." Founding Emperor frowned. "He had an external body in Eternal Peace?" Heavenly Venerate Yun nodded and said, "His external body in Eternal Peace was never hidden from me. The 10th Heavenly Venerate had an external body in Eternal Peace. Even the deceased Heavenly Venerate Hong also had an external body in Eternal Peace." Founding Emperor frowned and resisted the urge to immediately go down to the lower realm to kill the external body of Supreme Emperor. The external body of Heavenly Venerate Hong is most likely dead. Heavenly Venerate Yun was astonished, but Heavenly Venerate Ling was indifferent to this. Founding Emperor said, Heavenly Venerate Mu used to summon the soul of Heavenly Duke in Heavenly Yin world. At that time he also summoned the soul of Heavenly Venerate Hong before killing him. He owed Heavenly Venerate Hong a favor, but Heavenly Venerate Hong couldn't bring out the promissory note, so he turned hostile and refused to admit his debt. When he said this, Founding Emperor couldn't help but shake his head. He's too careless. Back then, when he summoned the soul of Heavenly Venerate Hong, Heavenly Venerate Hong's external body had most likely been summoned to death. The strength of Heavenly Venerate Hong's external body was at most Jade Lake realm, so how could he withstand his divine abilities? When Heavenly Venerate Mu summoned his soul in Heavenly Yin world, his primordial spirit left his body in eternal peace and died an unnatural death. Heavenly Venerate Mu has always done things flawlessly. It's just that he's too careless and doesn't have any dignity. Heavenly Venerate Yun thought about it and thought to himself, Founding Emperor seems to have some resentment toward Heavenly Venerate Mu. Even though he was in great overarching heaven, and had used Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness to know what was going on in the world, he didn't know what had happened in Carefree Village. Qin Mu wreaking havoc in Carefree Village wasn't as simple as being careless. Heavenly Venerate Yun continued. Supreme Emperor had his limitations. His divine consciousness was imprinted in the ultimate void, and he learned the paths, skills, and divine arts of the later generations. These paths and skills were very difficult to imprint in the ultimate void, so as long as they couldn't be imprinted here, it could be said that they couldn't be learned. Furthermore, his primordial spirit was outside and trapped in the divine arts of not easy, so there was only his divine consciousness left. What he had learned in the past few years could be counted on one hand, and the profound skill of creation was one of the few that he could learn. But I'm different, he said indifferently. My primordial spirit is here, and my cultivation method is unique. My purple firmament azure falling technique can combine the strengths of the 100 schools of thought. What he couldn't learn in the end will benefit me. But I also have a weakness. I don't have a physical body. He sighed. The physical body is the foundation of Tao. As the saying goes, when the body dies, the Tao disappears. When the body dies, the Tao will also disappear. Although at our level the body dies, the Tao will not disappear. However, without the body it is difficult to improve. It is impossible to improve my cultivation. Therefore, I am still at the Emperor Throne realm. He did not understand how far his current cultivation had reached. He said, However, I also have the Tao tree and the Tao fruit. I can feel that I have attained the Tao, but at the same time I feel like I don't have it. Therefore, I always have a feeling of being worried about gains and losses. Perhaps only when I return to my physical body can I understand my realm. Founding Emperor said, Your physical body has already been rescued by Heavenly Venerate Mu. He should have brought it with him and hidden it in the vertical eye between his brows. You don't have to look for a new physical body. The vertical eye between his brows is extremely powerful. With Heavenly Venerate Hao's strength, he can't harm that eye. Heavenly Venerate Yun was deeply worried. But now, Heavenly Venerate Mu has been kidnapped by Heavenly Venerate Hao. His life and death are unknown. Heavenly Master Ling was also frowning. He's fine. Founding Emperor Feng said casually. Breaking into the Heavenly Court will only make Heavenly Master Shao join forces with Heavenly Master Hao. We don't have the strength. However, I need to go to the Ancestral Court's Yujing City to prevent Heavenly Master Hao from sinking him into the River of Chaos. Besides the Ancestral Court's Yujing City, no one in the world can take his life. He left in a flash. Heavenly Venerate Yun hurriedly called out to him. Heavenly Venerate Qin, this golden ship. Heavenly Venerate Ling, keep it for now. Just give it to him when he comes back. Founding Emperor turned into a sword light and fled into the distance. Heavenly Venerate Yun sized up this golden ship. Qin Mu had been captured by Heavenly Venerate Haotian, and the golden ship had also been left here. This golden ship always gave him an incomparably strange feeling. Especially the figures whose faces couldn't be seen clearly on the ship. It made him feel a little uneasy. Heavenly Venerate Ling boarded the golden ship and bowed slightly, intending to take her leave. Heavenly Venerate Yun knew her temperament. It was already unprecedented for her to be able to greet him. In the past, no matter who Heavenly Venerate Ling met, he would always be unkempt and unkempt. He would never greet anyone and didn't look like a woman at all. Now, Heavenly Venerate Ling understood etiquette. Even though he had dealt with the matter, he was dressed like a woman. Ling, how strong are you now? Yun Tianzuan asked hurriedly. You killed Emperor Tai, so you must be very strong. How far are you from attaining Dao? Attaining Dao? Ling Tianzuan tilted his head and thought for a moment. I don't know what it means to attain Dao. Yun Tianzuan was stunned. He probed. Do you feel that your realm is about to be imprinted in the ultimate void and become a Dao tree? Celestial Master Ling shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. Why do you need to become a Dao tree to become a Dao tree? Aren't you like Emperor Tai, founding emperor in yourself? It's unnecessary for you to become a Dao tree in my opinion. Celestial Master Yun's eyes widened, and he was filled with anger again. However, he was already used to it. When he was in the heavenly court of the heavenly Han dynasty, he was often filled with anger by Celestial Master Ling Ling. What is your current realm? He asked patiently. I saw your strength. You were able to kill Emperor Tai with one strike, but when you faced Celestial Master Shao with the same strike, you managed to dodge it. Your strength seems to fluctuate between high and low. Ling Tianzuan also noticed this and said, I'm not good at fighting. You met me just now and sent me to the back of Emperor Tai. I saw that his posture was very good, so I called out to him. He turned his head and I hit him. Yun Tianzuan widened his eyes. After a moment he waved his hand weakly. You go. Don't let Founding Emperor and Celestial Master Mu know about this, and don't let Celestial Master Shao and Celestial Master Hao know either. Try to maintain a cold, arrogant and unfathomable image. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. He was completely helpless against Ling Tianzuan, and Ling Tianzuan didn't like to talk to him. He said one sentence to the golden ship, and the golden ship actually carried her away. Heavenly Venerate Yun watched her leave, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Ling Ling, you're still the same as before. You haven't changed at all. Perhaps it's only your clothes that have changed. He moved his spiritual sense to Great All Heaven, and Great All Heaven arrived at the ancestral court. Heavenly Venerate Yun looked at the heavenly court above the ancestral court and thought, I wonder how Heavenly Venerate Mu is doing. Heavenly Venerate Haotian must be torturing him in every way, right? The heavenly court. Heavenly Master Hao gathered all the heavenly masters and experts. They saw that the fire ancestor Lang Gong and the other heavenly masters were all injured by swords. They couldn't help but frown. The Supreme Emperor is dead. The leader of the bandits, Heavenly Master Mu, is also captured by me. Heavenly Master Hao looked around. He said unhurriedly, the bandit, Heavenly Master Mu, deserves death for his crimes. He is extremely evil. However, he is like a malignant tumor. He is stubborn. I fought against the Supreme Emperor and am injured. I can't kill him. Therefore, I gathered all the people here to kill him. Both the Celestial Master and the important officials of the heavenly court were surprised and happy. Celestial Master Hu walked out of the crowd with injuries and said, You are a traitor. I am the Celestial Master of the human race. I will clear the name of the human race and get rid of this monster. Brother Hao, I am willing to give it a try. Celestial Master Hao leaned forward and smiled. Brother Hua, I am still the crown prince. I have not ascended the throne yet. There is no need to be a subordinate. Heavenly Master Hua said solemnly, It will happen sooner or later. His Majesty's great undertaking, which he had not achieved in a million years, had been accomplished by His Highness. Such a glorious undertaking would bring the whole world to his heart. His Majesty would definitely follow the will of the people, and follow the will of the heavens. He would take the initiative to abdicate the throne. His Highness becoming the Emperor is what everyone expects. Heavenly Master Haotian said humbly, We will talk about it later. Brother Hua, what methods do you have to refine the bandits? I have 35 heavenly palaces and 28 heavens of Dao fire, so I can refine this fiend. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven took out 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, and saw Qin Mu sticking his head out from it. He looked around and saw that everyone was there. When everyone saw the situation, they all sneered. The ancestor god king teased. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you also have such a day? Qin Mu glanced at him and retreated back into 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel, ignoring him. Heavenly Venerate Fire bade farewell, and sat down in the lotus position. The heaven court appeared behind his head. And first-level Tao realm, first-level heaven filled the air with Tao fire that burned down the void. He placed the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel into the Tao fire to forge it. The runes around his body turned into flame Tao patterns that continuously entered the Heavenly Wheel. After forging for 49 days, Heavenly Venerate Fire stood up and let out a long laugh. It's done. The shepherd has already turned into ashes. Everyone looked at the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel, and saw that the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel that had been burnt red was gradually cooling down. Everyone praised and said, Heavenly Venerate Fire's Tao and skills are unparalleled. Heavenly Venerate Fire immediately became humble, but at that moment, Qin Mu slowly stuck his head out from the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. His head slowly rotated once, and his gaze was cold as he slowly sank back into the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. Heavenly Venerate Fire's face flushed red. Let me do it. The ancestor god king took a huge step forward and said coldly, I have the corporeal body of Heavenly Duke and control billions of galaxies. Controlling the laws of Heavenly Tao makes it easy to kill him. Heavenly Venerate Void clapped his hands and said, If the ancestor god king makes a move, he will definitely win. The ancestor god king lifted the 10,000 heavenly wheels and walked out of the Hall of Supreme Heavens. When he came to the heaven altar outside, he waved his sleeve, and the clouds in the sky dispersed. The incomparably huge corporeal body of Heavenly Duke bent down, and the lights of countless constellations and galaxies surged, turning into star chains. They whizzed into the 10,000 heavenly wheels. The ancestor god king shouted out and swam around the 10,000 heavenly wheels continuously. The heavenly Tao in the sky gathered and turned into multicolored light that poured into the heavenly wheels crazily. After refining like this for more than 10 days, the ancestor god king had expended too much energy to execute the Heavenly Duke's corporeal body. He was so tired that he was panting. The shepherd must have already died. The ancestor god king said with a smile after sending away the Heavenly Duke's corporeal body. He wiped the sweat off his forehead. Qin Mu's face appeared on the surface of the 10,000 heavenly wheels and looked at him faintly. He suddenly rolled his eyes and then slowly disappeared. Blood trickled down the corner of the ancestor god king's mouth, and his body trembled slightly. I was injured by founding emperor, so I couldn't use my full strength. I've let Brother Hao down. The other heavenly venerates all frowned and didn't have the confidence to refine Qin Mu to death. Qin Mu had always been slippery and didn't hold back. When he was young, it was still easy to talk about him. At that time, no one had noticed him, but after Eternal Peace Calamity, Qin Mu had taken the initiative to enter the celestial heavens and stirred up trouble along the way. Everywhere he passed was filled with smoke and miasma. However, he had made it so that no one could get hold of anything. At that time, the 10 heavenly venerates had the ability to easily get rid of him. However, the internal strife of the 10 heavenly venerates was intense, and they all wanted to become the co-lord of the celestial heavens, so no one was willing to give the other a chance to take advantage of the situation. Now that the situation was clear, the 11 heavenly venerates, Heavenly Venerate Hong and Heavenly Consort Qing, had died. Shi Qilua and Heavenly Consort Yan had gone mad, and the remaining heavenly venerates were divided into two major factions. Heavenly Venerate Clear's faction had the advantage in terms of power and ability. Heavenly Venerate Shao was left alone, and it was difficult for him to fight against Heavenly Venerate Vast's overwhelming power. However, Qin Mu had also changed from a weakling to a strong practitioner, and he began to challenge them head-on. Apart from Heavenly Venerate Vast, any other Heavenly Venerate would find it difficult to capture Qin Mu. In fact, Qin Mu's abilities could even be on par with theirs. Now that they had finally captured Qin Mu, refining him to death had become a difficult problem. Let me give it a try. Heavenly Venerate Su frowned. I have the devil path and I'm good at eroding Tao heart and cultivation, eroding his vital qi. However, I'm not sure if I can succeed. Bandit was once the divine son of Yudu, so he has an extremely deep understanding of the great Tao of Yudu. Fellow Taoist Su, please make your move, everyone said. No matter what, let's give it a try first. Heavenly Venerate Su immediately made his move, and used the incomparably pure devil path of Yudu to corrode Qin Mu. After 2 to 3 days, Heavenly Venerate Su's face turned pale. He felt that his vital qi had been drained too much, and he couldn't afford to expend it. He cried out involuntarily, "What a thief! He's taking the opportunity to devour my cultivation." Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they all looked at the 10,000 heavenly wheels. In them, Qin Mu slowly rose like a earth count. Heavenly Venerate Su roared angrily and pulled out the horn on his head, intending to stab him to death. Qin Mu sneered, but Heavenly Venerate Su didn't dare to stab him. She only had this horn left, and it had been cut off by founding Emperor Qin Yi. She had spent a lot of effort to find it and refine it into a treasure. If she failed to kill Qin Mu and was taken away by him, she might not be able to get it back. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven stretched out his hand to press Qin Mu back into the 10,000 paths, heavenly wheel to prevent him from escaping. I have a Tao fruit that can transform Qin Mu into primordial qi, Divine Emperor Langxian said. Everyone immediately said, if Divine Emperor makes a move, it will definitely be a piece of cake. God Emperor Langxian executed the Tao fruit, and the Tao fruit that was originally shriveled actually became much rounder. The Tao might in the Tao fruit became stronger and stronger. Qin Mu's face appeared in the heavenly wheel, and when he saw the Tao fruit, he became slightly nervous. When God Emperor Langxian saw this, his confidence rose greatly. He executed the Tao fruit and raised the power of the Tao fruit to the extreme. The Tao fruit floated above the heavenly wheel, and Tao light burst forth from it. Rays of light shot into the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. The 10,000 paths heavenly wheel trembled. It was Qin Mu fighting against the Tao light of the Tao fruit, which roused everyone's spirits. Even Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven couldn't help looking up to God Emperor Langxian and praising the power of this Tao fruit. This Tao fruit was a treasure hidden in the fragment of great overarching heaven hidden under the jade lake of the ancestral court. It was a Tao tree that buried the coffin of the person who had achieved Tao in prehistoric times. Qin Mu helped God Emperor Langxian find the fragment of great overarching heaven. He chopped the Tao fruit off the Tao tree, and the coffin stepped back into the great calamity of destruction in prehistoric times. The strong practitioners of the ancestral court of Jade Capital City were all huddling together to stay warm and survive the great calamity of destruction in the city. However, the owner of this Tao fruit had directly controlled the fragment of great overarching heaven in an attempt to transcend the calamity and enter the current universe to obtain a new life. From this it could be seen how strong he was. His Tao fruit was extraordinary, and its power was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Now that the Tao fruit had recovered, its power had increased in a straight line. In the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, Qin Mu was refined until he cried out in pain. When this cry fell into everyone's ears, they only felt that it was pleasing to the ears and couldn't help praising it. In the heavenly wheel, Qin Mu also felt a fatal threat, so as he cried out in pain, his divine consciousness rippled and came into contact with the Tao light of the Tao fruit. Tao brother prehistoric, I'm the 7th young master of Miluo Palace. If you offend me, it'll be hard for you to please me. I won't hold it against you, but if you're merciful, I'll lend you a hand and possess Langxian, allowing you to be revived. The power of the Tao light in the Tao fruit slowed down slightly, and it was mixed with obscure waves of divine consciousness. I don't trust the young master of your Miluo Palace, so don't even think about lying to me. Qin Mu was so angry that he laughed. Go to the 10,000 worlds in the heavens and take a look. Everyone knows of my beautiful name, and I've always kept my word and never lied to anyone. If you don't trust me, I can write an IOU to you. With an IOU in your hand, are you afraid that I'll deny it? I can't destroy my golden signboard. The consciousness in the Tao fruit was slightly hesitant, and his divine consciousness was mixed in the Tao light. It was you who helped Langxian and forced me back to the great calamity of destruction. If I hadn't used the Tao fruit to transfer my consciousness, I would have been harmed by you. Langxian is now wary of me and won't give me any chance to possess him. What ability do you have to help me? Qin Mu's heart moved slightly. You are the absolute beginning of the 16th epoch? The consciousness in the Tao fruit said. There is no fifth supreme in the 16th epoch. The fifth supreme was dug out and refined before he was even born. I entered the 16th epoch earlier, so I obtained the divine egg of absolute beginning and refined it to reincarnate. I was called Supreme Spirit Jade. Qinmu smiled. Supreme Spirit Jade, you know how I conduct myself, so you can rest assured. Besides, Langxian is my enemy and won't rest until one of us dies. Are you my enemy? You threw me a wooden peach, so I'll repay you with Chongyao. Supremacy Ling Yu, who was in the Dao fruit, said, I don't believe your words. You have to swear on my Dao fruit. Qinmu swore on his Dao fruit, and Supremacy Ling Yu felt at ease. Swearing on his Dao fruit meant swearing on his Dao and swearing on him. If Qinmu wanted to break his promise, he would have plenty of methods to deal with him. Swearing on my Dao fruit might not be something I've done before, but I did swear on the teaching whip of the primordial saint of Miluo Palace. However, wasn't the primordial saint of Miluo Palace also killed by me? Qinmu wasn't bothered by it. The power of the Dao fruit became weaker and weaker. God Emperor Langxian executed the Dao fruit repeatedly, but the power of the Dao fruit was still getting weaker and weaker. He could only retreat with his face flushed red. This treasure hasn't recovered yet, he said with a blush. My skills have stopped here, so I'm ashamed. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven also felt at ease. If God Emperor Langxian really used the Dao fruit to refine Qinmu to death, he would have no choice but to make a move on him. Heavenly Venerate Gong went forward and said, I have a supreme divine consciousness secret realm that can make his Dao heart go into disorder and fall into the secret realm. He will lose himself and lose his Dao path, and he will naturally die. Heavenly Venerate Hao said in delight, Fellow Taoist Gong, please make your move. Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness burst forth and transformed into numerous secret realms that poured into 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. Layers after layers of illusions opened up and pulled Qinmu into them. After a long while, Heavenly Venerate Gong's expression changed slightly. She felt that Qinmu's divine consciousness and her illusion divine consciousness had a path of attack and defense, so it would be difficult for her illusion divine arts to gain an advantage. In terms of divine consciousness attainments, Qinmu had actually advanced by leaps and bounds, and was on the verge of catching up to her. Furthermore, his technique was incomparably marvelous and was even better than Supreme Emperor's. What she didn't know was that this was Heavenly Venerate Yun's complete path creation method after obtaining Supreme Emperor's paths, skills, and divine arts. Since he had imparted it to Qinmu, it was naturally much more powerful than Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness technique. Heavenly Venerate Gong persisted for another 2 days, but he couldn't do anything to Qinmu. Instead, he raised Qinmu's divine consciousness to a whole new level. Feeling ashamed, he retreated as well. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven looked around, and all the other Heavenly Venerates had no idea what to do. 7 Eunuch for Slaughter, 3rd Master, 2nd Assistant, 5 Emperor's Throne, 5 Emperor's Inner Throne, and all the other important ministers of the Heavenly Court came forward one after another and bowed. We are willing to do our best to refine Fengmu. Heavenly Venerate Haotian said gently, all of you are strong practitioners of Emperor's Seat. Your paths, skills, and divine arts may pass through people, so you might have this divine art. 7th Elder, 4th Slaughter, and the other strong practitioners came forward. They were the backbone of the Heavenly Court. Over the millions of years, the Heavenly Court had gathered all the elites in the world, and there were many strong practitioners of Emperor's Seat. They were given power and status, and they were gathered into the Imperial Court. The 26 strong practitioners of Emperor's Seat sat around the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel, and their primordial spirits left their bodies. They stood in the heavenly palace and executed their paths, skills, and divine arts to enter the heavenly wheel. After more than a month, everyone was so tired that they couldn't continue. But Qinmu was still alive and kicking in the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. Heavenly Venerate Hao frowned and Heavenly Venerate Gong said, only when Yin Tianzi makes a move can we destroy the bandits. The Ancestor God King clapped his hands and smiled. Yin Tianzi's ultimate skill of reincarnation is the nemesis of the bandits. Now that we 10 Heavenly Venerates are lacking a few people, perhaps Yin Tianzi can become Yin Tianzi. Heavenly Venerate Fire objected firmly and said with a cold snort, what right does Son of Heaven Yin have? How can he sit with us? If he can get rid of the shepherds, what's the harm in sitting with us? Heavenly Venerate Hao did not mind and ordered someone to go to the Yuan world to invite Son of Heaven Yin over. More than 10 days later, Son of Heaven Yin rushed over from the front line that was pursuing Carefree Village and greeted everyone. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven said gently, Chao Jin, I and all the fellow Taoists hold you in high regard. If you can refine Heavenly Venerate Mu to death, I'll definitely make you Heavenly Venerate Yin. Yin Tianzi was surprised and delighted, and Heavenly Venerate Fire gave a furious snort. Yin Tianzi immediately came to the side of the 10,000 heavenly wheels and executed his reincarnation divine art. However, when his reincarnation divine art had just entered the 10,000 heavenly wheels and had yet to touch Qin Mu, Yin Tianzi suddenly gave a muffled snort and collapsed on his back. He fainted. Everyone immediately tried to save him, and only then did they manage to save him from Qin Mu's reincarnation divine art. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Goddess Taisu sneered. All of you are a bunch of useless trash. If my supreme treasure was at its peak, refining him would be a piece of cake. Howard, hand this thief over to me and I'll take care of him for you. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven waved his hand and asked Yin Tianzi to leave. Even though Aunt's divine arts are superb, I'm afraid she can't do anything to him, he said. The safest way to destroy him is to sink him into the river of chaos in the ancestral court of Jade Capital City. Only when I see him turning into the chi of chaos bit by bit will I be at ease. Goddess Taisu didn't speak anymore. Her goal was to come into contact with Qin Mu. In the past, she had felt that she could control Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. But after the battle of Divine Consciousness Great Overarching Heaven, she realized that she could no longer control Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Instead, she was controlled by Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Sinking deeper and deeper. The goal of getting in touch with Qin Mu was to remember what Tiantai had said the last time. She wanted to find a way out for herself. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven stood up and looked down from the side of the heavenly court. He could see all the vast rivers and mountains of the ancestral court. He stared at the city for a moment and shook his head. Founding Emperor Qin Yi, that old scoundrel. He's already waiting for me in the city. All the heavenly venerates looked over, and their expressions changed slightly. Sword lights swept through the city. This incomparably ancient divine city had already been sealed by the joint efforts of many heavenly venerates, but the seal could stop the others. But it couldn't stop founding Emperor Qin Yi, who had already attained Tao. Founding Emperor Qin Yi clearly knew that Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse could have sent Qin Mu there to sink him into the river. So he had come to the ancestral court's Jade Capital City first. Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse gave a cold laugh. Qin Yi is even more dangerous than Bandit, but in my eyes, he's nothing to be afraid of. After the battle in the Divine Consciousness Great Overarching Heaven, I have full confidence that I can use my strength to achieve Tao and brand my Tao in the ultimate void. Let him go. I will cultivate for a while and head to the ultimate void to become my Tao tree. Fire Heavenly Venerate said hesitantly. Then the shepherd. Heavenly Venerate Hao thought for a moment. He said, although the shepherd is hard to kill, there are still places in this world that can deal with him. Fellow Taoist Gong, take my 10,000 heavenly wheels to the sinkhole. Take the shepherd to fill the eye of the sea and use the sinkhole great abyss to grind him to death. That eye of the sea devours everything. Even if he doesn't die, he won't be able to escape. Celestial Master Gong acknowledged and took the 10,000 heavenly wheels. Celestial Master Fire said, I will follow fellow Taoist Gong. Celestial Master Hao shook his head and said, the bandits from Carefree Village are rushing to the Origin World in an attempt to establish a foothold there. Brother Fire, head to the Origin World to intercept them. Carefree Village should be settled. And the matter with the Yudu Earth Count should be settled. There is only one ruler in the world, and this ruler can only be me. Goddess Taisu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, Howard, I will follow Heavenly Venerate Gong to avoid any mishaps along the way. Heavenly Venerate Hao said courteously, Howard will be at ease if Aunt goes. Thank you for your trouble. Goddess Taisu immediately left the heavenly court with Heavenly Venerate Gong. Heavenly Venerate Haotian sneered and shook his head. You're seeking your own death. In the imperial court, everyone was silent and didn't dare to say anything. The WeChat book reading app. The Book of the God of Mu was already ranked first in sales, but it wasn't firmly in first place yet. Otaku Pig would be extremely grateful if he could ask his friends to share the Book of the God of Mu in their WeChat moments. In Eternal Peace, a young girl was walking with light footsteps while humming a tune in the snowy land of Eternal Peace's northern territory. Her skin was whiter than snow, and she was holding a white sable fur coat. The northern territory was cold and snowy, however. It wasn't as white and tender as her skin. She came to Shuafang City. Shuafang City was a city of bitter cold. Originally, Eternal Peace's territory hadn't expanded to this place, but later on, when they expanded their territory, they established Shuafang in this land of bitter cold. The ice and snow here didn't melt all year round, so even divine arts practitioners weren't willing to stay here for long. Looking around, apart from the white snow and icebergs, there were also some huge strange beasts that appeared on the ice plains, so there weren't many ruins. As an important divine city in the north, Shuafang City had the protection of gods, so it wasn't cold. From afar, they could see Eternal Peace's gods standing in the world of ice and snow like stone statues. However, they gave off blazing heat to protect one side, making the weather in Shuafang City not so bad. The young lady walked into Shuafang quickly and saw that the city was very lively. Because of the gods' protection, there were many people gathered here, and trade was also flourishing. Regardless of whether it was humans or other races, they all wore thick cloaks. The clothes made of fur looked very bloated, but there was a different kind of heroic spirit in them. People of Shuafang liked to drink strong wine, and the stronger the wine, the better. The young lady also went to have a taste, but she felt a thread of heat entering her throat. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue and run out of the tavern. Laughter came from the tavern. The young girl was full of curiosity. She walked around Shuafang City, looking at the different scenery here. Suddenly, she saw a huge slide made of ice sculptures and could not help but cheer. She quickly ran over and slid down the slide. She let out a crisp laugh. She had a sweet appearance, fair, charming, and very lively, attracting many young people to look at her. The young girl played for a while and took out a roll of golden paper. With a swoosh, she opened the golden paper, looked at the golden paper, and then closed it again. She excitedly waved at a young man and said, "Wei Shiji. Are you Wei Shiji?" The youth was tall and sturdy, but he had delicate features. When he heard this, he smiled. "Miss, do you recognize me?" "I don't. I recognize the Life and Death book." The young girl's eyes curved. She smiled. "Wei Shiji, the great emperor residences you family borrowed someone's life to hide in Shuafang. Now that your matter has been exposed, I am here under the emperor's orders to kill you. Wait a moment. I will look for the emperor's official document." She rummaged through it and finally found Emperor Yinshou's imperial edict. She opened it with a whoosh and beamed. "Found it. Everyone, please make way so that the innocent will not be harmed." The surrounding youths scattered with a whoosh and hid far away. Wei Shiji glanced around and gathered his cloak. He sneered. "Emperor Yinshou sent you? I'm afraid that's not true. Emperor Yinshou has the guts to attack me? Where's Heavenly Venerate Mu? Let him out." The young girl kept the imperial edict and smiled. "Uncle Qin doesn't know about this matter. It was the emperor who sent me. Uncle Qin is very busy, so how would he have the time to ask about you?" The emperor received the news from Great Luo Tian. Her accent carried the charm of West Earth. It was very soft and delicate, making people want to hear her continue. "My name is Xiong Qir. Great Emperor, please enlighten me." The young girl bowed, revealing the sword case on her back. Wei Shiji gave a cold snort and suddenly burst forth, displaying a terrifying and overbearing divine might. Even though he was the reincarnation of Supreme Emperor, his cultivation was definitely not weak. With this move, more than 30 heavenly palaces appeared behind his head, and the treasure palaces were scattered all over the place. He wasn't ostentatious in Eternal Peace, so his reputation wasn't prominent. Ostentatious people like Heavenly Venerate Zhao's reincarnation had long been killed by Qin Mu. From then on, the reincarnation of the 10th Heavenly Venerate had been very careful in Eternal Peace. It was fine to learn Eternal Peace's reform, but one must not offend Qin Mu's reverse scale. If one tried to enter the center of Eternal Peace's power and occupy the magpie's nest, they would definitely be eradicated by Qin Mu at all costs. Supreme Emperor also understood this point, but he was even more cautious. He only cared about learning Eternal Peace's paths, skills and divine arts, never revealing himself. Even in a remote place like Shuafang, he didn't have much reputation. However, when his strength was revealed, the moment the vast heavenly palace formed heavenly court, even the gods guarding Shuafang couldn't help but be shocked and feel an endless pressure. Even though his cultivation realm was Jade Lake realm, his battle prowess had reached Jade capital. Killing intent appeared in Supreme Emperor Wei Shiji's eyes, as he took a step forward and arrived in front of Xiong Qir. He had to end this battle as soon as possible and kill this young lady from West Earth who spoke very nicely before more experts from Eternal Peace arrived. The moment he arrived in front of Xiong Qir, the sword case on her back opened up, and the sword domain instantly surged like a tide. Behind Xiong Qir, there were also heavenly palaces that formed heavenly court, and their cultivation was also extremely high. The woman of West Earth's true heaven palace had always been famous for being close to nature and the great Tao. Her cultivation realm also surpassed Supreme Emperor Wei Shiji. Furthermore, her realm was even stranger and more comprehensive. She had 4 Heaven Gate realm, complete Jade Lake realm, and Heavenly Sea realm. Her magic power was even above Wei Shiji's. The two figures crossed each other, and their sword domain and supreme divine sense domain collided. After that, they separated and took dozens of steps forward. Wei Shiji turned around and said coldly, "Little girl, you cultivated in Eternal Peace Tao College?" Xiong Qir turned around and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She took out a silk handkerchief to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She nodded and said, "I've been there before. Sword God Su taught me for half a year. I also followed the priest of Tao College for a period of time and studied under Imperial Preceptor Zhang for a period of time. Not long ago, I even went to the ancestral court and followed Su Shanghua and Lan Yuqian for a period of time." No wonder. Wei Shiji's corporeal body split open, and sword marks appeared on the surface of his body. It was a shocking sight. After Heavenly Venerate Mu killed the reincarnation of Heavenly Venerate Shao, I was too careful and didn't dare to go to Daowen Academy. I also didn't dare to come into contact with the most advanced divine arts, paths and skills of Eternal Peace. As a result, my cultivation realm was actually surpassed by the younger generation. The vitality of his corporeal body became weaker and weaker. He muttered softly, If I die in Great Luo Heaven, how good would that be? At the very least, it would fulfill my unrivaled reputation. After all, I died heroically under the siege of the 5 great heavenly venerates. And now I actually died at the hands of an unknown little girl. How can I be convinced? I'm not convinced." His spiritual sense exploded and rushed out of this lifeless body, heading straight for a youth in the distance in an attempt to borrow another life. At the instant his spiritual sense rushed out of the body, Xiong Qir's sword domain erupted and enveloped all of his spiritual sense. Xiong Qir was nervous as she quickly calculated the results. Sword light flew out from the sword case and fell down one after another, stabbing into the sword domain. It was just like a Taiji diagram. She activated the sword domain and the Taiji sword domain spun, completely wiping out the Supreme Emperor's divine sense. Xiong Qir heaved a sigh of relief. Countless sword lights returned to the sword case on her back. The girl gathered her mink fur and left the northern divine city, walking into the world of ice and snow. Celestial Master Gong left the heavenly courts with the 10,000 heavenly wheels while Goddess Tai Su floated behind her. She said, "The sinkhole great abyss is beneath Yudu, in the endless darkness under the feet of the earth count. Why didn't Celestial Master Gong ask Heavenly Master Su to send you to Yudu? Why did he borrow the Yuan world instead?" Heavenly Venerate Gong's divine consciousness fluctuated. "I've always been indifferent and don't like to socialize with others. I don't have any friendship with Heavenly Venerate Su. Asking her to help would only owe her a favor." Qin Mu poked his head out from the 10,000 heavenly wheels. "I have a good relationship with Earth Count. I can open the gate of heaven influence and let you guys enter Yudu." Goddess Tai Su's bell rang and sent him back into the heavenly wheels. "Then, how do you plan to enter Yudu and head to the returning ruins?" Heavenly Venerate Gong came to a spirit energy mutual shift bridge and said, "There's a god named Luli who guards the place where the origin world connects Yudu. When I head there, Luli will guide me into Yudu." Goddess Taisu didn't ask anymore. Qinmu said, "Why is it so troublesome? Do you two know my senior brother Wei Suifeng? He's Emperor Yun Luo. He left the coordinates of Sinkhole in the universe. As long as you let me out, I can use the teleportation divine art to send you to Sinkhole." The two girls turned a deaf ear. When they came to the origin world, Heavenly Venerate Gong entered the divine city that the Heaven Court had left behind and performed a spell in the city. He summoned Luli from Yudu and said, "Activate the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge of Yudu. I want to go to Yudu." Qinmu laughed loudly. "Earth Count, my elder brother too. If you borrow the path of Yudu, my elder brother will definitely not let you off." Celestial Master Gong frowned and said to Luli, "Is there any place where we can avoid Earth Count and enter Yudu?" Luli said, "Celestial Master, Yudu is everywhere, so Earth Count is everywhere. As long as we pass by Yudu, we cannot avoid Earth Count. That ancient god has great divine arts and boundless power." Celestial Master Gong glanced at him, and Luli immediately said, "I have an idea. We should place the Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge at Jade Lock Pass. As long as the bridge is opened and Celestial Master enters Jade Lock Pass, we can leave immediately. Earth Count won't be able to make a move in time." Celestial Master Gong nodded. "Get ready." Luli excused himself. He went back to Hades and went to the Jade Lock Pass to get ready. Celestial Master Gong waited quietly. Goddess Taisu's eyes sparkled. She said with a smile, "Celestial Master Gong, you are a strange woman with great ambitions. Are you willing to submit to Celestial Master How? If a man can be the emperor, why can't a woman be the emperor? It is not impossible for a woman to be the emperor. What you lack is a person who can support you." Celestial Master Gong's heart stirred slightly. He turned around and faced Taisu. He could only see a hazy figure and asked, "Why did Empress Taisu teach me?" Taisu smiled and said, "You have your methods and schemes. What you lack is luck. Your luck has arrived. You know my abilities and my methods. I am the innate fifth Tai, an existence on par with Tai Chu and Tai Chi." She changed the topic and said indifferently, "The sword injuries left behind by founding emperor were all healed by me. I can heal you, and I can also make the sword injuries reappear, making your life worse than death." Qinmu couldn't help laughing in the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. Taisu ignored him. As for Heavenly Venerate Fire, Heavenly Venerate Su Lang Xian, and the Ancestor God King, they were all injured and healed by me. They couldn't escape from my control either. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven seems to be the one who holds the bull's ears in the Heavenly Court, but in reality, the one who truly holds the power of the Heavenly Court is me. Heavenly Venerate Gong seemed to be moved, and Qinmu laughed loudly. Taisu frowned and still ignored him. "Gong Gong, as long as you submit to me, the position of Heavenly Emperor won't belong to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven or Heavenly Venerate Shao, but to you. What do you think?" Qinmu rolled on the ground in the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel while laughing. Taisu finally couldn't hold back her anger and said coldly, "Qinmu, what are you laughing at? You will lose your life in a few days and be buried in Sinkhole for all eternity. Only by submitting to me and relying on me will you have the chance to save your life." Qinmu said leisurely, "Taisu, your early birth has something to do with me. Speaking of which, I have let you down, so I can't bear to see you lose your life like this. But you're too stupid. When you hear my laughter, you should be alert and stop talking. Ignoring everything else, do you know who Gong Fu is?" Taisu sneered. "Who? A woman who depends on a man." Qinmu said meaningfully, "She's also a person who puts benefits above all else, a person who's completely selfish. For the sake of benefits, she can sell everything and only depend on the strongest man. Since you are willing to do whatever you want, you can see the most fearful inner demon and the person you want to see the most. Why don't you ask Celestial Master Gong what she sees?" Taisu looked at Celestial Master Gong. "Gong Fu, look at me. What do you see?" Celestial Master Gong did not hide anything and said, "I can only see a ball of qi and a blurry figure. It looks like a woman." Taisu frowned. "Let me help you see it clearer, Heavenly Venerate Gong." Qinmu's upper body appeared from the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel. He raised his hand and swiped lightly, and a transparent glass appeared in front of Heavenly Venerate Gong. Heavenly Venerate Gong looked at Tai Su through the glass and finally saw who the blurry figure was. It was herself. Tai Su's expression changed. Tai Su, you claim to be able to control the desires and fears of people, but you never thought of that, right? There's actually someone like Heavenly Venerate Gong in this world. Qin Mu sighed. From the beginning, you shouldn't have chosen to help Heavenly Venerate Hao because you couldn't win against him. You simply couldn't control him. This was your most muddle-headed move. It was already too late when you realized this, but it wasn't too late. It was just that you didn't know who you were, and chose to betray Heavenly Venerate Haotian Palace. You're too self-righteous. I can't save you anymore. Tai Su felt her hair stand on end. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Haotian's voice came from behind her. It was very gentle, but it made her hair stand on end. She shuddered and said, "Aunt, you've disappointed Haotian." Goddess Tai Su turned around and saw Heavenly Venerate Hao's face. It was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. Her heart gradually sank, but she still did not give up. She forced a smile and said, "When did Howard come? I was always here." Heavenly Venerate Hao's words sent her into the ice valley. "I was always behind you." Heavenly Venerate Gong's spiritual sense illusion has already entered the Tao. Even if she used the illusion, Aunt would not be able to detect it, right? The path of divine consciousness belongs to the path of absolute beginning. Aunt is too simple, so she doesn't know much about it. Great fear rose in Goddess Tai Su's heart. It's always been there? Didn't this mean that Heavenly Venerate Hao had been following behind them since they left the Heavenly Court? Didn't Heavenly Venerate Hao hear everything? Heavenly Venerate Mu. Gong's divine consciousness illusion couldn't faze you at all. Could it be that you didn't notice anything on the way? She turned around abruptly and looked at Qin Mu, who was in the 10,000 heavenly wheels. Her voice wasn't as beautiful and pleasant as before as she said sternly. You could see through her illusion of divine consciousness, yet you kept silent. You want to watch me die. Am I right? Tai Su, you are too self-righteous and self-centered. Qin Mu said. Don't forget that we are enemies from the beginning to the end. If you die, I will only be happier. Tai Su was furious. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven smiled. Aunt, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven is still merciful. He wants to use this opportunity to dispel my killing intent towards Aunt. Aunt, don't misunderstand his meaning. Tai Su turned around again. She smiled sweetly at Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. The human heart is really complicated. I thought I could control the human heart and toyed with you postnatal creatures, but I didn't expect your human heart and nature to be much more complicated than I imagined. In the end, I'm the most innocent one in your eyes. In the eyes of Heavenly Venerate Haotian, she was the image of Lady Yuanmu. She was delicate and charming, but also eccentric and smart. It was almost her instinct to want to manipulate the human heart. Our aunt is wrong. She said gently. I know I'm wrong. Can you forgive me this once? I can agree to anything you want me to do. I can satisfy whatever you want me to do. Her voice became softer and softer. Anything you want. You can make me change into anything and do anything shameful. I can lick your toes and anywhere else. A woman like me is very useful. Many emperors and generals dream of having her, but they can't have her. If I die, I'll be useless. You'll never find a woman like me again. Heavenly Venerate Haotian listened quietly and suddenly smiled. What a tempting proposal. Tai Su's heart lit up with hope again. As long as she was alive, there was still a possibility of the future. Aunt, you still don't understand why the 10th Heavenly Venerate could live in harmony with each other for hundreds of thousands of years. Heavenly Venerate Haotian said leisurely. Because we have common interests. For common interests we can compromise, tolerate and cooperate with each other. There are also fights between us. If we lose the fight, we will submit to the winner. He smiled and said, Do you know why? He did not wait for Tai Su to answer, then he said, Because we know that even if we lose the fight with the other party, as long as we are willing to submit to the other party will not take our lives because we have the same interests from the beginning to the end. If we submit to the other party, we can still protect our interests. And the winner keeps the other party's life because they know that because they have the same interests, the other party will not betray them, so it's more useful to keep the other party alive. This is why after I won, I didn't execute Celestial Master Gong, the ancestral God King, or my brother, Divine Emperor Lang Xian. He smiled. This is also why Celestial Master Gong didn't betray me. You tried to persuade her to surrender, but it was a huge mistake. Don't say that you can't persuade her. You can't persuade any of the other celestial masters either. Goddess Taisu's face turned ashen. In the 10,000 heavenly wheels, Qin Mu was deep in thought. He had once thought that 1 or 2 of the 10 heavenly venerates could be persuaded to surrender, and maybe 1 or 2 of them would become his side. When he heard Heavenly Venerate Vast's words, he realized that he was somewhat naive. The 10 heavenly venerates were a body of shared interests. No matter how fierce the battle between them was, they were still a whole. Unfortunately, Aunt, you are not the 10th heavenly venerate. You have no common interests with us. Heavenly Venerate Hao sighed and said, You are so self-righteous again. You think highly of yourself. You think that you are the 5th heavenly venerate, and that you will never learn from your mistakes. How can I be at ease? Taisu felt despair in her heart. She suddenly activated her companion treasure, and turned it into a Tai Ding that pressed down on Heavenly Venerate Hao. She retreated swiftly and left the place. Heavenly Venerate Hao, without me adding the last heavenly palace to you, you will never become a Tao practitioner. If you kill me, you will sever your path to Tao. Heavenly Venerate Hao allowed the supreme cauldron to press down. It was also tattered, and the Tao injuries Qin Mu had left on it were all over. The supreme cauldron actually couldn't pose any threat to Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven raised his hand, and the supreme cauldron was suppressed by the immense pressure until it became smaller and smaller. It couldn't help falling into his palm. He gripped it tightly, and the huge cauldron let out creaking sounds as it twisted into a ball. Bang! The supreme cauldron exploded and turned into a ball of Tai Su Qi. There was the rhythm of the great Tao flowing in the Tai Su Qi, and Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven was using the Tao of Tai Su he had comprehended to repair the damage of the supreme treasure. In the distance, Tai Su was running away, but she found that she would never be able to escape this divine city. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan stood in the city, and with him at the center, it seemed to form an absolute internal spacetime that was constantly collapsing toward him. She looked back and saw the magnificent scene of 36 heavenly palaces behind Heavenly Venerate Haoyan's head. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan did not use her power. With his own understanding, he was able to form a complete heavenly palace. Not only that, she also saw another heavenly palace. It was the 36 heavenly palaces led by the Tao of the Ultimate. One of the 2 heavenly palaces was positive and the other was negative. One was bright and eternal day, while the other was eternally dark. What was even more terrifying was that she saw the Taisu Qi in Heavenly Venerate Hao's palm and the Taisu Tao in it. Her heart became heavier and heavier. She still underestimated Heavenly Venerate Long Han 9. Among the 9 heavenly venerates of the Long Han era, Heavenly Venerate Royal was the leader, followed by Heavenly Venerate Royal who opened up the Spirit Embryo Divine Treasure, and Heavenly Venerate Haoyan who opened up the 5 Elements Divine Treasure, as the second person to open up a realm in that uncivilized era. His talent and comprehension were unmatched. In the years that she had interacted with Heavenly Venerate Haoyan, Heavenly Venerate Haoyan had already comprehended the Taisu Tao from her. In fact, Heavenly Venerate Haoyan's comprehension was even deeper than hers. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan had been playing nice with her. He had been spying on her power, comprehending her great Tao, and extracting her value. Now, her final value to Heavenly Venerate Haoyan was herself, her great Tao. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan completed the ball of Taisu Qi in his hand, and swallowed it with his head raised. He turned around and grabbed toward Goddess Taisu with his palm. Goddess Taisu shrieked and resisted with all her might, but all her divine arts, paths, and skills were useless in front of an existence that had 2 heavens. Qin Mu looked at this scene quietly. Taisu could see less, but he could see more. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan's 2 heavens were led by the path of absolute beginning. The center of their power was Ling Shao Treasured Palace, while the heavenly court was led by the path of returning ruins. The center of their power was Purple Shao Treasured Palace. In other words, he has the power of both the 3rd and 4th young masters of Miluo Palace. He defected to the 4th young master of Miluo Palace. Logically speaking, he should have changed his entire heavenly palace to Purple Shao Treasured Palace, but he didn't. He only changed half of it. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. His motive for doing so is probably to make preparations to get rid of Heavenly Venerate Shao. By getting rid of Celestial Master Shao, he would obtain the support of the third young master of Miluo Palace. With Celestial Master Shao dead, the third young master could only support him in order to achieve his goal. In this way, his position would be permanent and no one would be able to overthrow him. Heavenly Master Hao's methods and ambition made him shudder in fear. This celestial master was harder to deal with than he had imagined. Taisu's fate was already destined and no one could change it. Qin Mu could only feel pity. He had tried to save her more than once, but she had repeatedly rejected his good intentions and misunderstood or simply didn't understand his intentions, causing him to sigh helplessly. When Goddess Taisu fell into Heavenly Venerate Clear's palm, she also exploded like a cauldron and turned into a ball of Taisu Qi and Tao of Taisu. Joy appeared in Heavenly Venerate Clear's eyes as he examined the Taisu Qi and Tao of Taisu repeatedly. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and in the end he wiped out Taisu's consciousness and swallowed it to refine it. Qin Mu sighed and sank into the 10,000 Paths heavenly wheel. 2 of the innate 5 supreme beings were gone. Heavenly Venerate Shao had already become a loner with only 2 ancient gods of Taiji following by his side. Ancient gods of Taiji hadn't done enough, so they couldn't win against Heavenly Venerate Vast, and the other Heavenly Venerates who supported him. Heavenly Venerate Shao has obtained absolute beginning corporeal body, and that corporeal body is incomparably powerful. However, it's already riddled with injuries, and they're all Tao injuries. If it were me, I would bring this corporeal body to the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital City to seek Third Young Master's treatment. Only in this way can I stand on equal footing with Heavenly Venerate Hao. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. Heavenly Venerate Shao must have rushed to the Ancestral Court's Jade Capital City. But even so, he doesn't have much of a chance of winning. Heavenly Venerate Hao's situation was already set in stone. The next step was to brand his own power into the ultimate void and become a Tao tree. How terrifying was he then? In the Heavenly Court, the Heavenly Venerate Haoyan said in front of everyone that he had already figured out a way to brand his power into the ultimate void during the battle of the great overarching heaven. He needed to rest for a period of time before reaching the Tao in the ultimate void. Was this true or false? It was true that he had indeed figured out a way to brand his power into the ultimate void. What was false was that he did not need to rest for a period of time. His corporeal body was unable to withstand the power of the ultimate void and head to it. Even if he could imprint and store his power to form great overarching heaven, his corporeal body would be destroyed as a result. What he had comprehended was the path of devouring the Tao of Taisu and borrowing the Tao of Taisu to protect his corporeal body. This was what he meant by cultivating. And now he had already achieved this goal. Congratulations to Brother Hao for attaining Tao, Qin Mu said indifferently in the 10,000 Paths heavenly wheel. Heavenly Venerate Hao bowed to Qin Mu who was in the wheel. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words. There aren't many people in this world who understand me, but Brother Mu is one of them. Heavenly Venerate Gong. Use him to fill the eye of the sea." After he said that, he left in a flash. Qin Mu's expression was solemn. Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven would definitely go to the ultimate void and use his strength to become Tao, imprinting his own strength in the ultimate void. At that step, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven would complete an unprecedented achievement. Before him, there was no one in this universe who could use his strength to become Tao, and he would be the first person to do so. Perhaps there was a time in the past when the universe branded the void with force, but it hasn't happened yet. What effect will Heavenly Venerate Haoyan have on this universe after he achieved the Tao through force? He sat in the 10,000 heavenly wheels and fell into deep thought. Heavenly Venerate Haoyan cultivated the Lingxiao Palace and the Purple Clouds Palace. With the power of these 2 palaces of the Miro Palace, he obtained unprecedented power. If his power was branded into the ultimate void, would it mean that the Purple Clouds Palace and the Lingxiao Palace were branded into the ultimate void of this universe? Would this make the 2 young masters of the Miluo Palace come earlier? The Spirit Energy Mutual Shift Bridge was opened. Heavenly Venerate Gong hesitated for a moment, but still brought the 10,000 heavenly wheels into the spirit energy mutual shift bridge. Entering the mutual shift bridge was entering the territory of the Earth Count. She could not help but feel a little uneasy. Earth Count was in existence on par with the Duke of Heaven. It would be difficult for her to fight against Earth Count on her own. To enter the ultimate, she had to go through Hades. At the Jade Lock Pass, the transfer bridge of psychic power glowed. Celestial Master Gong walked out from the altar with the 10,000 heaven wheels. Luli was waiting at the side. He was about to bow when Celestial Master Gong waved his hand and said, "No need to say more. Let's go to the ultimate now." Luli led the way. "Celestial Master, please come with me. I didn't know the location of the ultimate until the River of Styx appeared again." The River of Styx flows into the Jade Lock Pass and into the ultimate. Celestial Master Gong looked back and saw the mighty River of Styx coming from the origin world and flowing into Yudu. The River of Styx turned into a River of Styx. The River of Styx flowed between the horns of the Earth Bow. It was shocking. The River of Styx revolved around the Earth Count's huge body and flowed all the way to his feet. Eventually, it fell into the darkness in front of his feet, which was the Jade Capital City. "I have been suppressed by the Earth Count all these years. I'm having a hard time. The Earth Count is vicious. He is not good to U.S. Celestials of the Heaven Court. Especially that Saint King Tian Chiren. He is even more vicious. He has not allowed us to meddle in Yudu all these years. By the way, there is one more thing," Luli said. "Some time ago, Empress Dowager came and hurt some of us." Celestial Master Gong was taken aback. "Lady Yin Tian came and hurt you? What is she doing here?" She thought about it. Ever since the Ancestral Court, the Jade Capital City, the Tai Chi ancient god betrayed the Heaven Court and captured Lady Yin Tian and Shilua. She had not heard anything about Lady Yin Tian. But she was not afraid of concubine Yen. She didn't mind. "I am being bullied. Therefore, I was wondering if you could put in a good word for me in the Heaven Court and move me to the Nether Capital." "I am willing to work for you," Luli said carefully. Celestial Master Gong was about to say something when he sensed something was wrong. He looked around and asked, "Luli, why is the energy of the path of Hades getting stronger all of a sudden?" Luli was slightly stunned. He hurriedly looked around and saw that the aura of the Great Tao of Yudu in Jade Lock Pass was getting denser. The devil chi of Yudu had also become denser than before, even for those devil gods who hadn't stepped into the Tao. At that moment, he could also feel that the Great Tao of Yudu had suddenly become intense. Suddenly, Qin Mu stuck his head out from the 10,000 heavenly wheels and sneered. "Celestial Master Gong, you are in big trouble. My big brother Earth Count has already discovered me when I was brought here by you. You are dead, and you are going to die." Celestial Master Gong was furious. Celestial Master Mu has always been trapped in the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. With me around, it's difficult for my divine consciousness to spread out. So who leaked the news and let Earth Count know you are here? She revealed a doubtful expression and swept her gaze toward Luli. Luli's hair stood on end and he didn't dare to speak. Qin Mu smiled. "Celestial Master Gong, raise your head and take a look. Earth Count has already noticed you." Heavenly Venerate Gong raised his head to take a look, and his expression couldn't help changing drastically. The Great Tao of Yudu boiled, and the Great Tao of Yudu converged into a flow. There were 64 of them, and they were filled with monstrous killing intent as they surged toward Earth Count's huge body. Earth Count's huge corporeal body was entangled by Devil Chi and Devil Path, and his body began to move. His incomparably huge head lowered to look at his feet. Jade Lock Pass was under Earth Count's feet. When the third eye on the heart of Earth Count's brows opened, even Celestial Master Gong couldn't help feeling goosebumps. He asked sternly, "Who leaked the news?" Luli's face was ashen as he shrieked, "Celestial Master, how would I know?" Before he could finish his words, his head had already exploded. He had been killed by Celestial Master Gong in one strike, and even his primordial spirit and soul had been shattered. Qin Mu's expression was also slightly nervous, and his heart was twitching violently. He forced himself to remain calm and said, "Earth Count, my big brother, it's hard for you to escape death unless you can escape to Sinkhole before he makes a move. Celestial Master Gong, surrender. Aren't you going to let me out?" He was trapped in the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel. which was a supreme treasure refined from the divine metal divine materials of the ancestral court. It was divided into inner and outer heavenly courts, and each heavenly court had 36 heavenly palaces and 56 treasure halls. Heavenly Venerate was afraid that he would escape, so he placed layers of seals on him. Even though it wasn't difficult for Qin Mu, with Heavenly Venerate Gong around, Qin Mu wouldn't be able to escape with just a slight pressure. Heavenly Venerate Gong sneered, and she saw devil flames burning crazily in the vertical eye between Earth Count's brows. They became brighter and brighter, and she felt a chill in her heart. She knew that she wouldn't be able to withstand the might of Earth Count's strike. Creators were born with weak souls, and because they had a divine consciousness cultivation system, they didn't cultivate souls and primordial spirits. Thus, Earth Count was the nemesis of the creators. Even though Celestial Master Gong had reincarnated and made up for the shortcomings of her soul and primordial spirit, her primordial spirit couldn't compare to other celestial masters. Facing an existence like Earth Count, one strike would probably turn her primordial spirit into dust. Just as she was about to bring the 10,000 heavenly wheels to rush to the spot where Underworld River had fallen, she saw two legs grow out from them. Qin Mu's legs stretched out from under the wheels, and his legs moved at an extremely fast speed. They were like two wheels that were spinning at high speed, rushing toward the direction of returning ruins. Heavenly Venerate Gong was stunned and rushed over in a hurry. He stretched out his hand to grab the heavenly wheels. Qin Mu's expression was incomparably nervous as he shouted, "Run! Run faster! Heavenly Venerate Mu seems to be even more nervous than me. Isn't Earth Count his big brother?" Heavenly Venerate Gong was bewildered, but the vertical eye in the heart of Earth Count's brows had already been activated. An incomparably dark devil flame descended from the sky and crashed toward Jade Lock Pass. Celestial Master Gong braced himself and charged forward. The devil flame stirred up an extremely shocking Dao might. Before they even reached Jade Lock Pass, countless heavenly court soldiers in Jade Lock Pass had already started burning. This kind of burning was not the burning of the flesh, but the burning of the primordial spirit. The devil flame formed by the burning of the primordial spirit shot out from their eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and mouth. In an instant, countless primordial spirits of the devil gods were burned into ashes. They raised their heads and opened their arms. Streams of black smoke shot out from their eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and mouth. Their bodies trembled violently, but soon they returned to calm and stood there motionlessly. Their bodies were still there, but their primordial spirits were dead, and their bodies were empty. The entire Jade Lock Pass became an empty city filled with corpses in an instant. Celestial Master Gong felt a chill run up his spine, and his scalp went numb. Earth Count was not like the Heavenly Duke. The Heavenly Duke was the Heavenly Dao, and even when they attacked Xuandu, the Heavenly Duke did not do much killing. And Yudu was the origin of the Devil Path. Earth Count was an innate ancient god of the Devil Path, and the 64 great paths of Yudu were the 64 innate devil paths. When this ancient god of the Devil Path was filled with killing intent, anyone would dare to kill him. Back then he had killed his way to heaven. Hurry up! Hurry up! Qin Mu seemed to be even more anxious than her and kept urging her. Gong Gong, can you do it? If you can't, release the seal and let me out. I'll bring you into sinkhole. Heavenly Venerate Gong gritted her teeth and rushed forward, feeling even more bewildered in her heart. Heavenly Venerate Mu seems to be more afraid of Earth Count than I am. Her speed was extremely fast, and she rushed into the forest of stone tablets. There were countless gods and devils who had committed great sins and suffered great pain in the forest of stone tablets. They were constantly burning in the fire of karma and were suffering great pain. Heavenly Venerate Gong passed by the forest of stone tablets of fire of karma and inadvertently took a glance. She was slightly stunned. Earth Count Cho. She saw Earth Count Cho sitting in the extremely dense and terrifying karmic fire. The terror of the karmic fire made her heart palpitate. That terrifying karmic fire was filled with sin, the deepest sins of the secular world, the deepest sins of gods and devils, and the most evil negative emotions. Even a celestial master like her who was tainted by it would probably fall into the devil path and sprout all kinds of evil thoughts and demons. Her cultivation would be destroyed. Although Earth Count Cho is guilty of a great sin, he wouldn't have to endure such a strong karmic fire for so long. Just as she thought of this, she saw an old man with white eyebrows, white beard, and white eyes in the forest of karmic fire steels. He was also suffering in the fire and he was in extreme pain. This old man looks like the heavens. Celestial Master Gong didn't have time to think about it. He whistled through the forest of karmic fire steels. In front of the forest of steels was the Styx River, and the mighty Styx River flowed into a huge hole. Behind him, the attack from the vertical eye between the brows of the Earth Count had already landed. The entire Jade Lock Pass shook violently and floated. Surging waves of air lifted up countless corpses. Strangely, although the waves were terrifying, the corpses of the gods and demons were not damaged at all. The corpses were intact, and even though the ground of the Jade Lock Pass shook and floated, it was still intact and not damaged in the slightest. Heavenly Venerate Gong tried her best to rush forward, but the ripples caused by Earth Count's attack had already reached her back. Devil flames burned fiercely, igniting her primordial spirit. Heavenly Venerate Gong felt an intense pain in her soul, and there seemed to be countless heart devils screaming in her head. They were so loud that she couldn't hear anything. In the 10,000 heavenly wheels, Qin Mu hurriedly stretched out his legs and sprinted forward. Heavenly Venerate Gong gritted his teeth and followed behind. The two of them rushed into the underworld river one after the other, and were swept up by the water of the underworld river. They tumbled and tumbled down. Earth Count's attack missed, and he stretched out his huge hand to grab the entire underworld river. It was formed by the flow of the heavenly river into Yudu, and it was extremely wide. However, he easily grabbed it and pulled it out with all his strength. For a moment, the water of the underworld river flowed backward and actually pulled the two people in the water back. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Gong were astonished, and they both thought to themselves, "My life is over." At that moment, the waves in the water surged, and a crazy woman was also pulled out by Earth Count. She couldn't help being enraged and shrieked, "Earth Count, you dare to ruin our plans?" The crazy woman cut the underworld river in one strike, and Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Gong were immediately sucked into the huge crack and fell down. The crazy woman attacked the hand of Earth Count in an extremely barbaric manner. She fought with Earth Count for hundreds of rounds before her anger subsided and she returned to the huge crack in Yudu. Empress Dowager seems to be even crazier than the last time I saw her. Qin Mu was slightly bewildered. Not only did Empress Dowager's symptoms not lessen, they had even worsened. She was even worse than the last time, crazier than before. In fact, the current Empress Dowager could no longer be called Empress Dowager, nor could she be called Yuanmu. Instead, she should be called the Goddess of Sinkhole. Back in the ancestral court's Jade capital, ancient god Taiji had been eager for quick success. He had forcibly fused the Empress and Yuanmu together. Their consciousnesses had fused into one, and neither had destroyed the other. Instead, they had become a whole, they had become a strange state where there was a person in each of them. Ancient god Taiji had tried to find a way for his brother and sister to fuse together and achieve Tao. In the end, he had created the ultimate goddess, a strange person who had achieved Tao. The goddess of Sinkhole had two personalities. One of them thought she was the empress while the other thought she was the prime minister. However, in reality, they were both part of the goddess of Sinkhole. It was just that she had been tortured to the point of going crazy. She hadn't realized this. The empress and the prime minister had fought for their entire lives. It was still fine when they were two lotuses, but if they were in the same body at the same time, it was no small matter. Splash, the sound of water was deafening. Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Gong were struck by the water of the underworld river and came to Sinkhole from the huge crack. In the sky above Sinkhole there were dead stars and constellations. Huge planets floated above their heads and were broken into pieces. They were pulled by the great abyss, and occasionally, there would be stars falling into the great abyss, giving off dazzling lights. There were even heavens of destruction that floated here and were pulled over, captured by the great abyss and torn apart. The underworld river rushed forward, and when it came here, it was also drawn by the great abyss and poured into this unfathomable crack in the universe. Qin Mu stuck his head out from the 10,000 heavenly wheels, and his gaze flickered. The returning ruins had become more complete than the last time he had come here, and it should have returned to its original appearance. The last time he had come here, the heavenly river had poured into the eastern sea of the origin world. It hadn't flowed directly into the great abyss, but into it instead. Now the heavenly river had returned to its original path and flowed through Yudu, turning into the river of Styx in Yudu. Only then did it return to the original appearance of the universe. Suddenly, the great abyss of returning ruins swallowed too many stars and fragments of the heavens, creating a tide that spewed out streams of light. This was the tide of returning ruins, something Qin Mu had encountered the last time he had come here. However, with the injection of the river of Styx, the tide of returning ruins spewed out even more violently and magnificently. The streams of light were vast and mighty, like another heavenly river formed by light and shadow that spewed into the void, flying to an unknown place. However, the underworld river continued to pour into the great abyss and didn't spurt out along with the tide of sinkhole. Two huge flowers intertwined with each other and rose slowly from the great abyss. The underworld river then coiled around the twin lotuses and flowed into the depths of the great abyss. The twin lotuses were delicate and beautiful. In such a harsh environment, they were still very charming. Heavenly Venerate Gong, don't you find it strange? Qin Mu looked at the two huge flowers in a daze and suddenly said, Ancient gods have eggs, Tao, sacrificial offerings, and heaven and earth. Among the Tao-born ancient gods, there are Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, and Heavenly Een Empress sisters. Heavenly Venerate Gong didn't know what he wanted to say and listened quietly. Heavenly Duke, Earth Count, and Heavenly Een Empress don't have accompanying treasures. Only the Empress sisters have accompanying treasures. Qin Mu stretched out his upper body from the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel and pointed at the twin lotuses. These twin lotuses are their accompanying treasures. As the innate five great heavens from Tai to Tai Chi, they all have accompanying treasures. Celestial Master Gong's expression changed slightly and he probed, What do you mean? The Empress sisters, could they not be Tao Sheng ancient gods but gods like fifth great heavens? Qin Mu voiced out the doubts in his heart. The geography of Sinkhole is extremely special. Tao Sheng ancient god is an ancient god that appeared when Tao was born. Just like Heavenly Duke Earth Count Heavenly Een. These three ancient gods were all related to life and life existed, so they were also born because of it. However, it didn't seem to be the case in Sinkhole. Then why was Sinkhole born? What era was it born in? Heavenly Venerate Gong raised the 10,000 paths heavenly wheel and sized up the tide of Sinkhole. He waited for the tide to return before throwing him into the great abyss. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you're already at the end of your life, so why are you still in the mood to study these strange things? It's fine to learn the Tao in the morning and die in the evening. Heavenly Venerate Gong, you can't compare to Supreme Emperor, Absolute Beginning, or Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse because you don't have much thirst for knowledge. Qin Mu smiled. That's why you can't compare to me. Heavenly Venerate Gong sneered. When we first met back then, how harmonious were we? I borrowed your ability to escape from the ancestral court and owed you a favor. Later on I returned it to you. When the dragon and the human split, I was killed for snatching the corporeal body of the Heavenly Emperor. You saved my life and I returned it to you. Heavenly Venerate Mu, if not for your stubbornness, would things have ended up like this? Qin Mu recalled the past and sighed endlessly. He asked, Gong, do you think I would have saved you back then if I knew what you did? No. Heavenly Venerate Gong said resolutely. You would kick me when I was down and wish for me to die. Qin Mu said indifferently. So I don't need to remind you that Empress is right behind you. The hairs on Heavenly Venerate Gong's body stood on end. He turned his head back abruptly and saw Empress really standing behind him. The Empress Dowager had been reincarnated as Concubine Yen Tian. The two women looked different. Concubine Yen had always been one of the 10 celestial masters, so few people doubted her identity. But now, she had reverted back to Empress Dowager's appearance. The woman was expressionless. She stood there and stared at Celestial Master Gong without moving. Celestial Master Gong heaved a sigh of relief. He said, Concubine Yen Tian, although I have joined Celestial Master Hao and you have joined Celestial Master Shao, there is no grudge between us. On the contrary, we have the same interests. There's no need for us to fight to the death. In the future, whether Heavenly Lord Shao wins or Heavenly Lord Hao Yin wins, we'll still be Heavenly Lords. Emperor continued to stare at her without saying a word. Heavenly Lord Gong frowned slightly. He also sensed that something was wrong with her. He continued, although we had some grudges in the immemorial era, That's already in the past. Let bygones be bygones. Emperor was still staring at her. She suddenly raised her hand. Celestial Master Gong was about to block, but he missed. Emperor's hand had already touched her face. Celestial Master Gong's skin trembled and he did not dare to move. Emperor stroked her face for a while and whispered, "Sister, have you done enough? There is a good body here. You can transfer to this body. There is no need to compete with me." Celestial Master Gong felt his scalp go numb. "A good body? Are you talking about me?" The voice of another woman came from the back of the Empress' head. It sounded like Madame Yuanmu's voice. She giggled and said, "Sister, how can I fight with you? You are clearly fighting with me. If you really want to separate from me and kill Celestial Master Gong, you can stay in her body." "Shut up, slut." Empress Dowager was furious, her black hair flying in the wind. Behind her head, Madame Yuanmu giggled and said, "I'm a slut, how can you be better? You're also a slut. I only slept with brother-in-law and only slept with brother-in-law alone. But over the past 1,000,000 years, how many gigolos have you raised?" "How many gigolos?" she said sarcastically. "If you line up these gigolos that you raised, I'm afraid they'll line up from the South Heaven Gate to the North Heaven Gate, right? Bitch. You're the bitch." Celestial Master Gong felt a chill in his heart. He quietly took a step back, but behind him was the sinkhole Great Abyss. She did not know what had happened to the Empress, but she could tell that the Empress was in a very bad situation, and her own situation was even worse. The Empress and Yuanmu's voices argued for a moment, but it suddenly calmed down. The Empress lowered her head, her beautiful hair covering her face, so that no one could see her face. The voices of two different women could be heard coming from her mouth. One of them chuckled and said, "We sisters have been fighting for so many years. Aren't we tired of fighting? Speaking of which, it's really embarrassing to fight for such a stinky man for so long." "Yeah." Another voice said, "The stinky man is still alive and well. Instead, we have shed all pretense of cordiality and hurt our sisterhood." Empress Dowager raised her head slowly. It was still the same face, but the mole on the center of her brows was divided into two colors, red and black, each taking half. Qin Mu stuck his head out from the 10,000 heavenly wheels and shuddered when he saw this scene. He quietly retreated, but he had no way out either. Behind him was great abyss of returning ruins. "We are so strong, so why should we rely on this and that? Isn't it better for us to be the heavenly emperor ourselves? Whichever man we fancy, we can just snatch it away." Empress Dowager said, "What you said makes sense. Even the Earth Count can't beat us, so we really don't have to fight over a smelly man." She seemed to be talking to herself, giving people a feeling of extreme madness. "We should kill the 10th heavenly venerate first. There's one right in front of us." Hearing that, Celestial Master Gong immediately made a move and charged at Empress Dowager. He said sternly, "Concubine Yen, you have gone mad." Boom! The Empress raised her hand and the entire sinkhole shook violently. The next moment, Celestial Master Gong lay on the ground, still unable to regain his senses. Her bones were almost completely broken, and the Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Court were also badly damaged. However, the strange thing was that the Empress did not continue to attack her. After a long time, Celestial Master Gong suppressed his injuries and used the profound creation skill to repair the broken bones. He struggled to get up and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At that moment, she realized that Emperor was raising a huge furnace by the sinkhole. She was secretly using the Tao flame to burn the furnace red. Shoo! Emperor turned around and made a gesture to silence her. She chuckled and said, "Sister is asleep. This little bitch is finally asleep. I'm refining a divine furnace to turn this little bitch into a panacea." Her eyes flickered with excitement as she muttered under her breath, looking like a scoundrel who had done something bad. When Heavenly Venerate Gong saw the material used for the pill furnace, wasn't it Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse's 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel? Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanse's supreme treasure had extraordinary power. It had 72 heaven palaces and 116 treasure halls. But this supreme treasure was actually chopped into pieces by this crazy woman and used as the material for refining the treasure. Heavenly Venerate Gong's heart jumped, and he hurriedly went to look for Qin Mu, who was in the 10,000 heavenly wheels. He saw Qin Mu being held in the palm of the madwoman with an innocent expression. The madwoman was using him as a torch to light it up and refine the pill furnace. Heavenly Venerate Gong was astonished. What kind of tyrannical existence was Heavenly Venerate Mu? If they were to fight head-on, Heavenly Venerate Gong didn't dare to say that he would definitely win. And now, Qin Mu had actually been subdued by Empress Dowager, igniting all of his cultivation into Dao fire. Fear and amusement filled Heavenly Venerate Gong's heart. Thief Mu is dead for sure. Even if I don't throw him into sinkhole, he's dead for sure. Empress Dowager has gone mad, so I can't be left here. Just as she was about to leave, Empress Dowager suddenly fell to the ground, sound asleep. Celestial Master Gong was stunned. Just as he was about to take the opportunity to leave, the Empress suddenly stood up straight and appeared behind her in the blink of an eye. A cold smile appeared on her face. How could I not know that the little slut wants to plot against me? It would be very difficult for me to refine her to death. But the little slut is the Father Creator Palace Master. She is proficient in the Tao of creation, the Tao of forging, and is in charge of the divine weapon of creation. If the treasure she created could refine me to death, then she would definitely be able to refine herself to death. Therefore, I gave her this chance to create this great furnace. Do you think my plan is clever, Heavenly Venerate Gong? Heavenly Venerate Gong forced a smile. The Empress has boundless wisdom. The Empress grabbed her and held her in her palm. She walked toward the great furnace and muttered. Even though Heavenly Venerate Mu's Dao path is high, his magic power is weak. I still need to ignite another Heavenly Venerate to refine this treasure. After a moment, Qin Mu and Heavenly Venerate Gong were like two huge human-shaped torches that were filled with blazing Tao flames. They were placed under the great furnace. The two of them looked at each other and saw that the other's expression was rather helpless. Have you guys seen my sister, that little slut? Suddenly Empress D changed her tone to Madame Yuanmu's and said excitedly to the two people under the great furnace, "That little slut must be thinking about how to plot against me, right?" Qin Mu said helplessly, "Sister Yuanmu, stop fooling around." Empress Dowager was tender and sweet as she said softly, "Don't worry, Qin. She refined my sister to death and you also died heroically. Your death has value." Qin Mu struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. If it was in the past, Qin Mu wouldn't have been afraid of any divine arts of Madame Prime Minister and Empress Dowager. However, after the two women fused, their paths, skills, and divine arts became extremely strange and terrifying. Even he couldn't break them for a moment. This kind of path, skills, and divine arts contained the power to destroy everything. But at the same time, it also contained the power to nurture everything. When the two powers fused together, they became the great Tao that stimulated Qin Mu, making him almost lose control of his own great Tao. It turned into Tao fire and burned. Even the great Tao of Five Supreme that he had comprehended was ignited by Empress Dowager. What was even more terrifying was that he couldn't stop his own Tao path from turning into Tao fire. "Yuanmu, I can help you refine the Empress." Qin Mu's gaze flickered. "Do you think you can definitely refine her to death by burning us to refine this great furnace? You think too simply. You have no way to refine her at all. Her mind and consciousness have completely fused with yours. No treasure can refine her mind and consciousness apart from me. Your ability in the path of creation is far inferior to mine." Empress Emperor rolled her eyes at him like a woman and giggled. "Little enemy, you're still so serious when you're bragging. It really makes me moved. When you die, I'll come to pay my respects to you often." Qin Mu cried out bitterly in his heart. This woman was now a crazy woman who couldn't reason at all, and he couldn't use the stakes to make her change her mind. "Empress, if you kill me, you are offending Heavenly Venerate Vast." Heavenly Venerate Gong was also suffering and gritted his teeth. "Do you think Heavenly Venerate Vast will let you off?" "Let me off." Empress giggled. "He's my son, how can he kill me for you?" Heavenly Venerate Gong's face was pale and he couldn't speak. Qin Mu felt the great Tao burning in his body and said in exasperation, "Yuanmu, I can help you refine Empress with the Tao of reincarnation and the Tao of creation, but if I die, you won't have a chance anymore." Suddenly, Emperor's expression changed and she said coldly, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, you said you can refine this palace to death?" Qin Mu blinked his eyes and probed carefully. Empress Emperor? It's me. Empress Emperor gritted her teeth, she sneered. Little slut took advantage of this palace's unprepared state to forcefully suppress my thoughts and consciousness. You think you can deceive me and refine me into a treasure to kill me? You're underestimating this palace too much. I suppressed her thoughts and consciousness and forced her to fall asleep. Otherwise, you adulterous couple would have succeeded in your plot. How can I keep you if you join hands with little slut? Qinmu immediately smiled. Empress, it's not my wish to join hands with Yuanmu. Joining hands with Empress is the best choice for me. Yuanmu, that little slut, is temperamental. Minister Qin, what did you say? Empress's eyes were like silk as she smiled. Qinmu's face was as black as iron, and he felt helpless. He only felt deep helplessness. Talking to a madman really made it impossible for him to use his wisdom. The charm on Empress Dowager's face disappeared, and she returned to her ice-cold expression. Little slut jumped out again, but how can I let you do as you wish? Burn the two great heavenly venerates and refine this supreme treasure, and I'll completely refine little slut into ashes. Celestial Venerate Gong felt despair in her heart. She could also see that even Qinmu was helpless and had no idea what to do. Qinmu had always been cunning. When faced with all kinds of danger, even when it seemed like he was going to die, he could still come up with unexpected ideas to escape death. But now the Empress was a lunatic, an unreasonable lunatic. Celestial Venerate Gong could also feel the burning and flowing of his great Tao, and her heart was dejected. I never expected that I would die in the hands of a lunatic after experiencing countless calamities and tribulations from the immemorial era until now. Suddenly Qinmu said in a clear voice, all desires and karma, falling into the three evils, the six pleasures of reincarnation, suffering all kinds of sufferings. All lives revolve and revolve within it. Heavenly Venerate Gong was slightly stunned, but she heard Qinmu reciting a scripture that was talking about the path of reincarnation. The path and skills of the scripture were profound, and they explained the secrets of the path of reincarnation. There was no path of reincarnation in this world, and the path of reincarnation was created by Yin Tianzi. However, due to the limitations of his aptitude and comprehension, even though Yin Tianzi had created the path of reincarnation, he hadn't perfected it, so his reputation wasn't obvious. However, the scriptures of the path of reincarnation that Qinmu was reciting were much more profound than Yin Tianzi's. Even she couldn't help sighing in amazement and nodding her head repeatedly. On the other side, Empress Dowager was engrossed in listening. Unknowingly, the path fire on Qinmu and Heavenly Venerate Gong's bodies also gradually diminished. It was obvious that Empress Dowager was listening, learning, and cultivating at the same time, suddenly transforming their paths into path fire. Qinmu continued to recite, and the scriptures became more and more profound and abstruse. He explained the reincarnation and changing of fate in reincarnation, explained the removal of calamities in reincarnation, explained how to maintain one's original heart in reincarnation and defend one's origin. He wouldn't be invaded by inner demons. Even Heavenly Venerate Gong was mesmerized by what he heard. He praised in his heart, Heavenly Venerate Mu is indeed amazing. His great Tao of reincarnation seems to have fused with the boundless calamity scriptures of great Brahma of Buddhism, which is much more profound than Yin Tianzi's sacred skill of reincarnation. No wonder Yin Tianzi fainted when he executed the divine art of reincarnation on him. Empress Dowager was more focused than her when she heard that. Even though the path fire on their bodies was still burning, the intensity of the fire was much lower. The scriptures of the path of reincarnation that Qinmu was reciting could precisely resolve Empress Dowager's current state, which was why it was so attractive. It made them stop fighting and only focus on comprehending the scriptures. Yet Qinmu deliberately made the scriptures difficult to understand, attracting all their attention. The more Qinmu recited, the more profound it became, causing Empress Dowager to unconsciously loosen her grip on their hands. Qinmu's gaze flickered, and he recited the scriptures non-stop. However, he moved his feet quietly and left the furnace. When Heavenly Venerate Gong saw this, her heart moved slightly. Heavenly Venerate Mu has indeed become a spirit after escaping for his life. To think that he still has a way to deal with this situation of certain death. She also quietly moved her feet. The instant she raised her feet, Empress Dowager's aura suddenly changed. Two auras rushed into the sky and collided with each other. Heavenly Venerate Gong was astonished and hurriedly stopped. He saw Empress Dowager's two auras intertwining and attacking each other. It turned out that Madame Yuanmu and Empress Dowager had executed the path of reincarnation at the same time in an attempt to use the path of reincarnation to refine the other. Heavenly Venerate Gong let out a sigh of relief, but Qinmu had already gone far away. He hurriedly rushed toward Qinmu and unleashed his divine consciousness to attack him. Qinmu couldn't help becoming furious and stopped chanting. He used all his strength to resist and said in a low voice, "Gong Gong, you're courting death. If we alarm her, none of us will be able to escape." Heavenly Venerate Gong attacked him frantically and said coldly, "Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven has given me the task of filling the ocean eye. If I let you escape, I'll also die. No matter what, you have to be filled into great abyss of returning ruins today." Her divine consciousness was strong, and her attack was incomparably swift. Even though Qinmu's divine consciousness was also extremely high, it was still inferior to hers. She had to block it, or else even though she wouldn't kill him if her divine consciousness entered his body, it would bring him great trouble. Qinmu blocked her attack and pulled out his sword brazenly. The moment Calamity Sword appeared, it was the 30th heaven of Sword Path, breaking Calamity. Sword light flashed and slashed past Celestial Master Gong's throat, and a bloody light appeared. Celestial Master Gong turned to the side and avoided the sword. Her body spun, and the long whip flew out, wrapping around him with a whoosh. Qinmu took advantage of the situation to come in front of her. He unleashed his great divine art of martial path and executed Death of God of Crimson Light, sending a punch over. Celestial Master Gong raised her hand to block it, and heavenly palaces formed a great heavenly court behind her head to raise her vital qi to resist his martial path divine art. She used her magic power to suppress him. The moment the two of them came into contact, their bodies trembled violently and they tumbled backward. Boom! The light tide in the great abyss rushed into the sky like a pillar, and the tide of returning ruins erupted. It brushed past the two of them, and their bodies were instantly covered in blood. In the great abyss, the twin lotuses slowly rose up in the light tide, looking incomparably beautiful. Above Heavenly Venerate Gong's head, the heavenly palace turned into a bugle horn, and his qi and blood increased explosively. He whipped his whip into a spear and it stabbed over. Qinmu clasped his hands together and transformed into Taiji diagram. The long spear stabbed into it, and Heavenly Venerate Gong pushed him into the tide of light in sinkhole. Qinmu retreated quickly and landed on the lotus flower the next moment. There were no tides in it. Heavenly Venerate Gong frowned and stopped. Qinmu looked at her through the tide of light and suddenly smiled. "Gong Fu, the Empress is right behind you." Celestial Master Gong's hair stood on end, and she hurriedly leaped into the twin lotuses. She forced her way through the light tide, and her body was instantly covered in wounds. She hurriedly turned back to look and saw Empress still standing on the spot. She was in a crazed state and mumbling something. She wasn't standing behind her at all. "I've fallen into a trap." Just as she thought of this, a sword light pierced through her chest and her back, blocking her momentum. When Qinmu's sword succeeded, he immediately changed his move and wanted to strike her into sinkhole. Suddenly, a long whip swept over and locked Qinmu in place. Qinmu exerted strength on his feet and steadied himself. In the next moment, Heavenly Venerate Gong had already arrived in the lotus. Qinmu raised his foot and stomped heavily. His divine treasure domain spread out, and the heavenly palaces at the back of his head floated up, forming a huge heavenly court. At the same time, 58 treasure palaces appeared, protecting his heavenly court together. The corners of Celestial Master Gong's eyes twitched, and the whip that had coiled around Qinmu was pushed away by the terrifying power that burst forth from his body. It could no longer hold him back. "Gong Fu." Qinmu moved his body and stretched out his hand. Calamity Sword flew back into his hand, and he said indifferently, "What do you think of my 58 treasure palaces?" Celestial Master Gong's pupils constricted. "You've studied Heavenly Venerate Clear Heaven's 10,000 Paths Heavenly Will thoroughly? Not only that, I've also deduced Heavenly Venerate Hao's various heavenly palaces." Qinmu smiled. These days I've been wandering around the 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel to explore what he had learned all his life and to analyze all the runes in it. he said indifferently. After that, I reassembled it again and again, trying to deduce his techniques and divine arts. Whatever he knows, I know everything. He shook the tribulation sword and said leisurely, in fact, when you tried to refine me in the heavenly court, I had a rough understanding of your divine abilities and Taoist techniques. You will. He sneered. I will too. After some time, I might even be better, more skilled, and in a higher Tao realm than you. Gong Li's pupils shrunk. But your cultivation realm is still insufficient. It's still difficult for you to fight against heavenly venerate. Why not give it a try? Qinmu smiled. Outside, the tide of returning ruins was even more intense and the light was dazzling. The current great abyss of sinkhole was even more dangerous than the last time Qinmu had come here. The light tide that gushed out was even more intense than before, and its power was even stronger. Even though they were celestial venerables, they were still a little scared when facing the current sinkhole. Ever since the heavenly court had entered the ancestral court and the heavenly river had returned to its original river path, the power of sinkhole had become many times stronger than before. Furthermore, the two sisters had become one, which seemed to have raised the power of sinkhole. Qinmu and heavenly venerate Gong stood in silent opposition. The two of them didn't make a move immediately as they were calculating all sorts of possibilities in their minds. They were the strongest existences in the world with their divine consciousness. Their divine consciousness was their thought and consciousness, but it was stronger and purer than that of ordinary people. Only by raising their thought and consciousness to the divine realm could they be called divine consciousness. Divine consciousness had all sorts of functions. Apart from increasing the power of divine arts, it could also forcefully wipe out the other party's thought and consciousness and even borrow their life. However, divine consciousness had a huge advantage. It could deduce countless possibilities in an extremely short period of time, allowing them to make a move one step ahead of the other party. It could even do all of the other party's future actions. Some people called this ability foresight, but to the strong practitioners of divine consciousness, it was just a probability calculation to calculate all of their actions in advance. Strong practitioners like Qinmu and heavenly venerate Gong's divine consciousness were already standing at the peak of this world. When combined with each other's paths, skills and divine arts, they could predict each other's follow-up actions. However, when two existences with divine consciousness that were almost as strong clashed, there were too many variables. Qinmu and heavenly venerate Gong had never refined or swallowed the divine consciousness of others while cultivating their divine consciousness, much less accepted the sacrifices of others. Even if Qinmu had obtained Supreme Emperor's divine consciousness, he hadn't refined or raised his cultivation. If he had taken advantage of the situation, he would have been affected by the chaotic divine consciousness when calculating the probabilities. It was because of this that Supreme Emperor's cultivation hadn't reached perfection. It was also because of this that the master of the beast world, Long Shao, was lacking in wisdom. Qinmu and heavenly venerate Gong tried their best to maintain the purity of their divine consciousness to prevent it from being impure due to all sorts of temptations. Other than relying on a man, heavenly venerate Gong had some things that others despised, but her will was incomparably firm, resolute, which was admirable. The two of them circulated their divine consciousness rapidly, and their auras became stronger and stronger. They could unleash a lightning strike at any moment. Beads of cold sweat broke out on heavenly venerate Gong's forehead. She had encountered great difficulties in calculating Qinmu's possible moves, and it was only now that she realized that the things Qinmu had learned and comprehended were actually so complicated. Furthermore, there were all kinds of unknown paths, skills, and divine arts. However, her paths, skills, and divine arts had been fumbled over and over again by Qinmu when he had tried to refine Qinmu in the heavenly court and fought with him in the 10,000 Paths heavenly wheel. In other words, Qinmu knew everything about her, but she didn't know much about him. If my cultivation is about the same, I'll definitely lose, she thought to herself. However, my strength lies in my cultivation being more vigorous than his. He isn't on Jade Capital Realm yet I'm already half of Heavenly Court Realm. I executed the war horn to strengthen my chi and blood, allowing my explosive power to increase by several times in a short period of time, killing me in one strike. I might be injured, but I won't be fatally injured. As for him, even though he can save his life, he will be beaten into the returning ruins by me. Let's end this as soon as possible. I have to end this as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the more possibilities he can calculate to target me. When she thought of this, her brows raised. At that moment, Empress Dowager's voice suddenly sounded out. She screamed, "No, no. There's something wrong with this reincarnation divine art. If we do this, we won't be able to refine little prodigal hoof. Heavenly Venerate Mu. Heavenly Venerate Mu." As Empress Dowager called out, Qin Mu's aura suddenly fluctuated. Heavenly Venerate Gong immediately seized this opportunity to execute her great heavenly court with all her might. Her heavenly court was laid out like a bugle horn. When she executed her technique, the bugle horn sounded out for a long time, causing her qi and blood to rise in a straight line in an instant. In an instant, the entire dual lotuses of Sinkhole was filled with incomparably terrifying qi and blood tides. Regardless of whether it was strength or magic power, Heavenly Venerate Gong was also increasing in a straight line. With a single step, she seemed to have broken through the limits of time and space, passing through Qin Mu's spirit embryo divine treasure domain, and arriving in front of Qin Mu. The dragon whip in her hand transformed into a dragon spear. It trembled violently and spun, stabbing toward Qin Mu with a qi sound. At the same time she moved, a smile appeared on Qin Mu's face. When it landed in Heavenly Venerate Gong's eyes, it gave off a feeling of evil and success. Ding! Qin Mu ignored her incomparably overbearing strike, and instead raised his hand to flick his sword. Heavenly Venerate Gong's heart skipped a beat, and the sword wound that had been pierced through her chest by Qin Mu's sword instantly exploded. Countless sword lights burst forth from the wound like silver bottles that were filled with mercury smashing onto the ground, causing the mercury to splash out. The silver bottle broke through the water. Founding Emperor's sword path? Celestial Master Gong was horrified. At the same time, she crazily mobilized her qi, blood, and magic power to suppress the injury on her chest. She had once been defeated by Founding Emperor's sword, and it had left an indelible shadow on her. It wasn't just a wound on her body, but also a wound on her Dao heart. Qin Mu's flick of his sword made her awaken her fear of Founding Emperor. This fear was awakened, and her instincts immediately overcame her rationality. She channeled her magic power to the wound, and the power of this shot instantly decreased. Next, she immediately realized that the sword light and sword path that Qin Mu had left behind weren't as terrifying as Founding Emperor's. Founding Emperor only needed to flick his sword to turn the sword wound in her Dao heart into sword path. With her own magic power and strength, she could strengthen this sword path and cut herself into pieces. And Qin Mu's sword was merely executing the remnant power of sword path in her wound. Damn it! Just as she thought of this and was about to raise the power of this spear once again, Qin Mu had already stabbed at her dragon spear. In an instant, 20 basic sword forms jumped in the sword light and stabbed at the spear one after another. 20 crisp sounds rang out consecutively, and 20 tremors came from the body of the spear. At the first strike, Heavenly Venerate Gong could feel that the dragon spear was like a huge snake that had been hit 7 inches, piercing through the power of the entire spear. The power of the 7 inches immediately disappeared, and she lost the ability to sense that part of the power. On the second strike, tremors came, and the remaining spear became 7 inches shorter. Qin Mu's sword moves were extremely fast. When sword 20 strikes stabbed the spear, the power of her strike was only as short as the spear she was holding. Sword light leaped up from the spear and shot into the heart of Heavenly Venerate Gong's brows. One wrong step, one wrong step. Before Celestial Master Gong had exchanged blows with Qin Mu, she had used her strong divine consciousness to calculate all of Qin Mu's attacks. However, because she knew too little about Qin Mu and had been seen through by him, she had the thought of using her strength to subdue him. However, the first step of her attack had already fallen into his trap. After that, she had made 1,000 miles of mistakes and suffered a crushing defeat. She was a heavenly venerate after all, and the instant the sword light that Qin Mu had flicked into the heart of her brows, her primordial spirit rose from the heavenly court. It was vast and boundless, and she raised her left hand to slap the back of Heavenly Venerate Gong's head. Her primordial spirit's left hand actually passed through the back of her head. At the same time that Qin Mu's calamity sword had stabbed into the heart of her brows, her left index finger touched the tip of the sword. Ding! A clear sound rang out, and the momentum of Calamity's sword was stopped. A drop of cold sweat fell from Heavenly Venerate Gong's forehead and smashed onto the shining tip of Calamity's sword. It was split into two by the sharp tip, and a drop of blood slid down from the heart of her brows. In front of her, Qin Mu held his sword and was only 2 steps away from her. They were so close to each other that no divine arts they used were as fast as battle skills. Sword path divine arts were also extremely terrifying in close combat. However, the most terrifying thing was still the knife. The smile on Qin Mu's face faded away, and he took a step forward. The next moment, Heavenly Venerate Gong felt a majestic knife intent coming from behind her, as if it was going to cut into her corporeal body. It was a terrible feeling. She felt her back being exposed in front of Qin Mu. The two of them weren't back-to-back like the classic battle skills, but her back, which was facing Qin Mu's face. This was a strange phenomenon formed by the spirit embryo divine treasure territory. She immediately leaped forward and landed on a huge pistol in the twin lotuses. At the same time, the primordial spirit in the heaven court behind her head made a bold move and attacked Qin Mu behind her. However, the moment her primordial spirit moved, it couldn't help freezing because Qin Mu's primordial spirit was behind her. It was also facing the front with its back facing Qin Mu. Heavenly Venerate Gong's heart shuddered. When she leaped onto the pistol, she could still feel that Qin Mu was behind her, and the great divine art of knife path burst forth from behind her. In the twin lotuses, the pistol was colorful. Each pistol was tens of thousands of yards long, and they were like tentacles that stood tall in this beautiful place, swaying with the tides. Heavenly Venerate Gong sprinted quickly and jumped back and forth between the pistol, trying her best to avoid the knife light behind her. Knife lights rose from behind her, and they tore through the air. They were incomparably bright, but in the next moment, they turned into black lines. She had to be careful to avoid the black lines that were left behind after they were bright. They were also extremely dangerous, and the slightest carelessness would leave knife marks on her body. Even so, there were times when she couldn't avoid them. More and more knife marks appeared on her body, and soon she was covered in wounds. Her primordial spirit was also sprinting to avoid the moves of Qin Mu's primordial spirit. Her primordial spirit was also covered in knife wounds. If this continued, she would die under Qin Mu's attacks sooner or later. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the twin lotuses trembled non-stop. Celestial Master Gong hurriedly looked over. An Empress Dowager half knelt in the center of the twin lotuses. The woman had recovered her corporeal body of an ancient god, and it was incomparably strong. She slowly stood up in the center of the twin lotuses, which were half red and half black. Heavenly Venerate Mu! Empress Dowager let out a shrill cry. Heavenly Venerate Gong suddenly felt the knife light behind her disappear, and she couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Heavenly Venerate Mu was scared away by Empress Dowager. She turned around and saw a sword light pass through the heart of her brows. At the same time, her primordial spirit in the celestial heavens was also pierced by a sword light. Qin Mu put away his sword and bowed. Fellow Taoist Gong, farewell. Sword light burst forth from celestial venerable Gong's mind. This sword light was tribulation answering sword. It started from Celestial Master Gong's primordial spirit and fell straight down, stabbing into the most majestic palace of Celestial Master Gong. The palace collapsed. This palace was the source of Celestial Master Gong's supreme power. When it collapsed, terrifying power gushed out in all directions and destroyed the palaces in Jade Capital City. Heavenly Venerate Gong knew that something was wrong, so she immediately executed her divine consciousness. However, Qin Mu's other sword light exploded in her brain and shattered her divine consciousness, making it difficult for her to gather her divine consciousness. This sword light was one Qi primordial chaos path traveling together, and when Qin Mu bowed, it exploded, turning her brain and her divine consciousness into chaotic Qi. Her divine consciousness was strong, so it wasn't completely destroyed by Qin Mu's bow. However, it was scattered and couldn't be gathered. The energy ripples caused by the collapse of Ling Zhao's treasure hall swept in all directions. The speed of her Jade Capital City collapsing became faster and faster, and sword lights also surged in the energy tide that swept through everything, turning everything in its path into dust. Soon, the collapse destroyed the entire Jade Capital City, and rushed out to attack the heavenly palaces. If the divine consciousness of the heavenly venerate of the palace was still in its peak state, with her abilities, she could have given up on the main heavenly palace, Jade capital city, or even her primordial spirit to break her wrists to survive. However, her brain had been shaken into a ball of chaotic chi by Qin Mu's other sword light, and her divine consciousness was in disorder. She couldn't do it at all. She could only allow the heavenly palace to collapse. If she stood in her heavenly palace, she would be able to see a spectacular and soul-stirring scene. The divine cities in the sky that were formed by the tall and lofty buildings shattered and disintegrated under the terrifying energy ripples and sword light, stirring up even more terrifying energy and sword light tides. They destroyed more and more divine cities with even faster and more terrifying fluctuations. The heavenly palaces tilted, collapsed and fell, turning into even more violent energy as they fell. Her primordial spirit floated and melted in this energy. The heavenly venerate's mantras and abhijnas were unique. Her heavenly court was made up of many heavenly palaces stacked on top of each other. From afar it looked like a curved horn. It was different from other people's heavenly courts. The heavenly court collapsed from the peak, and the heavenly palaces that were on the next level collapsed. Gradually an unstoppable momentum was formed. In these heavenly palaces, there were many tall and lofty deity statues. They were the innate gods that she visualized using the Creator's unique visualization technique. This was her unique ability. During the process of her heavenly court collapsing, the deity statues woke up and revived. These ancient gods that she visualized tried their best to escape. However, even the heavenly duke, earth count, and the other ancient gods that she had visualized couldn't escape from this calamity of destruction. Qin Mu's tribulation sword was a sword path that he had created after eternal peace calamity had erupted. He was grateful for his powerlessness and that he didn't have a soul and had become a walking corpse. He was also grateful that he was about to die. He had used this sword to face the calamity of his own death, and to bid farewell to his past self. This sword had eradicated all of his foundations, shattered his heavenly palaces, destroyed his divine treasures, and finally turned all of his heavenly palaces and divine treasures into chaos. He had been reborn from the chaos. It could be said that from that moment on the big boy Qin Mu had already died. Qin Mu, who had come back from death, had a brand new soul, and he had become resolute, patient and tenacious. Qin Mu could face the calamity and obtain a new life, but heavenly venerate Gong couldn't. Her heavenly court completely collapsed, and incomparably terrifying energy rushed into the heart of her brows, dispersing the divine consciousness that she had gathered under the attack of one Qi primordial chaos Tao. Boom! 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 7 consecutive explosions rang out, and the 7 great divine treasures in her body were destroyed one by one. They were crushed into fine powder. In the end, her heavenly palace's divine treasures were completely destroyed, and the energy that had transformed into sank down on her Tao heart. Silence. Her mind was completely silent, and her Tao heart was unruffled. Only the center of her brows was broken, and that was the sword scar Qin Mu had left behind. Qin Mu put away his sword and inserted Calamity's sword into the wooden scabbard. He looked at her with a calm expression. Heavenly Venerate Gong also looked at Qin Mu with a calm expression. There were no ripples on his face, and there weren't any emotions. Celestial Master Mu, my divine consciousness has reached the 35th heaven of Tao realm and branded the 35th heaven of void. This move of yours can't kill me, she said expressionlessly. Her gaze was empty as if she couldn't focus. She suddenly walked out. I can't die, I'm the final creator. Qin Mu's gaze was complicated, and there was a hint of reluctance on his face. However, it quickly faded away. He didn't stop Heavenly Venerate Gong and let her leave. Emperor rushed over and looked at Heavenly Venerate Gong with a strange expression. She didn't stop her and let her leave. Heavenly Venerate Gong came to the edge of the twin lotuses and stepped on the void, passing through the falling tide. She walked out of the tide of returning ruins and went against the flow of the underworld river. Soon she came to Yudu. Yudu was composed of countless destroyed worlds and heavens. It was a land of death and the origin of the demonic path. It was incomparably ugly and dark, filled with the most depraved and twisted demonic nature in the world. However, The heavenly venerate Gong's Tao heart was unprecedentedly calm. She turned a blind eye to the ugliness of Yudu. It was as if she had returned to her teenage years. In the immemorial period, she was a member of the Nushin clan. At that time she was carefree. In her eyes the dark sky of Yudu seemed to have turned into a clear blue sky. The devil flames that spurted out from the nostrils of the huge Earth Count had turned into a bright and beautiful sun in the sky. The young creator followed the elders of the clan to cultivate. The elders placed an absolute beginning divine stone between her brows and told her that this was a gift from the Yu clan. She followed the elders to hunt and capture the immemorial behemoths. She followed her uncles to learn divine sense and divine abilities, and she visualized with her sisters. When she grew up, she became an elder of the female Xian clan. However, she was not old at all. She was young, beautiful, and her body was filled with youthful vitality. At that time the universe was not as big as it was now. The universe was still growing and it was still expanding day by day. At that time they worshipped the West Emperor White Tiger in the western extreme heaven, making the White Tiger become the guardian god of the female Xian clan. That spring she met a young man from the Yu clan. The young man on the back of the huge beast was staring at her. At that time she was already the strongest existence of the female Xian clan. The clan leader and elders were already discussing whether they should let her succeed the throne and become the clan leader of the female Xian clan. "I want to marry you," the young man said to her. Her companions laughed at this young man's stupidity. Even though that young man was called away by his clansmen, he still kept turning his head to look at her. She could not remember if it was love at first sight, but that young man had fallen in love with her at first sight. Many years had passed, and she had become the clan leader as she wished. When the old clan leader abdicated, he said earnestly to her, "From today onwards, you will inherit the name Ta. Chi is the western land, the west that produces gold. You must be like the previous clan leader, sacrificing our visualization god, the White Tiger. You must be like the previous clan leader, abandoning all love and affection. From now on, your race will become the most important thing in your life. It will become the thing you protect with your life. When your horn blows, it will make the women of Nushin become even more powerful than men. Your long whip will not only be used for herding, it will also be used to tame those huge beasts. It can also be used to tame men and make them submit to you. It will also be used to turn into a sharp spear and shatter all the threats of the Nushin clan. You will stand on the head of the White Tiger and rule over the vast western territory. All the places where you can hear the sound of your horn will be the farms of the Nushin clan. You will wave your long whip and whip the gods who refuse to submit. You will sweep away the stars in the sky and conquer all those who refuse to submit. You will use your youth, your life, your beauty, and your love to conquer all the tribes around you, and make them submit to Nushin. You will become the king of the entire universe, the king of all the ancient gods. You will become godly King Ruan." Celestial Master Gong walked past Earthbow. Earthbow looked at her curiously and was surprised. The messenger of death was shocked and was about to summon his immeasurable avatar to kill her. The Earth Count thought, "Saint King Ran, there's no need." The messenger of death looked at Celestial Master Gong carefully and nodded silently. "Earth Count is wise. There's no need. She's already dead. She's creating an illusion so that her Tao heart won't be crushed." The Earth Count watched her leave and asked thoughtfully, "Who killed her?" Celestial Master Gong walked on and unknowingly walked out of Yudu. In a trance, she arrived at the ancestral court. What she saw was not the majestic sight of the ancestral court, but a different scene. It was a day of great joy for her. The young man who fell in love with her at first sight and said he wanted to marry her had become the supreme emperor whose name shook the entire world. The young man's growth rate was astonishing. When he was young, he had already become the chief of the Juyu clan. His power threatened the Nushin clan. His Juyu clan conquered all the tribes in the world and annexed small tribes, allowing the Juyu clan to become stronger and stronger. In the immemorial era, the three kings Yang, Yun and Jun had all fought with this young man. The young man called Yang Bo and Jun uncle, treating him as an elder, but addressing her as an equal. Shu Jun was the first to be defeated by him, and she was also defeated by this young man. In the end, the young man went to challenge Bo Yang, the most ancient and powerful godly king. The battle between the young man and Boyang's northern border shocked the world. The most ancient godly monarch and his mount, Long Shao, were also defeated by this young man. The three kings had no choice but to join forces, which was why they forced the Juyu clan's attack back. In order to stop the Juyu clan's invasion, they formed an alliance and together, they honored the young man as Supreme Emperor. Today was the day she married Supreme Emperor. Supreme Emperor had repeatedly asked for marriage, but she had rejected all of them. However, he still refused to give up and continued to ask for marriage. Supreme Emperor was incredibly persistent towards her. She recalled the words of the old clan leader who had died in battle when she succeeded the throne. She had finally agreed to Supreme Emperor's marriage proposal. The immemorial era was too barbaric and bloody. She had to consider the future of the Nushin clan. Since the Nushin clan could not conquer the world and conquer the universe, then she would conquer the man who had conquered the universe. Celestial Master Gong walked past the ruins of the Nushin clan in the ancestral court. She recalled how Emperor Tai had lost his mind and massacred her clansmen. At this moment, her illusion fluctuated violently. Celestial Master Gong immediately changed the illusion and freed herself from this sad memory. I am the last creator. I cannot die, she warned herself. At that time, the Supreme Emperor had received the sacrifices of all the creator races. Both his physical body and divine sense had reached an unimaginable height. His divine sense had broken through the ultimate void and was branded in the ultimate void. It had turned into an extremely beautiful divine sense, the Great All Heaven. In the Great All Heaven, the Tao tree grew, the Tao flowers bloomed, and the Tao fruits were born. Supreme Emperor was like the sun in the sky. He did not need to conquer the other races, and they had already submitted. And because of this, godly King Gong Fu became the most powerful woman. The two of them ruled the entire universe together. Supreme Emperor's madness was beyond everyone's expectations. When she stood on the ruins of the Nushin clan and looked around, she saw the scattered corpses of her clansmen everywhere. She was also mad. She fell to her death and threw herself into the arms of Tai Chu, the adopted son of Tai Di. Celestial Master Gong left the ancestral court. She came to the Yuan world. The Yuan world did not exist in the immemorial era. It was the creator's last battle that caused a large part of the ancestral court to split. This piece of land expanded and turned into the Yuan world, also known as the Yuan capital. She walked on the Yuan world. In front of her, the flames of war rose into the sky. Celestial Master Gong, who was surrounded by layers of illusions, looked into the distance and saw that the Heavenly Court's army was chasing after the 33 heavens of Carefree Village. They had already arrived here. Her gaze suddenly froze as it landed on the gigantic bodies that were leaping about in the battlefield. They were the creators. Lang Sa was leading the remaining creators to fight with the Heavenly Court and defend Carefree Village together with the remnant forces of the founding emperor. Celestial Master Gong groaned like she was in a dream as she felt a piercing pain in her Tao heart. Godly King Lang Sa noticed her and was alarmed. He hurriedly flew over and branded layers of soul consciousness Tao into the void, sealing it tightly. He said vigilantly, Gong Sa, are you here to kill me? These are the only people left of the creators. The woman in front of her had unparalleled confidence and conviction. She screamed at the top of her lungs. The other shore has been destroyed. All the creators are left with these people. If you stop us, the creator race will be exterminated in your hands. Heavenly Venerate Gong looked at her in confusion. This beautiful creator looked like she was when she was young. She muttered, I'm not the last creator? Langer shook her head. Even if you kill us, you won't be the last creator. From the moment you became 10th Heavenly Venerate, you were no longer a creator. Gotcha. Heavenly Venerate Gong seemed to hear the sound of her Tao heart shattering. In front of her eyes, layers of illusions were shattered like shattered glass. She revealed a bitter smile and raised her hand to touch Langer's face. She said softly, Don't copy me. The destruction caused by Qin Mu's sword exploded in her Tao heart. In front of Langer, Heavenly Venerate Gong shattered like a piece of porcelain. Langer was stunned and wanted to hold her hand, but when she touched it, it was as if she had touched ashes. Heavenly Venerate Gong, the divine King Gonger from back then, had turned into ashes in front of her. Her divine consciousness had also turned into ashes. When a person is about to die, His words are also kind. Lang Bao looked at Heavenly Venerate Gong, who had been reduced to ashes. He shook his head and said, "But even so, it's still difficult to conceal your actions of helping the tiger for 1,000,000 years. Just a sentence to persuade people to be kind cannot erase the evil you have done over the 1,000,000 years." She returned to the 33rd heaven of Carefree Village and said to Yan Yunxi, "Heavenly Venerate Gong is dead. Please take in the net and clear fox." Yan Yunxi's heart trembled, and she immediately ordered a god to rush to Eternal Peace to inform Ling Yuxiu of this news. 20 days later, Xiong Qier came to Eternal Peace capital city to meet Ling Yuxiu. She was the actual person in charge of West Earth's True Heaven Palace and was a person from the same era as Ling Yuxiu. Even though she was a dozen years younger than Qin Mu, her status and prestige in West Earth were above Su Shanghua. Back then, West Earth's True Heaven Palace was a sacred ground that was on par with Heavenly Saint Cult, Dao Sect and Thunderclap Monastery. This sacred ground needed to select a person with a pure Dao heart. The younger the better, and only then would they be able to obtain the recognition of the 4 spirit pearls. Xiong Qier had already obtained the recognition of the 4 spirit pearls when she was 8 years old. She possessed the strength of a true god and was much stronger than Qin Mu back then. During these 100 years of bitter cultivation, her Dao heart had reached an extremely high level. That was why when she had killed Wei Shiji, the borrowed body of Supreme Emperor, Ling Yuxiu had chosen to ask her to take action. Even though Heavenly Venerate Gong is also a person with strong divine consciousness, she is different from Supreme Emperor. Xiong Qier heard the whole story and pondered for a moment. Supreme Emperor doesn't dare to come into contact with the latest transformation results of Eternal Peace, but Heavenly Venerate Gong's reincarnation does. Her reincarnation, Tao Xiuxiu, was an outstanding figure among the younger generation of Eternal Peace. Her reputation was extremely great. "Your Majesty, even though I can kill her, it's difficult to kill her. Her divine consciousness and illusion will disturb me, and make use of this opportunity to escape." Ling Yuxiu asked, "Then who do you think will have sufficient confidence to kill Tao Xiuxiu?" Xiong Qier said, "Killing Heavenly Venerate Gong might not be able to kill her just because her battle prowess is high. The person who killed her must have an even stronger divine sense and be able to see through all of her illusions. Therefore, Dao Master Lin Xian Zhankong Rulai and Immortal King Yu Jing might not be able to do so, and it would be easy for her to escape. Divine Blade Luo and Jehuali might be powerful, but it would be a little difficult to deal with her divine sense. Therefore, I have to protect one person. His divine sense is vast and his divine abilities are immeasurable, allowing him to be the reincarnation of the Heavenly Venerate of the Palace Breaking. It's just that this person isn't in Eternal Peace." Ling Yuxiu's heart moved slightly and she smiled. "I know where this person is. You wait for 2 days." 2 days later, Hu Ling'er rushed to Shangjing. Ling Yuxiu said something and Hu Ling'er smiled. "So that's how it is. I'll just call him over. I'll have to trouble you, Ling'er." Hu Ling'er set up the sacrificial altar and personally performed a spell. The sacrificial altar established a connection with another world. But the sky split open and an incomparably huge hole appeared. On the other end of the hole was a vast and boundless land. A thick and loud voice sounded, reverberating in the sky above Shangjing, who summoned the godson of the supreme ruler of the beast world. "Pai!" Hu Ling'er called out loudly, "I am your elder sister." That thick and loud voice was startled. After a moment, a huge head sank down from the hole. The dragon Qilin stuck his head out, his face full of smiles. "So it's Big Sister. What does Big Sister want from me? If there's nothing important, I can't let you come over?" Hu Ling'er stood on the altar with her hands on her hips, beaming. "But this time, I did call you over for something important. Hurry up and come over." "Big Sister, wait a moment." The dragon Qilin retracted his head. A conversation could be heard from the beast world. "Foster father, my sister called me over, nothing will happen. Foster father, don't worry. I won't not come back. I'm going to see the cult master and my wife and children. I haven't seen them for many years. Don't worry, I won't leave foster father here alone." After a while, a young man with a Qilin head and a dragon horn came down from the beast world and came to the altar. It was the dragon Qilin. He wore a black robe with gold and jade inlaid. It was indescribably luxurious. Hu Linger looked him up and down and sneered. You're rich and noble in the beast world. Your Yenner was thrown to the Great Black Mountain by you to incubate eggs. Your children are all in groups. Aren't you afraid that a male bird will seduce your wife away? The dragon Qilin smiled apologetically and said, Foster father can't manage the beast world alone. I helped manage it and wanted to come back, but foster father refused to let her go. Yenner and I have already done a good deed, and the southern capital has agreed to it. Moreover, all the beast races in the world are under my care. Who dares to poach my connections? Ling Yuxiu said. Long Shao regards you as his foster son and is also a hostage to guard against the imperial preceptor. Naturally, he isn't willing to let you return. Only then did the dragon Qilin notice her and hurriedly greeted. Your Majesty, Ling Yuxiu said. There's no need to be so polite. The imperial preceptor saw that you had grown up, so he let you go out and let you build a career. All these years you've cultivated with Long Shao, so you must have some achievements. Just now, the little princess of True Heaven Palace said that you can deal with the reincarnation of Celestial Master Gong, Tao Xiuqian, so she invited you back. The dragon Qilin looked at Xiongqir and immediately recognized her. Xiongqir ran over and cheered. Slide! Slide! The dragon Qilin was helpless and said, You are now the leader of True Heaven Palace, and I am also the young master of the beast world. How can I do such a shameful thing? Slide! Xiongqir insisted resolutely. The dragon Qilin could only reveal his true form and transform into a huge monster. He raised his tail and formed a huge arc. Xiongqir climbed up to the tip of his tail and slid down from the top. The dragon Qilin's body caved in and the girl slid onto his back. She was carried up into the air by the momentum and giggled non-stop before falling down again. This wasn't as simple as just sliding down. Xiongqir didn't stop even after sliding for a long time. Ling Yuxiu was helpless and said, My dear, the important matter is more important. Xiongqir immediately stopped, her face blushing. The dragon Qilin turned into a robust youth again. When she was young, the cult master wasn't willing to coax her, so I only played like this when I coaxed her. Where's Tao Xiufu now? After dealing with her, I'll go see my wife and children. This is to prevent any male birds from being blind. Xiongqir took out the life and death book and the information on Tao Xiuxiu and passed it to the dragon Qilin. I'll go with you. The dragon Qilin hurriedly looked at Ling Yuxiu, who smiled. Long Pai hasn't returned for many years, and he still has to go to the ancestral court to see Yenner and his children. My dear minister, let's talk about it next time. Xiongqir could only give up. The dragon Qilin immediately set off for Binzhou, which was on the shore of East Ocean. His speed was extremely fast. Originally, his speed had already surpassed Qin Mu's. All these years, he had been cultivating bitterly in the beast world, trying to help Long Shao establish the civilization of the beast world. He had done many groundbreaking things and had extraordinary abilities. Qin Mu had returned to eternal peace less often, but he was summoned by Hu Linger and the rest from time to reminisce about the past. The results of the reform in eternal peace hadn't fallen behind either. The dragon Qilin was much more mature and steady than before, and he also had the dignity of a young master of the beast world. Along the way, he flipped through the information of Heavenly Venerate Gong's reincarnation, from the techniques she had learned to the divine arts she was proficient in, as well as the direction she had studied. Her battle achievements in her life were recorded in great detail. Ever since Qin Mu had discovered that Heavenly Venerate Zhao's reincarnation had entered eternal peace and quietly climbed to the center of eternal peace's power, a surveillance and net, aimed at the reincarnation of 10 Heavenly Venerates had started without a sound. The dragon Qilin closed the file and lowered his head to look. He had already arrived at Binzhou. Binzhou was north of River Tomb, and it was a divine city that had flourished in recent years. 100 years had passed since the last calamity of eternal peace. In these 100 years, eternal peace had undergone earth-shaking changes, and there were more and more wealth. However, problems also came with it, and the divine cities grew larger and larger. The population that could be accommodated grew larger and larger, but it was impossible for a city to expand without borders forever. As a result, other divine cities rose up. Binzhou was one of them, and it was also one that had developed more outstanding. It eased the population pressure in Jiangling, and many young people liked to gather here. The dragon Qilin came to the city and found the place where Tao Xiuqian lived. He saw that there was a big banquet being held there. After asking around, he found out that Tao Xiuqian's family had a new addition, and they were holding a 100-day banquet for their children. Celestial Master Gong's reincarnation has married? This file doesn't mention this. The dragon Qilin was surprised and continued to ask around. Tao Xiuqian had married a divine arts master from Binzhou. It wasn't considered a big family, and she had been married there for 2 years. Why would a person like Celestial Master Gong marry? Could it be that the man is the reincarnation of a celestial master? He sneaked into the wedding banquet and used the life and death book to look at the master of the family. He found that the master was innocent and was not the reincarnation of a celestial master. The man's aptitude and comprehension were not the kind of peerless talent. It was not too good or too bad. It was possible for him to cultivate to the godly state, but it was unlikely for him to make a world-shaking undertaking. The dragon Qilin pondered for a moment, then shone a light on Tao Xiuqian. Tao Xiuqian was indeed the reincarnation of Celestial Master Gong's soul, and there was nothing fishy about it. He had a strange expression on his face. Why would a dignified Celestial Master marry an ordinary person? Could it be Celestial Master Gong's illusory realm? His spiritual sense was powerful, and his abilities had been increasing over the years. Looking closely, it wasn't an illusory realm. Tao Xiuqian's cultivation base wasn't as high as his. If it was an illusion, he would definitely see through it. Tao Xiuqian also noticed the dragon Qilin among the guests. It was hard for this strange-looking man not to attract the attention of others. Long Pai, can today be over? Her soul consciousness rippled and entered the dragon Qilin's mind. The dragon Qilin nodded silently. The 100-day banquet was very lively. As the mistress of this family, Tao Xiuqian received the guests attentively. She also held the child in her arms with all kinds of affection. It seemed that the ruthlessness of her previous life had to be compensated by this baby in this life. The dragon Qilin stayed at the banquet and quietly observed. When the banquet was over, he walked out of Binzhou and quietly waited outside the city. The sun rose from the east and jumped out of the sea. The sea breeze was cool and blew against the clothes of the youth. He stood by the sea and watched the sun rise. The sunlight shone on his face until it was red. Tao Xiuqian walked over from behind him. Her expression was complicated. The Creator is also a human. Even though I am a celestial venerable, after my reincarnation, it is inevitable that I will be disturbed by the secular world and have a mortal heart. Young master of the beast world, you were ordered to kill me, right? Heavenly Venerate Gong is heartless. I didn't expect you to marry a woman and become a mother. The dragon Qilin turned around, he said. If I knew, I wouldn't have accepted this job. Right now you don't look like a heavenly venerate, but more like a good wife and mother. It's hard for me to do it. So I'll give you half a day to deal with the funeral. Tao Xiufu looked at him, she said in a low voice. Without the struggle for power in the heavenly court, my heart is calm, and I understand the love of mortals. Heavenly Venerate Mu killed me, but I don't want revenge. I also don't have any thoughts of the heavenly court's power. Can the young master of the beast world show mercy and allow me to be an ordinary person? I only wish to take care of my husband and raise my children, and live an ordinary life. It was difficult for her to lower herself, but now she had lowered herself. The dragon Qilin looked at her calmly. After a moment he said, The cult master once taught me that I shouldn't be too bad to good people, and I shouldn't be too good to bad people either. This isn't fairness but justice. If I'm too good to bad people, I'll let down the good people and mortals who were hurt by bad people. If I'm too bad to good people, I'll let down the good things that good people have done. I can't even do those good things myself, so why should I magnify the small stains on the good people? Tao Xiuqian listened quietly. The dragon Qilin continued. I once asked him why he didn't resurrect one of his old friends. He has the ability and the ability. He said that resurrecting the Great Grandmaster would remind him of the countless mortals who died at the hands of the Great Grandmaster. The good deeds done by the Great Grandmaster before his death won't change the bad things he has done in his life. Celestial Master Gong, in your long life, many people have begged you for mercy, right? Tao Xiuqian nodded silently. Did you let them go? The dragon Qilin asked. Tao Xiuqian shook her head silently and suddenly said, "For the sake of my small family, I will not wait for death." The dragon Qilin greeted her. "Have you arranged a wet nurse for the child? If not, I can give you another half a day." Tao Xiuqian returned the greeting and shook her head. "It has been arranged." The dragon Qilin smiled. "Then please make your move." Tao Xiuqian shouted and jumped up. She used all her strength and all her divine abilities to attack him. Boom! The sea breeze in the East China Sea suddenly rose. The big waves hit the shore, creating an earth-shattering sound. The dragon Qilin walked towards the west. He didn't walk towards Binzhou directly but took a detour. He didn't want to enter Binzhou again. Behind him, Tao Shuren's corpse was swallowed by the waves. If the heavens are in love, the heavens will grow old. The righteous path of the human world is filled with vicissitudes of life. He turned his head back to take a look. The waves of the East Sea were rushing. He turned his head back, and in front of him was the Zhong Mountain of Jiangling City, where dragons coiled and tigers crouched. The wind and rain gradually rose on the Zhong Mountain, and the heaven and earth turned pale yellow. In the great abyss of Sinkhole, Qin Mu was the only one left to face Empress Dowager alone. With a smile on his face, he slowly retreated. Empress Dowager frowned slightly. "Heavenly Venerate Mu, there's no need to retreat. You can't escape. This is Sinkhole." Qin Mu suddenly transformed into a stream of light and escaped with a long laugh. "If you don't try, how will you know?" Empress Dowager didn't move and sneered. Just as Qin Mu was about to fly out of the twin lotuses, the petals of the two lotuses suddenly rotated, and in an instant, the two lotuses shrank into flower buds, sealing him in the greenhouse. Qin Mu flew around the flower buds and couldn't find any exit. He immediately executed his teleportation divine art, but it was built on the foundation of space. The space in the greenhouse was completely isolated from the outside world, making it impossible for his teleportation divine art to break through the space. Qin Mu landed on the ground and frowned deeply. If there were still places in this world that he was afraid of, then Great Abyss of Sinkhole was definitely one of them. Sinkhole divine art was one of the few divine arts that could completely destroy the soul. There weren't many divine arts that could completely destroy the soul. The divine arts of the innate five grandmasters and the divine consciousness of the Supreme Emperor could all do it. Apart from that, there were also Sinkhole divine arts. Moreover, the Sinkhole was a place that even the founding emperor could not see through when he ascended to the Tao. It was on par with the ancestral court's jade capital city and the chaotic space. One could see how extraordinary this place was. The Empress Dowager and Madame Yuan Mu were Tao life gods here. Although their strength could be ranked among the top ancient gods, they were not the top ancient gods. On the other hand, the Sinkhole's own strength far surpassed these two ancient gods. It could be seen how strange this place was. The Empress Dowager raised her hand, and the twin lotuses bloomed once more. The tides outside the lotus began to fall, and the lotus slowly sank into the great abyss. "This is my birthplace. After I devour the little slut, I can control everything here. I can control the twin lotuses, make them bloom, and make them merge. I can also control the tides and even control the great abyss. I can make the great abyss devour all the worlds and countless stars." Empress Dowager's expression was indifferent as she said, "Heavenly Venerate Mu, even though your divine arts are vast, your abilities are useless in front of me." Qin Mu was helpless, he sighed. "Empress is right. The current you has already surpassed my understanding. I can clearly guess the power of founding emperor, supreme emperor, Heavenly Venerate Shao, and Heavenly Venerate Vast. But when I'm facing you, I can't see the depths. What kind of monster did ancient god Tai Chi turn you into? Little enemy." The Empress twisted her neck and turned her head half a circle. The back of her head turned to the front, revealing Madame Yuan Mu's face. She was very charming. "You actually said that I'm a monster. I'm going to eat you and bite every inch of your skin bit by bit." Empress Dowager twisted her neck back and said sternly, "Little slut, don't challenge my bottom line." "You have a bottom line?" Madame Yuan Mu turned her head around again. She giggled. "I'm just saying, but I've never done anything out of line. What about you? How many things have you done that make you feel disgusted? Sister, can you count them yourself?" The two of them quarreled again, and Qin Mu quietly retreated while thinking to himself, "As long as I'm fast enough, I should be able to walk out of here." Suddenly, the quarreling stopped, and Qin Mu immediately knew something was wrong. Sure enough, he saw the faces of Madam Prime Minister and Emperor gathered on the same face, looking straight at him. Qin Mu coughed dryly and looked around while praising. The scenery here is really not bad. Empress Dowager sneered. Heavenly Venerate Mu. If you teach me the complete path of reincarnation, I can let you live. Teach me, I can let you live happily. Madame Yuan Mu said excitedly. Qin Mu's face was as black as iron, so he simply sat down. No matter which one of you I offend, I won't be able to escape death, she said. How about this? I'll teach you the path of reincarnation, and you can all listen. As for who will comprehend it first and who will refine to death first, that has nothing to do with me. What do you two think? He didn't wait for their reply and continued to recite the scriptures. Empress Dowager immediately listened carefully and didn't dare to let go of a single word. Not long after, she quieted down and placed all her attention on comprehending the path of reincarnation. Qin Mu's gaze flickered. As he chanted, he raised his head to look, and his face couldn't help turning ashen. The twin lotuses had already sunk into the dark abyss and were getting deeper and deeper. When he raised his head to look, he could only see a line of the sky. Furthermore, the twin lotuses were still sinking, and he didn't know where they would sink to. Qin Mu looked at the dead stars that were sinking beside the twin lotuses and the underworld river that had fallen into the abyss, and he couldn't help feeling worried. The Empress sisters were comprehending the path of reincarnation, so they would wake up sooner or later. Furthermore, they had learned to be smarter. Even though they still kept the lotus flower open, they let it sink into the depths of sinkhole, making it impossible for Qin Mu to escape. If Qin Mu escaped from the lotus flower, he would be captured by the terrifying gravity of the great abyss of sinkhole and pulled into the unpredictable darkness. The two crazy women didn't know that they weren't two people, but two thoughts of one person. Qin Mu shook his head. He thought to himself, I've really lost this time. I've fallen into the hands of the only person who can restrain me. The goddess of sinkhole is in control of this lotus flower, so even founding emperor who has become Tao might not be her match. Then what exactly is underneath sinkhole? His curiosity was piqued again, and as he recited the scriptures of path of reincarnation, he poked his head out to look down. The instant his head poked out of the lotus flower, he immediately felt his head become incomparably heavy. An unimaginable gravity pulled his head thin and long, and at the same time boundless heat surged over. Qin Mu hurriedly executed his magic power to pull his head back, his heart still palpitating with fear. Regardless of the Empress or Prime Minister, I've studied their corporeal bodies for decades. The great Tao of sinkhole is divided into two sides. One side is destruction and the other side is birth. Although I haven't fused the two great Taos together, I'm not going to be killed by the great abyss of the ultimate, am I? He thought for a moment. Ancient god Taiji had fused the Empress and Yuanmu together with the Tao of Taiji, turning them into a single person. Because the two of them had different consciousness, the birth of the goddess of the ultimate was insane. Then, what if he fused the great Tao of the ultimate that he cultivated with the Tao of Taiji? I only have one thought and consciousness, so I naturally can't be as crazy as the goddess of sinkhole. Qin Mu blinked his eyes and thought to himself, if I can do this, then sinkhole won't be able to trap me. The abilities of the goddess of sinkhole aren't unknown to me. If that's the case, there's a chance for me to survive. The twin lotuses were still sinking. The last time Qin Mu had come here, they had only sunk to a certain degree before coming to a stop. This time the twin lotuses were controlled by the Empress and kept falling down, causing Qin Mu to be worried. The condition of this woman wasn't right. If she entered the place founding emperor had mentioned, she would probably be in an incomparably dangerous situation. He made a prompt decision and immediately tried to fuse the path of returning ruins with the path of Taiji. When ancient god Taiji had fused the Empress and Prime Minister, something went wrong. Even though the goddess of returning ruins that he had created was incomparably powerful, she was still crazy. It could be seen that this method wasn't mature, but Qin Mu couldn't care too much about it. However, when they really fought, Qin Mu still found it difficult. His comprehension of the path of Taiji was inferior to that of ancient god Taiji. More importantly, the Empress and Prime Minister are life and death, so they aren't completely compatible with the yin and yang of the path of Taiji. The two of them belong to different great Tao. With ancient god Taiji acting so recklessly, there would naturally be problems. He couldn't help falling into deep thought, and had his primordial spirit chant the path of reincarnation, while he was thinking about how to perfectly fuse life and death. He paced back and forth, trying to fuse the two great Taoists of life and death with the path of ether, path of supreme beginning, and path of supreme beginning. However, he couldn't do as he wished. At that moment, Qin Mu heard the chant of his primordial spirit, and couldn't help bursting into laughter. I thought about it and searched for it, but I never thought that I would have given the answer to myself long ago. Miscalculation. Miscalculation. The path of reincarnation, life and death. Life and death are all in reincarnation. The small ones talk about the reincarnation of life, the big ones talk about the reincarnation of matter, and the big ones talk about the reincarnation of the universe. All living beings, the vast universe, all desires and karma. The 6 interesting aspects of reincarnation, struggle endlessly, and cycle over and over again. I only cared about looking for others like innate fifth supreme, but I didn't look for myself. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. He calmed his mind. The path of reincarnation was something he had learned from Yin Tianzi. Yin Tianzi's path of reincarnation was already extremely profound, but after Qin Mu's modifications, it became even more unfathomable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make the Empress and Yuanmu immerse themselves in it and think that they could solve their predicament. However, regardless of whether it was Yin Tianzi or Qin Mu's modified path of reincarnation, it was the life and death cycle of life. It didn't involve a larger dimension and had its natural limitations. Just relying on the current path of reincarnation wouldn't be able to solve the predicament of the goddess of Sinkhole. That was because the path of Sinkhole was more like the reincarnation of matter, and involved the life and death of the universe. If I expand the path of reincarnation further, I can use the divine arts of creation, heavenly venerate Ling's not easy divine arts, as well as great Brahma heavenly King Buddha's immeasurable calamity scriptures. If I extrapolate further, I can even use the innate 5 supreme, including the path of great change. Only then can I explain the life and death reincarnation of the universe clearly. However, how to unify this path of reincarnation is a difficult problem. Just the life and death reincarnation of life will have a mystery in the womb. I can use the dream of immeasurable calamity scriptures to enter the path to avoid the mystery in the womb. However, the mass and energy reincarnation, and even the life and death reincarnation of the universe will easily lose myself. I have to find an eternal principle that won't be affected by life and death. Only then can I guarantee that I won't fall into confusion in the reincarnation. Qin Mu's eyes suddenly lit up and he stopped. He activated the domain of his divine treasure, and the world tree appeared behind him. The world tree can survive the great calamity of life and death in the universe and not be destroyed. With the world tree as the foundation, it can achieve such a unity. He sat down under the tree and fell into extreme silence. He comprehended the path of reincarnation and tried to raise this great Tao to a higher level. The primordial spirit above his head was vast. He sat in his heavenly court and continued to expound the path of reincarnation. Qin Mu, on the other hand, fell into silence. He seemed to have turned into a sinkhole that collapsed on its own. Ancestral Court, Jade Capital City. A tall figure walked into this ancient divine realm. This body was tattered, and the top of his head was opened. His brain was steaming and there were all kinds of wounds on his body. Not only that, there was also a sword wound between his brows. Someone had used a sharp sword to pierce through his skull, and planted a Tao tree of sword Tao in his body. This Tao tree would appear in his body from time to time, continuously destroying the functions of his physical body, making it extremely difficult for him to take a step forward. The sword wound caused his physical body to bleed. As he took a step forward, his footprints were filled with his blood, and the wound could not be healed. He was Heavenly Venerate Shao, who had taken back the Heavenly Emperor's physical body, or rather, he should be called Absolute Beginning, because as a Heavenly Venerate Shao had already died. Heavenly Venerate Zhao's body had been completely destroyed by the founding emperor and the others during the Battle of Great Luo Heaven. Now, the one who had taken over the Heavenly Monarch's body was one of the three souls of Heavenly Monarch Absolute Beginning. The Heavenly Monarch's body was his true body. He had taken back his own body, which also represented the return of Absolute Beginning, the second supreme of the innate five supreme. Absolute Beginning walked through the ancestral court's jade capital with great difficulty. His surroundings were in a state of desolation, and there were collapsed palaces and buildings everywhere. There was also a cold, lonely wind, and a hot, lonely wind that whistled through the withered Dao tree forest. He walked with heavy steps. He dodged Ling Tianzuan's attack. After he fell from the great firmament, all kinds of injuries on his body exploded, almost dragging him to death. He had to avoid the sight of Heavenly Venerate Hao and the others. He was very weak now. Although his body still had immense power, he was no longer invincible. Therefore he had to be careful. After walking for so long, he finally arrived at the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. Jade Capital City was sealed by the Heavenly Venerates, and Heavenly Venerate Shao was one of the former sealers. They did not want outsiders to come here. However, as the former Heavenly Emperor, Absolute Beginning would naturally leave a backup plan to facilitate his entry into Jade Capital City. He kept going deeper and deeper, looking for the river of chaos. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, and his gaze fell on a sword. It was not a sword, but an incomparably powerful expert in sword Dao who had come here and fought here before. He had used his unparalleled sword Dao to fight his opponent, which resulted in his Dao being imprinted in the ancestral court's Jade Capital. Absolute Beginning exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Founding Emperor is here as well. He was on high alert. It was not suitable for him to fight with Founding Emperor right now. If he were to encounter Founding Emperor, he might not be able to save his own life. He avoided the traces of sword Dao left by the Founding Emperor all the way and finally arrived at the long river of chaos. Just as he was about to cross the river, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw a figure with his hands behind his back facing him on the surface of the river in front of him. A sword domain formed under that person's feet. There was a strange attack from the river. The huge Dao bone palm of a Dao practitioner came to that person's forehead. However, it was pierced through by a sword light and sank into the river. Qin Yi. Absolute Beginning's pupils constricted, and he said in a hoarse voice. Founding Emperor turned around and looked at him. Your Majesty, Absolute Beginning, you went through so much trouble to come here and want the so-called third young master of Miluo Palace to repair your corporeal body, am I right? Absolute Beginning stood on the shore and looked at this man. Back then, Founding Emperor had returned to the early years of Dragon Han because of Heavenly Venerate Ling's divine art. He had participated in the Jade Lake Feast and fought with Qin Mu, displaying his supreme attainments in divine arts. In Absolute Beginning, he had unified the universe and was full of ambition. He had gathered all the gods and the saints of all races to hold the Heavenly Court Banquet. Compared to the Heavenly Court Banquet, the Jade Lake Banquet was insignificant. However, from then on, he had already noticed this man. He had been amazed by Qin Yi and Qin Mu's divine arts and had been conferred the title of Heavenly Venerate, standing side by side with the 7 Heavenly Venerates of Long Han. He had never thought that today, this man would become his strongest and most troublesome opponent. With me around, His Majesty will not be able to cross the river. The Founding Emperor's tone was indifferent. After attaining the Tao, his desire for power had decreased by a lot. What replaced it was his belief that ran through him from the beginning to the end, his original heart. He stood on the river of chaos like a long sword that ran through the ages and today. It was incomparably sharp, cutting through everything and blocking the path of the Absolute Beginning. As one of the 5 grandmasters of this universe, Your Majesty should not rely on the past Tao achievers to achieve his ambitions. A Tao sword slowly appeared in the Founding Emperor's hand. He said softly, If Your Majesty insists on doing things his way, then I will have no choice but to bury Your Majesty on this river. Absolute Beginning laughed loudly and walked into the river. He stood on the surface of the river and faced Absolute Beginning from afar. Qin Yi, you are indeed very capable. You were the first to achieve the Tao and you amazed me. However, the Tao realm is not the only path to achieve the Tao. There are other paths to follow, so you are not invincible. Absolute Beginning said indifferently. Don't forget that your Tao realm system is also built on the Heavenly Palace system. You also borrowed the power of Jade Capital City and the power of the skyscraping hall to achieve your current achievements. If your skyscraping hall was destroyed, would you still have your current cultivation base and status? A wise man submits to circumstances. Let me pass. The founding emperor did not move. The great heavenly court formed by the 36 heavenly palaces suddenly appeared behind Absolute Beginning's head. The illusory image of a skyscraping treasured palace came pressing down. He said in a deep voice, "In the ancestral court of Jade Capital City, I can easily borrow the power of the third young master of Mycroft Palace. The third young master can also easily suppress your power and destroy your skyscraping treasured palace. On this river, I'm not afraid of you in the slightest." The founding emperor pressed down on his Tao sword and was ready to attack. Absolute Beginning shouted and his voice turned into Absolute Beginning Tao sound. It swept up the chaotic chi and his aura soared up. His primordial spirit sat in the Lingxiao treasured palace, and his power flowed through all the heavenly palaces as he walked forward. At that moment, a light suddenly shone over from the vast river of chaos. Absolute Beginning stopped in a hurry and did not attack. Founding Emperor frowned slightly. His palm was still on the hilt of his sword. Layers upon layers of sword domains overlapped, but he did not attack directly. A child carried a lantern and walked over from the depths of the river of chaos. He ascended step by step and soon reached the surface of the river. The light shone on the two people. The child rose from the river of chaos. By the time he reached the surface of the river, he had already become extremely old. His white hair was gray, and he looked extremely old. The light shone on the faces of the two people. Only then did he chuckle and say, "Absolute Beginning, third young master has ordered me to come and bring you to the treasured palace of skyscraping. Anyone who dares to stop you will die." This old man had experienced his childhood and age, but he seemed to have already gotten used to such things. He did not pay much attention to the incomparably powerful founding emperor, and did not take him to heart. "You are Qingyi? I advise you not to move. Otherwise, when I shine my light on you, I will cut off your cultivation. I will beat you down and destroy you. I will make your body and Tao disappear." The old man said arrogantly, "You are also taking the path of borrowing the power of the skyscraping hall. Cutting off your cultivation is the easiest path for me." Founding Emperor raised his sword and slashed at the back of his head. In the heavenly palace behind his head, the skyscraping hall collapsed with a loud bang. The old man's pupils constricted. With a flash of sword light, Founding Emperor's skyscraping hall was cut into pieces by him. Founding Emperor directly sliced off Ling Xiao and the Emperor's throne, and his aura decreased slightly before it expanded again, reaching the peak. His cultivation base was not damaged at all. "You think you're worthy to chop off my cultivation base?" Founding Emperor looked at him disdainfully. The old man sneered. The juniors of the future generations always look at people through their noses. They don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just as he was about to make a move, another light shone from under the river. Another woman walked up from the river of primal chaos with a lantern in her hand. The woman was peerlessly beautiful, but when she reached the river's surface, she had already turned into an old woman. The old man looked at the old woman and frowned slightly. He did not make his move directly. "Founding Emperor Qingyi, I'm here to bring you to Miluo Palace." The old woman smiled and said, "There's a young master waiting for you there." Founding Emperor frowned and looked at the old woman to confirm that he did not recognize her. The old man sneered and glanced at the old woman. He was rather afraid and said, "Absolute Beginning, I'm here to bring you to Miluo Palace. Third young master already knows why you're here. Come with me." Absolute Beginning heaved a sigh of relief and directly fought with Founding Emperor. He really did not have the chance to win, so it was naturally the best outcome if he could not fight. However, the old woman also came to receive Founding Emperor, which made him somewhat surprised and exceeded his expectations. "Qingyi, you claim to be noble and virtuous, but you're just like me. You also want to borrow the power of the young master of Miluo Palace." He followed the old man and passed by Founding Emperor. He stopped behind Founding Emperor and sneered, "You're not more noble than me." The Founding Emperor turned around, and Absolute Beginning turned around as well. Their gazes met. The old man stopped and turned around with the lantern in his hand. His aura exploded, and a Dao tree slowly rose from the river of chaos. The Dao fruit mixed origin gave off a world-shaking power. At the same time, the old woman also activated the lantern, and another Dao tree rose from the river. The Dao fruit rotated, and it gave off a ray of light as it confronted the old man. The two gathered their strength and stared at each other. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on the corner of the founding emperor's mouth and he said, "May I ask, which young master from the Miluo Palace wishes to see me? Why do you want to see me?" The old woman's body tensed up as she stared at the old man without letting go. In a deep voice she said, "The Miluo Palace has 7 halls. The first young master's Grand Supreme Hall, the second young master's Limitless Hall, the third young master's Soaring Sky Hall, the fourth young master's Purple Sky Hall, the fifth young master's No Sect Hall, the sixth young master's Deep Silence Hall, and the seventh young master's Primal Chaos Hall. The one who wants to see you this time is the Primal Chaos Palace." Primal Chaos Palace? Founding Emperor thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Then the 7th young master of Miluo Palace wants to see me. Alright, I'll go with you. Please." He retracted his aura and the sword domain disappeared. The old woman led the way and said in a deep voice, "Founding Emperor, please follow me." They passed by Absolute Beginning and the old man. Absolute Beginning smiled and said, "You've fallen just like me." Founding Emperor ignored him and disappeared into the chaotic chi with the old woman. Absolute Beginning sneered. Those who fish for fame only know how to flatter themselves. He and the old man also walked into the depths of the chaos and asked, "This fellow Taoist, who is the 7th young master of the Palace of Chaos of the Ilua Palace? A bad person." The old man held a lantern and couldn't help but shiver when he heard him mention the 7th young master of the Palace of Chaos. He said coldly, "He is a person who does all kinds of evil. However, fellow Taoist Absolute Beginning should have heard of him. He is the guy who sneaked into the prehistoric universe from the 17th universe. He is very famous in your world." Absolute Beginning was stunned. He thought for a while and said in surprise, "There is such a villain in our era? I heard that you call him Heavenly Venerate Mu." The old man gnashed his teeth. Heavenly Venerate Mu? Absolute Beginning's mind went blank. He stood there without moving for a long time. The old man looked back and saw that the brain matter in his head that had been opened was like boiled beans, bubbling with steam. He's also a pitiful fellow who has been cheated countless times by the 7th young master. The 7th young master probably cheated the entire future universe, and felt that it was no longer interesting. So he returned to our place to continue cheating. The old man could not help but shake his head and wake him up so that he would not burn his brains dry. Time passed day by day. It would take even a celestial venerable 1 or 2 years to walk from the first river of chaos to the 16th river of chaos. They were one step behind, and the founding emperor had already rushed to the Miluo Palace with the old woman before them. The magnificence and eternity of the Miluo Palace left a deep impression on the founding emperor. He carefully sized up the palaces in this building. Each palace had a unique Dao charm that was unforgettable. These palaces represented the different great Dao of different young masters in different paths. From the Hall of Supreme to the Hall of Chaos, the young masters of the Miluo Palace had chosen different paths, but from the aura coming from their palaces, they had all reached the pinnacle of the Dao. The Dao pattern on the walls of the Miluo Palace is the Dao pattern that Celestial Master Mu mentioned, right? The founding emperor sized up the Miluo Palace in the middle. That was the residence of the master of the Miluo Palace, and it gave him a feeling that it was even more unfathomable. He did not dare to have any thoughts of blasphemy. The old woman continued to lead him forward. She said, "The 7th young master came late, so his status in the Miluo Palace is inferior to the other young masters, and he doesn't have many followers. It's precisely because of this that those people criticized the 7th young master and framed him with many bad names, but those were all slander." Founding Emperor frowned. The more the old woman said this, the more worried he became. He did not know why the 7th young master wanted to see him, nor did he know if the 7th young master would lay a hand on him if he rejected him after meeting him. "Celestial Master Mu once warned me not to enter the ancestral court, Jade Capital City. I also warned him not to enter the sinkhole. Now that I have broken my promise and entered Jade Capital City, I hope he will not break his promise. The old woman led him to the Hall of Primal Chaos. She grinned, revealing a few teeth. Founding Emperor, please. The door to the Hall of Primal Chaos opened, and a vast amount of primal chaos energy surged out of the hall, exuding an ancient aura. Founding Emperor composed himself and stepped on the primal chaos energy as he walked into the ancient hall. He thought to himself, with our current strength, we're simply not strong enough to contend against the young masters of Mycroft Palace. Hence, we have to borrow the strength of the other young masters. I hope that this so-called seventh young master is easier to fool. He walked in the grand hall. It was extremely spacious, and there were Tao patterns imprinted on the dome that even Founding Emperor could not understand. They were bright and illusory like stars. Founding Emperor did not look sideways as he walked forward. He saw that the chaotic energy in front of him was like a huge ball that was slowly rotating. Founding Emperor's pupils constricted. He saw a strange shadow in the chaotic ball from afar. He continued walking forward, and after a moment, he finally saw an ancient treasure tree in the chaotic ball. It was a world tree. This seventh young master of Mycroft Palace is a world tree spirit? The Founding Emperor was astonished. It was only then that he noticed a figure under the tree with his back facing him. The ball of chaos split open, revealing a path. The Founding Emperor hesitated for a moment before walking into the ball of chaos. Not long after, he arrived under the tree. The figure under the tree turned around and looked at him with a smile. Heavenly Venerate Qin, how have you been? You. Founding Emperor's heart trembled and he looked at the person in a daze, unable to say a word. Great abyss of sinkhole. Qin Mu sank into a state of collapse, and all of his cultivation continued to collapse inward. Soon even the heavenly palaces in his divine treasures, the stars in the sky, and the myriad worlds including the ancestral court, primordial capital, mystic capital, and Yudu. They all collapsed inward. The path of sinkhole was mysterious and mystical, and it had its charms. However, it was also extremely dangerous to cultivate. Even though the runes of the great Tao of sinkhole had been deciphered, there were still very few people who could cultivate the path of sinkhole. Apart from the Empress and her sisters, there were also Heavenly Emperor Absolute Beginning, Heavenly Venerate Vast Heaven, and Qin Mu who were proficient in this path. As for the others, even if they cultivated, it was very difficult to cultivate them. They could only cultivate 1 or 2 divine arts at most. This was precisely because the path of sinkhole was extremely dangerous. If one wanted to cultivate such a great path, it would be very difficult to guarantee that they wouldn't be devoured by the path of sinkhole while cultivating. Soon, the entire spirit embryo divine treasure was devoured. Even his primordial spirit, which was explaining the path of reincarnation to Empress Dowager, was pulled by this terrifying collapse. It distorted and whistled into the great abyss of sinkhole in his body. When the chanting stopped, Empress Dowager immediately noticed it. She immediately opened her eyes to look at Qin Mu and said sternly, "Why aren't you speaking anymore?" Crack crack. Her head spun for half a circle, revealing the face of Madam Prime Minister. "Minister Qin, could it be that you are an old man who is hanging himself? When you talk about the itch in someone's heart, stop. You are going to be punished by the heavens." Qin Mu sat there without saying a word. His entire person gave off an empty and uninteresting feeling. Behind him, there was only a world tree swaying its branches. Empress Dowager and Madam Prime Minister were astonished and immediately saw that something was wrong with him. The current Qin Mu actually had no life left and had died right in front of them. Not only did Qin Mu's heart stop beating, he even lost his soul. His incomparably powerful divine sense was also completely annihilated, as if he had been refined to death by a divine art of returning to ruins. "You killed him." Empress Dowager was furious. Madame Yuanmu couldn't help getting angry as well and shouted, "You were facing him just now and my back was facing him. If I were to kill him, how could I hide it from your eyes and senses? Could it be that you were the one who did it? Little b*** Tisich, I saw an opportunity to refine you to death. How could I let go of this opportunity to kill him? If I wanted to kill him, I would have to wait until I refined you to death." The two women argued for a moment, but they were helpless. Suddenly, Madame Yuanmu rolled her eyes, she giggled and said, "Qin Lang is dead, leaving us sisters to be widowed. It makes one's heart ache to see two sisters who are as beautiful as flowers lose their lovers just like that. Even though they are very regretful, they cannot come back from the dead. We sisters should split Qin Lang's assets early and find a good man. Even though her words were not pleasing to the ear, Emperor was rather moved. Heavenly Venerate Mu has treasures all over his body. He is a wealthy man who travels in gold and silver. Now that he's dead, it's indeed a good time to split his treasures. The two women immediately came to a consensus and walked toward Qin Mu. Suddenly, a vigorous life force came from the world tree, and the two women hurriedly stopped. They saw the world tree dancing behind Qin Mu, and a strange rhythm came from his body. Waves of chaotic qi spread out from it, forming a huge ball around him. Suddenly, a loud sound like the splitting of heaven and earth could be heard. The ball split open, and in an instant the five suns evolved. They went from Chaos Supreme Change to One Qi Supreme Beginning, to Qingming Supreme Beginning, to Prime Tai Su, and then to Tai Chi. The five states of the universe were completed in an instant, and boundless space appeared. Countless stars and galaxies flew out from the Empress Dowager's side. In an instant the ancestral court was born, and all the worlds gushed out, evolving all kinds of ancient gods, the great Tao of heaven and earth, and all living beings. The five great minds sat in the ancestral court and were connected to it. Ancient gods emerged from the stars and constellations, each with their own postures. There were heavenly dukes in Xuandu, and earth count in Yudu. The ancient gods stood in their respective territories and flew past the empress in Yuanmu. The two girls looked at them and saw that these strange ancient gods all had Qin Mu's face. Even the heavenly dukes with white brows, white beard, and white eyes, and earth count with a bull's head, tiger's face, and bull's tail were Qin Mu's faces. They turned back to look and saw countless great Tao runes connecting and combining behind Qin Mu's head. They formed all kinds of strange Tao markings like bricks, eaves, and pillars. There were also bells, cauldrons, screens, and murals that overlapped with each other. Soon foundations of a grand and majestic scale appeared. The bricks and tiles fluttered in the air and formed numerous splendid palaces, pavilions, buildings, long bridges, heavenly gates, and divine platforms to build the divine city of Yujing. There was also the long trigram of heavenly river that flowed past South Heavenly Gate and entered straight into the heavenly court. Wherever the heavenly river passed, countless buildings rose from the ground. By the time the heavenly river passed by Yujing City, dozens of heavenly palaces had already taken shape. The heavenly river flowed past North Heaven Gate in a vast and mighty manner, connecting all the worlds in the world. It then rushed down from the sky above the origin world and entered Yudu, turning into a river of Styx. The river of Styx passed under the feet of Earth Count Qin Mu and entered the great crack of Sinkhole, entering the great abyss of Sinkhole. When the river water poured into the great abyss, a slight tremor came from the depths of the great abyss. A lotus flower rose into the river water, and it spun and bloomed. On the lotus platform of the flower, Qin Mu of Sinkhole yawned and slowly woke up. That Qin Mu stood up and chanted, "How many tribulations are there in reincarnation? 1 year old, one wither." Empress Dowager and Madame Yuan Mu were astonished. The current Qin Mu seemed to be different from the previous Qin Mu. It was as if returning ruin's great abyss had appeared in his divine treasures. Furthermore, his heavenly palace and heavenly court were also different from before. The first was the number of heavenly palaces. In the past, Qin Mu only had 23 heavenly palaces. Later on, Qin Mu learned his purple firmament jade falling technique from Heavenly Venerate Cloud and gained another heavenly palace. He then hid in Heavenly Venerate Vast Expanses 10,000 Paths Heavenly Wheel to comprehend his two techniques. With 2 more heavenly palaces, he had 26 heavenly palaces. And now, Qin Mu had gained 2 more, reaching as many as 28. To have 28 heavenly palaces at such a young age was truly an anomaly. What was even stranger was that Qin Mu's jade capital city was extremely different from the others. In the other people's heavenly courts, there was a jade capital city in every heavenly palace. On the other hand, Qin Mu had formed jade capital city from the 58 treasured palaces in the heavenly courts, but there was no jade capital city in the other heavenly palaces. It could be said that the other heavenly palaces had been built around Jade Capital City. There's only one Jade Capital City. So how did he enter Jade Capital Realm? The Empress and Madame Yuan Mu were puzzled. Suddenly, Qin Mu's primordial spirit rose from the vast divine treasure and sat down in the lotus position. It floated above the heavenly court and gave off 10,000 rays of light. Qin Mu stood up and quietly retreated. Before he knew it, he had already reached the edge of the lotus flower. Heavenly Venerate Mu, what do you want to do? The Empress was the first to come to her senses and asked. Madame Yuanmu was extremely nervous and shrieked. Don't do anything stupid. A real man would rather die than submit. He would rather break than bend. He would rather choose straight from the center and not bend from the center. Qin Mu leaped into sinkhole and said righteously, I would rather die than be coerced by you too. The two girls rushed to the edge of the lotus and stretched out their hands to grab it, but how could they still grab it? They only saw Qin Mu fall into the great abyss and disappear. Madame Yuanmu blinked her eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Little lover, you were still so spineless just now. When did you become so spineless? Hehe, interesting. She suddenly controlled the body of the Empress and also leaped into the great abyss of the returning ruins. The Empress screamed and tried to grab the lotus, but it was too late. Qin Mu fell into the darkness and gradually, a bright light appeared in front of his eyes. The light grew brighter and brighter, making him curious. Looking from the outside, great abyss of the ultimate was an indescribable darkness. There was no light, but the deeper he went, the brighter it became. These two extremes couldn't have appeared in the same place, but they had appeared. At the same time, the origin magnetic divine power here was also stronger. Any mass of energy was tightly bound together, thus producing supreme heat. As the heat gathered, he felt the great Tao runes in his body fluctuating more and more violently. The great Tao he had forged seemed to be on the verge of burning. The wind of heat desolation. He felt a chill in his heart. When he was in the ancestral court's jade capital, he had seen the wind of heat desolation. The wind of cold desolation came from the ultimate void. Wherever it blew, everything would turn into the ultimate void. The materials that made up human bodies were infinitely far away from each other and extremely thin. There was no longer any heat or energy. When the wind of cold desolation blew, everything would turn into ashes. There would be no material left and no energy left. No matter how powerful one was, even if one could not reach the Tao, they would still die. However, the heat-desolated wind was the other extreme. When the heat-desolated wind blew, it would melt the most basic symbols that formed the great Tao. It would completely disperse the great Tao, causing matter to completely melt, turning into pure energy and chaos. The heat-desolated wind and the cold-desolated wind could be encountered in the ancestral court's jade capital. It was a great terror that appeared during the great calamity of destruction. Even though he had comprehended the life and death of the sinkhole and the life and death of reincarnation, it was still extremely dangerous to face such a situation. Strange. The wind of cold silence appeared in the ultimate void, where the great Tao was branded by the Tao practitioners and transformed into the great all-heaven. But the wind of heat silence appeared in the sinkhole. Doesn't that mean that the sinkhole is on par with the ultimate void? Although the wind of heat silence was incomparably terrifying, he had already comprehended the Tao of life and death of the sinkhole. He had fused two types of Tao techniques together, and supplemented them with the Tao of reincarnation. Thus he could live and die without end. The great Tao in his body continued to shatter and shatter, but it continued to reassemble and be born. The gravity of the sinkhole great abyss brought him spinning wildly as he fell rapidly. He tried his best to stabilize his body, but it was difficult for him to do so. Amidst the increasingly bright light, the enormous twin lotus's roots flashed past his body. They were covered with jagged spikes. If I fall like this, when will it end? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt an incomparably strong aura of destruction. The divine arts, paths, and skills of his body rapidly decayed, and his corporeal body withered. Qin Mu was astonished and somewhat regretted jumping into the great abyss of sinkhole. However, it was already too late to regret. He tried to grab the roots of the twin lotuses, but his hands were badly mangled by the spikes. However, he was still pulled deeper and deeper by the gravity of sinkhole. Even the Empress and her sisters had never been to such a place before, and he was still the first person to enter. Fear rose in Qin Mu's heart. If there's no bottom in sinkhole, doesn't that mean I'll fall forever? He didn't know how long he had been falling like this, but the aura of destruction was getting stronger, and the light became brighter as well. Suddenly, the light gradually became less dazzling, and the falling trend also gradually slowed down. Qinmu's heart moved slightly. The tide of returning ruins is about to erupt. The gravitational force in the great abyss became smaller and smaller, and the falling speed became slower and slower. Qinmu knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he immediately rushed down. He didn't choose to follow the tide up and leave the great abyss. Instead, he took the opportunity to rush to the deepest part of the great abyss. His running speed became faster and faster, but the light in front of him gradually became gentler. In the gentleness was an extremely sharp light that was like knife light. Qinmu opened the vertical eye in the heart of his brows, and saw that there seemed to be a strange place hidden in the sharp light. It was like a rotating pond of light, but it was extremely huge. The twin lotuses were rooted in the pond. At that moment the tide started. The light that had settled in ultimate started to spew out, and their speed became faster and faster. Qinmu forcefully endured the tide and flew over, but the impact of the light flow was like countless sharp blades that sliced him apart, turning him into a bloody mess. His speed became slower and slower. Qinmu hugged the roots of the twin lotuses tightly and climbed down bit by bit. His corporeal body was already torn to shreds, but it kept reassembling under his divine arts. He didn't know how long he had crawled for, but he couldn't hold on any longer. Just as he was about to let go of his hands and let himself be washed away by the tide, a great power suddenly enveloped him and resisted the light flow. Qinmu turned back to look and saw Empress Dowager behind him. The woman had 4 arms and 4 legs, and she was also hugging the roots of the twin lotuses and crawling down behind him. In comparison, Qinmu's magic power was much inferior to hers. Even though he had comprehended his path of reincarnation, the path of Sinkhole, his strength was inferior to the goddess of Sinkhole who had fused into one body. The Sinkhole goddess was a Tao practitioner, so she was much stronger than him. At that moment 2 faces grew out of Empress Dowager's face, and her 2 faces and 4 eyes were staring at the pool. Heavenly Venerate Mu, to think that you could find such a place. Even I, the landlord, don't know that there's such a treasure ground under Sinkhole. You are very impressive, Empress Dowager's voice sounded out. Lover, this servant will protect you. You scout ahead, Madame Yuanmu said with a giggle. Qinmu gave a snort. He knew that both Empress Dowager and Yuanmu felt that the things under the sinkhole were extremely dangerous, so they wanted him to scout ahead. If the danger was too great, the one who would die would also be Qinmu. I originally wanted to explore this place. With the help of the goddess of Sinkhole, I can also save some strength. He continued to climb down, and the tide of Sinkhole became more and more intense. Even the goddess of Sinkhole couldn't withstand it, so she had no choice but to use all her magic power and strength to resist the tide. The 2 of them moved forward with great difficulty. They climbed for an unknown distance, but they were still very far from the pond. The goddess of Sinkhole couldn't hold on any longer, and her corporeal body continued to disintegrate. Her cultivation was rapidly losing, and Madame Yuanmu called out, "Stop! We'll enter after the tide passes." Qinmu stopped, and the tidal gush became more and more urgent. The 2 of them hugged the lotus roots tightly to resist the power of the tide. Qinmu silently counted in his heart and calculated the time when the tide would fall back. This tide should be a great tide, and it lasted longer than the tides he had experienced before. Its power was also slightly greater, so he didn't know what caused the great tide. Finally, the power of the surging tide gradually decreased. Qinmu's gaze flickered, and he immediately used his limbs to quickly crawl toward the pool at the bottom of the great abyss. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you won't be able to escape. The Empress's voice sounded out, and her limbs like 8-clawed spiders chased after him. The tide began to fall, and Qinmu immediately let out a sigh of relief. He rushed down along the roots and saw that the pool seemed to be formed from pure energy. The closer he got, the brighter the light became. When he came in front of it, he saw that the pond was getting bigger and bigger. It didn't look like a pond but like a sea. It was a sea of pure energy. Not only that, he also saw something he hadn't seen before. He reached the lotus leaves. They floated on the surface of the sea, right beside the twin lotuses. Qinmu continued to sprint along the roots. At that moment his surroundings were filled with dazzling light, and countless images flashed past in the light. Qin Mu was stunned. He paid attention to those images, but what he saw was the entire universe. As he moved, the entire universe was rapidly backtracking. He saw the ancestral court, saw the heavenly court leaving the sky above the ancestral court and returning to the sky above the origin world. He saw the battle of Xiandu, the battle between Heavenly Duke Resurrected and 10 Heavenly Venerates, and he only took a few steps before he saw the origin world returning to its seal. He saw the rapid retrogression of time and the reappearance of great ruins. Not long after, he saw the founding emperor heavenly court formed by the 33 heavens. Countless heavenly craftsmen forged the heavenly court. He continued moving forward. The 20,000 years of the founding emperor era soon reached the place where it began. The Yuan world was barren and dark. It was the ruins of the founding emperor era. Following that, the glorious era of the founding emperor appeared. Heavenly Venerate Yulingtian executed the Earth Mother and cut down the origin wood. The origin wood rose from its collapsed state. The upper emperor heaven of the north and the south fought against each other. The demigods ruled the north and the humans ruled the south. The era of the upper emperor that lasted for 300,000 years passed by in a flash. The wild era of the crimson light appeared. The Ming emperor conquered the outer heavenly courts, and the heavenly courts descended upon the crimson light era. Then, the crimson emperor explored the chaotic space, and the crimson emperor saw the statue of heavenly Venerate Mu in the Yuan world and began to meditate. After that was the era of Long Han. The 3 heavenly courts fought against each other. Time went back faster and faster. When they reached Long Han, spectacular scenes flashed past. Soon, they arrived at the establishment of Long Han Heavenly Court. Then it was the battle in the Bloodrust region. Xu Jun led countless creators to resist the ancient gods and demigods. They were defeated in the starry sky. Then the absolute beginning celestial emperor killed Gong Fu. Gong Fu ambushed Emperor Tai, broke the absolute beginning stone between Emperor Tai's brows, fought back to the ancestral court, and then Emperor Tai killed the creator in the ancestral court. Time that lasted for billions of years flowed back rapidly, and soon it came to the creator excavating the 5 mines. Then the first creator Bo Yang raised the first primordial divine stone, and inlaid it in the heart of his brows. Finally Qin Mu saw a huge fire. Supreme Ease had set the world tree on fire. The blazing fire lit up the universe in its original form. Qin Mu saw the scene of Supreme Ease cutting down the trees again, and when he went forward, the ancestral court was desolate without any life aura. He finally came to the bottom of the roots of the twin lotuses, and what he saw was actually the 5 transformations of the universe: Taiji, Taisu, Primordial and Great Change. Dong! Qin Mu landed on a lotus leaf, and the light under his feet was no longer so dazzling. Instead it was chaotic. He looked around and saw huge lotus leaves floating in the ocean. Lotus roots with incomparably thick and long spikes rose from the ocean and stood in the darkness. Qin Mu was stunned and shook his head. Little lover, run again. Empress Dowager also landed on the huge lotus leaves. Madame Yuan Mu said excitedly, "You have nowhere to run now, right? Hand over the path of reincarnation." Her voice gradually lowered as she raised her head to look at the huge lotus roots in a daze. There were 17 lotus roots in total, and each one meant a twin lotus. Each twin lotus meant a sinkhole great abyss. In other words, this place was connected to the 17 sinkhole great abysses. It seemed that God Shepherd's collection at Qidian was already ranked 4th on Qidian's total collection list. It would be displayed when the list was changed next month. The 2 of them stood on the lotus leaves, and they could not help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. Lotus leaves floated on this chaotic ocean. The twin lotuses were deep in the pure darkness, connecting to the universe in prehistoric times. From time to time there would be streams of light gushing out. Only by coming here personally would one be able to feel the magnificence and grandeur of this place. Only then would one be able to experience the profoundness of the greater world and be shocked by it. In that case, we were born even earlier than Duke of Heaven and Earth Count, maybe even much earlier than the so-called innate 5th young master. Suddenly, Yuan Mu's voice sounded out and he muttered, "Sister, you were indeed at a loss when you married that lecherous rod of absolute beginning." Empress Dowager snorted. "I was at a loss, what about you? You still stuck to him, how shameless." Madame Yuan Mu giggled non-stop. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as he looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a skeleton. It was an extremely huge skeleton that had fallen on another lotus leaf. The skeleton was like a mountain, but compared to the lotus leaf it was much smaller. On the forehead of the skeleton was an absolute beginning divine stone that was still shining. It had not been wiped out by sinkhole. Creator. Could it be Boyang? He suddenly leaped up and landed beside the skeleton. Empress Dowager also leaped over and sized up the skeleton. God King Boyang was thrown here by us to fill the eye of the sea back then, she praised. I didn't expect that he didn't die on the way down and could still hold on until here. As expected of the number one God King of ancient times. His ability isn't weak even now. Qin Mu came to God King Boyang's side and sized him up. As the first creator, God King Boyang's life was filled with legend. He was the first to collect the primordial divine stone and discovered its secrets. In that era, the creator wasn't a creator but a giant from the immemorial era. Even though they were born strong and became an intelligent race, they were still weak when faced with the immemorial giant beasts. The flood and fierce beasts made it difficult for the people of that era to survive. After Boyang discovered the secret of the absolute beginning divine stone, he selflessly taught this method to the people of the world, giving them the ability to fight against the flood and fierce beasts, and to subdue the ancient gods, the power to create the ancient gods. In that uncivilized era, it was not easy for them to create a glorious civilization of divine consciousness, and this depended on the selfless dedication of the ancient God King. That old thing is a tough nut to crack. We went through a lot of trouble to kill him. Madame Yuanmu kicked Boyang's corpse. It's easy to deal with Emperor Tai. We just need brother-in-law and Gong Gong to sleep, and Gong 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 will break the absolute beginning raw stone between Emperor Tai's brows. But it's difficult to deal with this old thing. This old thing is an old martial artist, and his soul consciousness is powerful. He can see through all our schemes. If we didn't join hands, I'm afraid the other ancient gods wouldn't be able to deal with him. The Empress also recalled that period of time and sighed. That should be the last time we sisters work together, and it will also be our most glorious battle. Madame Yuanmu felt the same way. Recalling that period of time and thinking about how the two sisters were now incompatible with each other, she felt a lot of emotions. However, what was done could not be undone, and what was done could not be undone. The two of them would never be able to return to the past. Sister, we can't just waste our time like this. If you can't refine me to death, I can't refine you to death either. Madame Yuanmu suggested. How about this? You control this body for a day, I'll control it for a day. We'll take turns. As long as we don't meet, we'll slowly recall each other's good deeds. We'll slowly wear down the resentment between us and recall our sisterly love. Who knows, we might be able to return to the past. What do you think? Empress Dowager also seemed to be greatly moved, she sighed. I also have the same thought. You and I cannot continue fighting in the end. If we can make up, who in this world is still our match? Since sister has the heart, it's settled then. Madame Yuanmu blinked her eyes and transmitted her divine consciousness to Qin Mu. Lover, wait until the dead old granny is in deep sleep. Then pass the path of reincarnation to me and refine this fellow to death. Qin Mu's divine consciousness rippled slightly. Don't worry, Yuanmu, I'll take care of it. Suddenly, Emperor's divine consciousness rippled and she sent a message. Little slut is temperamental. Does Heavenly Venerate Mu think that it's better for a crazy woman to live or a rational person to live? Heavenly Venerate Mu should have made a judgment. Qin Mu's divine consciousness rippled. Don't worry, Empress, I'll take care of it. He suddenly revealed a puzzled expression and looked at Boyang's skull. He then looked in the direction of the skull's eye sockets and asked in astonishment. Boyang seemed to be looking at something before he died? Emperor came to Boyang's huge skull, and looked at the place where he had looked before he died. She saw the boundless chaos and could only see incomparably thick lotus roots rising from the chaotic fog. They plunged into the endless darkness. Qin Mu opened the vertical eye in the heart of his brows and looked over. His heart couldn't help jumping. He finally saw what Boyang had seen before his death. Under the twin lotuses, incomparably thick Tao chains spun and fell down from the entrance of great abyss of ultimate of the past universe all the way to here. The chains had sunk into the sea of chaos, and should have been connected to the roots of the twin lotuses. Suddenly, the chains trembled violently, dispersing the fog of chaos in the surroundings. It was as if there was a colossus in the sea of chaos that was stirring up violent winds and huge waves. In the sky above the sea of chaos, the wind of heat and silence instantly surged, and huge waves surged into the sky, lifting up the lotus leaves in the sea of chaos. Qin Mu and the Empress stood on the lotus leaves, and they immediately felt their footing become unstable. They were almost flung away. The two of them hurriedly steadied themselves, and the chi of chaos spread out. A messy head floated up from under the roots of the two lotuses that had pierced into the sea of chaos. Countless strands of white hair floated on the surface of the sea like silver threads. The silver hair was like a living thing, swimming in the sea and rising up to stab at the Tao chains in an attempt to cut them off. Countless fine Tao markings appeared on the Tao chains, and they trembled continuously. The sound of Tao rang out from all over the sea of chaos. It was as if there was an incomparably powerful and majestic being chanting the supreme great Tao. Boom! A gigantic head slowly rose up from the chaos sea. Her messy hair fluttered in the wind as she resisted the suppression of the Tao chain. The Tao chain penetrated through her face, nose, mouth and ears before coming out and locking her in place. It was a woman. Her physique was not any smaller than Boyong Divine King. As she had been submerged in the chaos sea for too long, she had been eroded by the chaos sea to the point where it was difficult to discern her face. The woman grabbed a lotus leaf and resisted the suppression of the Tao chain. She climbed onto the lotus leaf and took the opportunity to gasp for breath. Qin Mu and the Empress were flabbergasted. There was actually a person suppressed in the great abyss of sinkhole, and this person was actually still alive. Furthermore, this woman should have been a Tao practitioner from prehistoric times. She had been suppressed until the universe was destroyed and a new universe was born. Yet she was still able to survive. What a strange thing. The Tao markings that formed the Tao chain are the Tao markings of Miluo Palace. Qin Mu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the Tao markings that filled the sky. The ones that formed these Tao markings were the primordial chaos runes. In other words, it was the master of Miluo Palace who had sunk this woman into the great abyss of sinkhole. He was afraid that she wouldn't die, so he had used a great amount of magic power to suppress her here, hoping to destroy her. He could not help but feel shocked. Who is she? Why can't even the master of the palace of Moreau kill her? He had no choice but to suppress her. The woman caught her breath and was pulled by the Tao chain again. She could not help but laugh coldly. She reached out and grabbed the roots of the twin lotuses, trying to pull them down to use them to resist the Tao chain. Her Tao arts and divine powers were extremely powerful. She was actually from the great Tao of the ultimate, but she was even more unfathomable than the Empress sisters. The twin lotuses were pulled into her hands and executed. Their power surged to the heavens, devouring everything and stirring up the entire chaotic sea. The goddess of sinkhole of the prehistoric universe. Qin Mu was astonished, and the Empress Dowager and Madame Yuan Mu also said in unison, "It's us from the prehistoric universe. That's not right. She's even more perfect than us." She fused perfectly. The two women were overjoyed. Clearly, the woman who had been locked up and suppressed here was extremely powerful. She had already solved the problem brought about by the sisters fusing in sinkhole, and she was much more reliable than Qin Mu's great Tao of reincarnation. Qin Mu's heart pounded wildly, and he immediately thought about how this woman was more reliable than him. If he could solve the problem of the Empress sisters, could he still keep his life? The woman brandished her twin lotuses to fight, and did her best to resist the Tao chains. However, she soon attacked less and defended more, falling into a disadvantageous position. Even though the master of Miluo Palace had died, the Tao chains he had left behind still possessed supreme power. The Tao patterns of Miluo Palace were unfathomable, and even sinkhole couldn't devour or refine them. Suddenly, the woman spoke the Tao language of sinkhole and shouted, "Do you still want to continue watching? Why aren't you helping?" Empress Dowager was stunned. Qin Mu clenched his fists, and his palms were covered in cold sweat. Whoosh! The woman stirred the sea of chaos, and a lotus leaf floated over involuntarily. The woman shouted, "Climb up this lotus leaf of chaos and come over quickly." Qin Mu hesitated for a moment, and Empress Dowager had already jumped onto the lotus leaf. He gritted his teeth and jumped up as well. The master of Miluo Palace had to have his reasons for suppressing this prehistoric goddess of Sinkhole. If Emperor really let this woman out, it would be a disaster for eternal peace in the entire universe. No matter what, he had to stop Emperor from doing such a thing. The lotus leaf floated toward the woman and soon came to the side of the lotus leaf where she was. White hair danced in the air and wrapped around the two of them. In the next moment, Qin Mu and Emperor landed at the woman's feet. The woman's resistance against the Dao chain became more and more difficult. Suddenly, countless Dao markings imprinted themselves on her body and instantly locked her divine arts. The woman couldn't help letting go of the twin lotuses and was pulled into the sea of chaos. Empress Dowager was extremely disappointed. Madame Yuanmu lay on the lotus leaf and called out, "Senior, how do I save you?" Qin Mu's eyes revealed a fierce glint, and he immediately planned to draw his sword to cut off her neck and send her head into the sea of chaos. At that moment, Empress Dowager's face appeared on the back of Madame Yuanmu's head, and she looked at him coldly. Qin Mu's hand that was holding Calamity Sword slowly loosened with a smile on his face. On the surface of the sea of chaos, the pale face of the woman appeared under the huge lotus leaves. Dao words came over. "I am the second young master of Miluo Palace, the one who controls the limitless hall of Miluo Palace. I'm suppressed here. All of you just need to follow this lotus flower and climb up. When you come to the entrance of Great Abyss of Returning Ruins, you will see a few red ropes hanging down from it. Cut them off and I will be able to escape." Those red ropes were used by the master of Miluo Palace to tie me up. Qin Mu smiled. "Aren't all young masters of Miluo Palace men? How can there be a reason for a woman to call you young master?" The white hair around the face of the woman under the sea fluttered in the wind as Dao words came over. "The status of a woman is noble, let alone calling them young masters. Even calling them old masters wouldn't be a problem. Wait a moment, you look somewhat familiar." Qin Mu's heart jumped. The face under the sea looked at him and said faintly, "You are very similar to an old friend of mine." Qin Mu smiled faintly. Suddenly, his divine treasure domain spread out, and the celestial heavens appeared. His primordial spirit took a step forward and stood on top of Jade Capital City, executing the divine art of reincarnation. Silence of reincarnation, formless and nameless. This was his 31st great divine art of Dao realm, his reconstruction of Jade Capital City. The 58 treasured palaces had constructed an imperfect Jade Capital City. His Jade Capital realm wasn't perfect, and he had originally planned to enter it after completing the 72 treasured palaces. However, the second young master of Miluo Palace had recognized him, forcing him to enter Jade Capital realm ahead of time. His cultivation rose in a straight line, immediately alerting the Empress and Yuanmu. The two women reached an agreement the moment he made his move and leaped into the sky to pounce on him. Even though they often fought among themselves and wished they could kill each other to take their corporeal bodies for themselves, if the enemy was Qin Mu, they would still be united against a common enemy. But at that moment, Qin Mu had already executed his divine art. Reincarnation was silent and nameless. It was when he comprehended the great Tao of reincarnation and sinkhole that he had comprehended the 31st heaven of Tao realm. Behind him, a huge wheel of light appeared and spun with a whistle. For a moment, time and space were in chaos. Incomparably thick Tao lights shot out in all directions in the sky above the chaotic sea, and the sound of Tao rumbled. Following that, with the wheel of light behind Qin Mu as the center, dazzling Tao lights burst forth and swept through everything. After the dazzling light, everything calmed down. "Senior, how do I save you?" Madame Yuanmu lay beside the lotus leaf and raised her buttocks as she called out to the chaotic sea. Empress Dowager was in a daze and suddenly became alert. She raised her head and looked at Qin Mu coldly. Qin Mu slowly loosened his grip on the hilt of Calamity Sword and smiled kindly. However, the full beard on his face made his smile seem somewhat sinister and terrifying. He was more than 9 feet tall and was 5 big and 3 thick, making him look powerful and powerful. Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu naturally recognized this person. This person was Heavenly Venerate Mu, who had used his identity to cause trouble in the heaven, and was also known as Big Beard Qin Hua. The beard on his face was very recognizable and unforgettable. Even though this person looked honest, he was actually an evil person who had destroyed the relationship between 10 heavenly venerates and was a great enemy that wouldn't rest until 10 heavenly venerates died. At that moment, a huge and pale face appeared at the bottom of the sea under the lotus leaf. His white hair covered the surface of the Sea of Chaos. The woman said faintly, "I'm the second young master of Miluo Palace. I control the boundless palace of Miluo Palace and have been suppressed here. All you need to do is follow this lotus flower and climb." When the second young master of Miluo Palace said this, he suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Mu with a cold gaze. He sneered and said, "It really is you, old seven. You have done something to me and them." Qin Mu spread his fingers and touched the beard on his face. He was extremely astonished and said in a loud voice, "Why does Senior say that? Right, aren't the young masters of Miluo Palace all men?" "Enough." The woman under the sea sneered and said, "Old seven, I also understand your divine arts. When you wreaked havoc on the world, I had also seen it in my eyes. I didn't expect you to have such a divine art at such a young age. You could even deceive the Tao practitioners of Sinkhole and tamper with their memories. No wonder you could stir up trouble." Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu were astonished. Yuanmu smiled. "Senior, you might not recognize him. He's Heavenly Venerate Mu, a notorious bad character." The woman under the sea laughed loudly and said in a mournful voice, "Look at his face, is it this face?" The Empress and Yuanmu looked at Qin Mu. He had a dignified appearance, and even though he had a full beard, he had a very manly aura. His skin was a healthy wheat color and his muscles were like knives and axes. He was the Heavenly Venerate Mu that they were familiar with. "That's right, he's Heavenly Venerate Mu." Madame Yuanmu smiled. "I've fought with this brat countless times, so how could I forget his face? I like this kind of man with a taste." Empress Dowager said indifferently, "Even though Heavenly Venerate Mu is good-looking, I can't appreciate this kind of beauty. Stinky man, disgusting." The woman under the sea laughed from extreme anger. "You were tampered with your memories by his reincarnation divine art, and didn't even know it. Even though you are also gods in the returning ruins, you have greatly embarrassed the people of our returning ruins." Qin Mu blinked and took a step back quietly. The power of this second young master of Miluo Palace had exceeded his imagination. He could actually still remember what had happened before the reincarnation divine art took effect, catching him somewhat unprepared. "Old seven, are you going to break the divine art yourself, or should I break it?" the woman under the sea asked coldly. Qin Mu forced a smile and said, "Second sister, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand?" The Empress and Prime Minister blinked their eyes in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Boom! Countless rays of light rose from the sea of primordial chaos in Sinkhole and rushed over. The rays of light were incomparably terrifying as they distorted time and space, causing the sea surface to distort and spin. The next moment, all the ripples calmed down. Qin Mu stood on the lotus leaf and was no longer the bearded Qin Hua. Instead, he had returned to his original appearance. Madam Prime Minister and Empress Emperor immediately recalled the previous scene and couldn't help feeling terrified. They looked at him in horror. "This child must not be left alive." Madame Yuanmu shrieked. Empress Di said coldly, "I've said this a long time ago, yet you still have to go against me and protect him time and time again." They all remembered everything that had happened. From the woman under the sea saying that she knew Qin Mu, to Qin Mu executing reincarnation divine art and bringing them through reincarnation to change their appearance and tamper with their memories, to everything happening all over again. Qin Mu had been exposed by the woman under the sea, and all of this was actually caused by Qin Mu's divine art. This kind of divine art made them feel an incomparably terrifying threat. Qin Mu touched his face resentfully, but there was no beard on his face now. "Old seven, enough, I don't want to fight with you." The huge face of the woman under the sea said indifferently, "If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand, but killing you wouldn't be of any benefit to me. On the contrary, I still need to borrow your strength to help me escape." Qin Mu relaxed and his gaze flickered. He smiled and asked, "Second sister, what do you mean?" "With just the incomplete goddess of Sinkhole, if I wanted to climb up and cut the red rope, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to escape death. I would be killed by the divine arts of the Miluo Palace Master, and wouldn't be able to come back alive." When the Empress and Madame Yuanmu heard that, they couldn't help shuddering a few times. They had long expected that this second young master of Miluo Palace might have bad intentions, but when they heard her say it herself, they still felt some lingering fear. The face of the woman under the sea continued. The 7 young masters of Miluo Palace obtained all of their abilities from comprehending primordial chaos runes. The 7 of us are equivalent to the disciples of the master of Miluo Palace. We call him teacher, but he has never acknowledged us. The things we comprehend from the runes are different, and our achievements are also different. However, as his successor, we naturally have a good understanding of his Tao chain. Qin Mu's heart stirred slightly. The 7 young masters of Miluo Palace were all the successors of the master of Miluo Palace? Their paths, skills, and divine arts were comprehended from the rune that the master of Miluo Palace had created? It was hard for Qin Mu to say for himself, but he had seen the 4th young master before. He was someone who couldn't even wipe out the apocalypse of the universe, and he was incomparably strong. In that case, how strong was the master of Miluo Palace when he was still alive? The white hair of the woman under the sea swayed, and her face slowly swam around the lotus leaves. The body under her face couldn't be seen. Old 7, I saw the shadow of his runes in your divine art just now, which means that you have already seen him and obtained his inheritance. Since that's the case, you might have come back alive after touching his red rope. Therefore, you and the goddess of Sinkhole should go up together and cut off those red ropes. Qin Mu raised his head and looked up. Thick and thick chains of Miluo Palace hung down from the boundless darkness. The darkness spun, twisted, and destroyed everything. Second sister, you said teacher suppressed you, so why would teacher suppress you? He suddenly asked. The master of Miluo Palace can be said to be the strongest existence in the world. There must be a reason for him to suppress you. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a huge face under the chaotic sea rose from the lotus leaf. The woman's head floated up to the surface of the sea, and her white hair fluttered in the wind. The path chains of Miluo Palace passed through her face and locked her in place. The path chains started to unleash their power again, restricting her abilities. However, she could still unleash boundless power. She had already proved this point when she used the 2 lotuses as weapons. If she wanted to kill Qin Mu, it would be effortless. Qin Mu raised his head and looked straight at her. His gaze didn't look askance, and there wasn't the slightest hint of cowardice in his eyes. A bad egg still has the manliness of a man, Yuanmu said softly like a moan. Empress Dowager snorted. You don't know life from death. The woman's white hair fluttered in the wind around Qin Mu, and the Tao markings that burst forth from the Tao chains locked her up. They kept imprinting down, making her tremble as if she had been struck by lightning. However, the white hair was still incomparably steady. There was no chaos at all. After a moment, the killing intent in the woman's eyes gradually dissipated and slowly sank back into the sea of chaos. He's crazy, she said indifferently. He can do anything, so how do I know why he wants to suppress me? Old 7, your curiosity is too exuberant. There are some things you shouldn't ask now, but you will know in the future, so why rush? She changed the subject. Sinkhole goddess, as long as you go up with Old 7 and cut the red rope, I'll be able to solve your problems. You're too useless. You've actually made yourselves into such a state. You've truly lost the face of the Sinkhole lineage. But as long as you completely fuse together, you'll become the most powerful existences in the world. You'll be unbeatable. Yuanmu and the Empress were greatly moved. The reason why they had become like this was because ancient god Taiji had acted recklessly and forcefully fused them together. However, if this second young master of Miluo Palace could solve their hidden dangers, all power, wealth, and status in the world would be at his fingertips. Qin Mu smiled slightly. Second sister, you made empty promises but didn't give us any benefits, so you made us climb up and work for you. As for whether we can come back alive, it's only your words. How do we know if you are lying to us? Shut up, old thief, the Empress shouted. Old thief Mu, how can you speak to senior like that? She turned around and greeted the woman under the sea of chaos. Senior, don't blame him. Heavenly Venerate Mu is straightforward and doesn't hold back his words. However, his words are rough and reasonable, which also revealed the doubts of U.S. sisters. Madame Yuanmu turned around, she said with a smile. Senior just lied to us and sent us to our deaths. It's hard to guarantee that he won't lie to us again, and it's hard to gain trust from others. Senior, if you're not careful, teach us the way to solve the hidden dangers first. We'll climb up and help you escape. The Empress said. Although we've cultivated the great heavenly court, our Tao is not complete. We hope that Senior can teach us how to plant Tao trees, open Tao flowers and bear Tao fruits. Yuanmu continued. If Senior can give us pointers, we sisters will be eternally grateful. We will naturally go through fire and water without any hesitation. Qinmu couldn't interrupt at all, but the two sisters had already finished what he wanted to say. They couldn't help being flabbergasted as they praised in their hearts. Sisters of the Empress as expected, none of them are easy to deal with. He thought about it and added, Second sister, they have requests. Even though we are half-siblings, I also have some requests. I want a lotus flower, you see. The woman under the sea looked at them coldly and didn't say a word for a long time. The Empress sisters and Qinmu were worried and thought to themselves, could it be that we are asking too much and opening our mouths a little too wide? Just as they were planning to ask for less, the woman under the sea said indifferently, so you guys are still so primitive. Hee, who said that you have to plant Tao trees, open Tao flowers and bear Tao fruits to attain Tao? Path to success doesn't require Tao tree, Tao flower and Tao fruit? Qinmu and the Empress were stunned. In their innate impressions, the most obvious characteristic of a person who had achieved Tao was that the great Tao would transform into a Tao tree in the ultimate void, blooming Tao flowers and bearing Tao fruits. Yet the woman under the sea said that the path of Tao tree, Tao flower, and Tao fruit was still very primitive, which was inconsistent with what they knew. From what Qinmu knew, even the master of Miluo Palace had cultivated Tao tree and Tao fruit, and there were 16 Tao fruits hanging on his Tao tree. The other Tao practitioners in Jade Capital City also had Tao tree and Tao fruit, and so did the fourth young master of Miluo Palace. Could there really be a path in this world that didn't need Tao tree and Tao fruit? The woman under the sea said, achieving Tao isn't just the path of great Tao becoming Tao tree. Speaking of which, becoming Tao tree is actually just a trick. Qinmu asked humbly, why do you say that, second sister? I saw our teacher, the master of Miluo Palace, also has a Tao tree, so why do you say it's trickery? The Tao tree is a world tree, and there's already a world tree in this world. When you guys achieve Tao, wouldn't you be borrowing the power of the world tree by molding your Tao into the appearance of the world tree? The woman sneered. You guys have cultivated all your lives and achieved Tao. But in the end, you imitated the world tree, hoping to make your Tao as evergreen as the world tree. If this isn't borrowing strength, what is? What's even more ridiculous is that imitating is imitating. She mocked. The world tree can survive the great calamity of the universe, but the world tree you imitated can't survive the great calamity of the universe. Isn't that laughable? Her words were very reasonable, and Qinmu couldn't help nodding his head. Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu didn't know much about the great calamity of the universe's destruction, so they didn't have much feelings for her words. However, Qinmu knew that there were countless Tao practitioners in Jade Capital City who had borrowed the protection of that divine city. They were trying to live to the next universe. Under the roots of the world tree, there were even countless strong practitioners of prehistoric times who were trying to sneak into the next universe. Most of these people cultivated the path of Tao tree, Tao flower, and Tao fruit. Mediocrity is mediocrity. The woman sneered. Even the first teacher who cultivated the Tao fruit of Tao tree would inevitably fall into the path of mediocrity. Cultivating the Tao tree was impossible to survive the great calamity of life and death, so they could only rely on smuggling. Only when they cultivated the second Tao fruit in their second life would they have a chance to survive the great calamity of life and death. However, if they wanted to enter the next universe, they could only rely on smuggling. So what if it's an existence-like teacher who cultivated 16 Tao fruits? She sneered. If he wanted to come over, wouldn't he still have to rely on smuggling? This is the sorrow of the Tao tree system. Qinmu thought for a moment and suddenly said, Second sister has been talking about the great calamity of life and death just now, but it's not the great calamity of destruction. What's the reason? The woman's gaze landed on his face. Old Seven is still intelligent, she praised. No wonder he could stir up trouble for so long. That's right, it's the great calamity of life and death, not the great calamity of destruction. Life and death in the universe. Destruction is a calamity, life is also a calamity. The destruction of the universe destroyed all life, all stars and all space. This was the great calamity. The birth of the universe, the creation of heaven and earth, the destruction of all the past, all decay, and birth from the chaos. This was the great calamity of life. That's why I call it the great calamity of life and death. The so-called Tao achievers might be able to survive the great calamity of destruction, but they might not necessarily be able to survive the calamity of life. After those Tao achievers had jade capital, they still had to set up a plan. They had to wait until the mass energy exchange brought them enough energy and material from the future universe before they could enter the future universe. It was precisely because of their Tao, their fleshly bodies, and Yuan Shun that they might be able to survive the great calamity of destruction, but they were unable to survive the calamity of life. That's why they would try their best to lay out their plans. The woman said leisurely, "This is the drawback of borrowing the power of the world tree. It's a kind of primitive path-forming technique." Qin Mu's gaze flickered, and he was about to ask. Madame Yuan Mu had already taken a step forward and asked, "Then Senior must have grasped the true path-forming technique, right?" No wonder Senior was suppressed here by the Master of Miluo Palace. It must be because the so-called Master of Miluo Palace was jealous of his talents that he suppressed Senior. "Shut up." The woman was furious and said sternly, "You dare to criticize my teacher? Even if you are from the sinkhole branch, I will never forgive you." Madame Yuanmu shivered and didn't dare to flatter her anymore. The woman said coldly, "You don't understand the Master of the Miro Palace at all. You don't understand my teacher. You can't fathom how broad his mind is. Just by standing there, he is enough to make everyone admire him. Even though I have some complaints against him and was suppressed by him, I don't hate him at all in my heart." Madame Yuanmu stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to speak. Qin Mu was still in a daze and muttered, "If I can see him, my life would be worth it." "Everyone thinks so." The woman said, "Even though I feel that he has taken the wrong path, it can't stop my respect for him." The Empress said, "Then what is the path that Senior has comprehended that does not require the Tao tree?" The woman smiled and said, "After you cut the red rope and save me, I will naturally teach you. My path to the Tao is different from those mediocre people. My path does not fear the great calamities of life and death. I can calmly go through the changes of the universe. As long as you help me escape, not only will I help you fuse, I can also teach you my path of achieving Tao." Empress Dowager muttered to herself, and Madame Yuanmu hesitated as well. This second young master of Miluo Palace was definitely not a kind person. When he had lured them to climb the twin lotuses and cut the red rope, he had wanted to let the seal of the master of Miluo Palace refine them to death. Only when Qin Mu revealed the identity of the seventh young master of Miluo Palace did she reveal a lot of information that seemed to be useful. However, this information wasn't of much help to Qin Mu or the Empress. Clearly, she still had the intention of taking advantage of the situation. Qin Mu said with a straight face, "Second sister, then my twin lotuses." The woman said, "It's impossible to give you the twin lotuses, but I can give you a lotus leaf. The lotus leaf in chaotic ocean could also survive the great calamity of life and death. It could survive 16 tribulations without being destroyed. If you obtain a lotus leaf, it's enough to ensure that you can live on until the next universe after your universe is destroyed." Qin Mu's heart pounded wildly. He looked at the lotus leaf under his feet and suddenly said, "Second sister, even though this lotus leaf is good, it's still not a lotus flower." The woman frowned and felt some anger in her heart. However, she had once come into contact with Qin Mu in the past universe, so she knew his temperament well. If she didn't give it to him, she was afraid she would stir up some trouble again. "Old Seven, you and I are both young masters of Miluo Palace, and you are the youngest one, so I'll be more generous." She pondered for a moment. "I have a lotus flower in this chaotic sea, so I naturally have lotus seeds as well. I'll give you a lotus seed, and it's extraordinary. If you have the ability, you can also plant a twin lotuses. What do you think?" Qin Mu nodded repeatedly. The woman swam under the sea and disappeared. After a moment her figure appeared, and a lotus seed slowly rose from the sea of chaos. It shone in all directions and contained a strange Tao rhythm. It was divine and extraordinary. After obtaining this lotus seed, You have to climb up the twin lotuses and cut the red rope. The woman said sternly. Qin Mu said solemnly, "Second sister, please put your heart in your stomach. Even though my reputation isn't good, I pay the most attention to honesty. I can write an IOU to you." The Empress and Prime Minister had strange expressions. "There's no need for an IOU," the woman said indifferently. "If you want to escape after obtaining my lotus seed, I will tear you into 10,000 pieces. The other young masters might not be able to kill you now, but I can sink you into this sea of chaos and wipe out all traces of your past and future, making your whole person never exist." Qin Mu shivered a few times and hurriedly received the lotus seed. He hesitated for a moment before scratching his head. Then that lotus leaf. "Tut!" the woman shouted and said coldly. "You have already benefited, do you still want to get more?" Qin Mu muttered. "It's not strange for people to be courteous. Besides, this lotus leaf is indeed good. But it can't be compared to the lotus seed. Second sister even gave me the lotus seed, so why is there a need to be stingy with this lotus leaf?" Under the sea, the woman's expression was gloomy as she stared at him. Qin Mu felt uneasy and gritted his teeth to persevere. After a moment, the woman said indifferently, "I can give you the lotus leaf, but it will have to wait until you cut the red rope." Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. The Empress sisters were extremely envious and immediately said in unison, "Senior, can you teach me how to refine that little slut to death and become a true goddess of sinkhole?" Qin Mu's heart tightened, the woman said. "You are from my sinkhole lineage, so I naturally won't mistreat you. You think you are two people, but you are actually one person. It's just that your experiences and encounters are different, so you think you are two people. Actually, you don't need to fuse, you only need to awaken yourselves." The Empress and Yuanmu were stunned. "You were forcefully fused by someone. The person who fused with you was weak, and didn't realize your essence at all." The woman said, "The sinkhole goddess was actually one person from the beginning to the end, but he treated you as two people to fuse. You write the word human. The head of the word human is your foundation. The stroke and stroke of the word human are your two consciousnesses. You are actually the goddess consciousness that was split into two. As long as you awaken your foundation, the two of you will completely fuse and return to your foundation." Qin Mu frowned and looked at the Empress and Yuanmu. The Empress and Yuanmu also frowned and looked at him. The woman continued, "At that time, the consciousness of the goddess of ultimate will become stronger and stronger, and your consciousness will become weaker and weaker. In the end, only the goddess of ultimate will be left. And your consciousness will be minutiae, and will gradually become insignificant. It's not enough to interfere with the goddess of sinkhole. I have a technique called mirror of sinkhole. If you work together to refine this mirror, you only need to shine a light on each of you to awaken your main body." Her divine consciousness rippled and imparted the technique of mirror of sinkhole to the Empress and Yuanmu. The Empress and Yuanmu were one body and had both received her teachings, but they didn't execute the mirror of sinkhole. Their eyeballs spun around, harboring malicious intentions. Qin Mu let out a sigh of relief. Even though the second young master of Miluo Palace was incomparably powerful, he knew too little about the hearts of people. The Empress and Yuanmu were both proud and arrogant. They placed themselves at the center and couldn't tolerate each other. They couldn't wait to devour each other, refine each other to death, protect themselves, and let themselves become high and mighty existences. However, the second young master of Miluo Palace planned to make them awaken their original selves, the goddesses of ultimate, and make them become vassals, minutiae, and unimportant existences. This kind of result was even worse than killing them. Furthermore, the two of them swore that they couldn't coexist. After awakening the goddesses of ultimate, they had no choice but to coexist in the same body, so they naturally wouldn't agree. When they look at me, it means that they still want to find me and use my path of reincarnation to solve their problems, Qin Mu said with a faint smile. "You have already obtained benefits, so why aren't you moving?" the woman suddenly asked. Qin Mu, the Empress, and Yuanmu looked at each other and immediately leaped up, climbing up along the twin lotuses. Under the sea of chaos, the woman looked up and saw Qin Mu and the Empress climbing rapidly. They were getting farther and farther away from her, and gradually entering the great abyss of sinkhole in the 16th universe. "It's finally time to break free, teacher," she muttered softly. You said that I was too extreme in handling things and suppressed me here, but you didn't expect that old 7 would actually release me in the end, right? She laughed softly. You are old and I can feel the decay of your Tao heart. With an existence like you, when your Tao heart grows old, you won't be far from death. When your Tao heart dies, it will be the moment you die. Teacher, I will cry for you, and I will also laugh for my escape. You always say that my methods are too ruthless, that you are so kind and want to save everyone, but you fail every time. Perhaps only someone like me can accomplish what you can't. Her gaze followed closely behind Qinmu and the Empress. Gradually, they had already disappeared into the darkness and couldn't be seen. Even if old 7 and the goddess of Sinkhole can't save me this time, I still have another way to go. She chuckled softly. You know that I have many methods. You have also said that I'm ruthless and that my actions hurt the harmony of heaven and earth. As long as the goddess of Sinkhole cultivates my mirror of Sinkhole, what's the harm even if I can't escape? Her face under the sea looked very happy. I will still come back to life. You know that when the goddess of Sinkhole awakens, it's me who awakens. On the roots of the twin lotuses, Qinmu and the Empress climbed quickly. The entire history of the 16th universe flashed around them like a lantern, quickly describing the history of the 16th universe. The 16th epoch of the universe had existed for a much shorter time than the other universes. At the birth of this universe, there were many Tao practitioners who had sneaked over, squeezing the mass and energy of this universe. The 16th universe was much smaller than Qinmu and the Empress had imagined. The speed at which the universe became a living space was also much faster than they had imagined. With so many Tao practitioners sneaking into the universe, they needed to replace the mass and energy of the 16th universe with the destruction of the 15th universe. Thus, the 16th universe was very small. It was such a small universe that could accommodate so many Tao practitioners, which caused the bad space to become extremely fast. In the end, in just 600 million years, the 16th universe completely collapsed and everything became empty. 600 million years. The corners of Qinmu's eyes twitched. Their universe was the 17th epoch, so it was easy to say that 6 billion years had passed in the 17th epoch, which was 10 times the lifespan of the 16th epoch. Even so, the current universe was still in the stage of becoming a living space and had yet to reach this stage. However, with the increase in the number of Tao practitioners in the 17th epoch, the universe would no longer grow and expand, so it should have reached this stage. If these prehistoric Tao practitioners were allowed to pass through, our universe would probably be completely annihilated before it could fully grow. Qinmu stopped climbing and fell into deep thought. Lovers. Empress Dowager also stopped. Madame Yuanmu lowered her voice and called out. What plans do you have? Qinmu's gaze flickered and he asked, the two of you, since you have obtained the technique of Mirror of Ultimate, why don't you cultivate it to avoid going crazy? Empress Dowager said indifferently. Heavenly Venerate Mu should know the reason. Madame Yuanmu smiled and said, even though we have fought all our lives and wanted to get rid of each other, we have never harbored the thought of mutual destruction. Furthermore, after cultivating her Mirror of Returning Ruins, my sister and I, this little slut, would have no choice but to submit to the so-called goddess of returning ruins. Our lives would be worse than death. Naturally, it's impossible to cultivate, Empress Dowager said. In comparison, Heavenly Venerate Mu's path of reincarnation is still considered fair. If you teach us the path of reincarnation, we will each rely on our own abilities. Whether I refine her to death or she refines me to death, it's all our own lives. Qinmu smiled. So since the two of you don't intend to use the technique of Mirror of Returning Ruins, don't be wary of imparting it to me. I'll teach you the path of reincarnation. The Empress and Prime Minister pondered for a moment before imparting the technique of Mirror of Ultimate that they had obtained to him. These two techniques are different. Qinmu tidied himself up and was astonished beyond words. He pondered over it and said, strange. Logically speaking, the technique she imparted to Prime Minister and the one she imparted to the Empress should be the same technique. This is because even though the two of you look like two people, you are actually two different thoughts of the Goddess of Ultimate. Therefore, one technique can be applied to two people. However, she is divided into two types. This doesn't make sense. He carefully examined the mirror of the sinkhole. Currently, His comprehension and understanding of the path of the sinkhole was not inferior to that of the Empress and Yuanmu. In some aspects he was even better than the two of them. Therefore, he also studied the mirror of the sinkhole of the second young master very quickly. He could thoroughly understand all the subtleties in it. The more he tried to comprehend it, the more he frowned, and the more he felt that there was a malicious intent hidden in the mirror of ultimate. Even though Qin Mu and Empress Yuanmu were enemies, it was clear that their harm was much less than that of second young master of Miro Palace. Furthermore, in the current situation, he also needed to join hands with the two of them. There's probably a ghost in the divine art of this mirror of ultimate. Qin Mu suddenly said. The two of you protect me, I'll try the mirror of returning ruins. He entered the dream by himself, and tiny Qin Mu appeared one after another in the dream. Maha discussed animatedly. The Empress and Prime Minister hurriedly resisted the power of Great Abyss of returning ruins to protect his safety, and they looked at him with nervous expressions. They were enemies that wouldn't rest until one of them died. But they had no intention of harming Qin Mu at all. Yet Qin Mu actually didn't guard against them at all, and entered the dream right in front of them, asking them to protect him. If they wanted to kill Qin Mu now, it could be said to be effortless, but they couldn't do it at such a good opportunity. Instead, they had no choice but to protect Qin Mu. In the dream, many of the paths that Qin Mu cultivated were the path of returning ruins. The paths that Qin Mu cultivated were roughly divided into three types. One was the path of destruction that cultivated returning ruins, similar to Madame Yuanmu. The first type was the path of creation that cultivated returning ruins, similar to Empress Dowager. The last type cultivated the path of reincarnation that Qin Mu had comprehended. After a long while, Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu almost couldn't withstand the power of Great Abyss of returning ruins, and a sudden change occurred. In the dream, the tiny Qin Mu fused together and became Qin Mu with two faces. Their forms were strange, and they were about the same as the Empress Dowager's current state. The Empress and Yuanmu clicked their tongues in astonishment. The rest of the tiny Qin Mu executed the path of reincarnation to protect the tiny Qin Mu who had fused into one. They saw the small Qin Mu executing the technique of mirror of ultimate, and bright mirrors that were shaped like the great abyss floated in front of the tiny people. This was the mirror of ultimate that had been refined according to the technique of mirror of ultimate. In the dream, these tiny Qin Mu looked at the mirror. When their gazes landed on the mirror, they couldn't move away anymore. It was as if there was something incomparably beautiful in the mirror that attracted their attention. At that moment, the mirror suddenly shone brightly, and rays of strange light shot out and shone into the eyes of those tiny Qin Mu. Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu watched this scene with unblinking eyes. They saw that the structure of those tiny Qin Mu's body had actually started to change. They were originally men, but their skin had gradually turned white. Their chests bulged and their Adam's apple retreated. His waist was thin and soft. In just a short moment, these small Qin Mu had actually turned into women. Not only that, their appearances were also changing. They had become exactly the same as the second young master of Miluo Palace under the Sea of Chaos. The Empress Dowager and Madame Yuanmu felt their hair stand on end. The women seemed to have sensed that something was wrong and immediately tried to escape from Qin Mu's dream. At that moment, the remaining small Qin Mu who cultivated the path of reincarnation burst forth with his reincarnation divine arts, locking the women in place. The women suddenly turned their heads in unison and looked at Qin Mu who was in a deep sleep. They said in unison, "Old Seven, you're good at everything, but you're just a little too curious." In the blink of an eye, the women were beaten back to their previous state when they looked in the mirror. None of them were able to escape from Qin Mu's dream. Layers upon layers of dreams were shattered, and all the small Qin Mu vanished. Qin Mu woke up from his dream. "Don't scream, you're not dead yet," Madame Yuanmu shrieked. "If we cultivate the mirror of returning ruins, then we're dead." Madame Yuanmu still couldn't calm herself down. Furthermore, that woman is in the Sea of Chaos below. If we go down, we'll die. More importantly, when she went against the Tao chain, she took the twin lotuses as weapons. We're dead for sure. Empress Dowager was flustered and had no idea what to do at that moment. She muttered. "Curiosity killed the silly roe deer. Heavenly Venerate Mu, you're too curious." Raging waves surged in the Sea of Chaos below, and the twin lotuses trembled violently. Clearly, That woman had stirred up a storm and broken the seal of the Tao chain. The twin lotuses were pulled down by a huge force. It was clear that the woman was trying to pull them down and drag them back into the sea of chaos. Qinmu suddenly shouted out, "Continue to climb up." The Empress and Prime Minister immediately joined hands and quickly climbed up. However, the woman's methods were supreme and was much stronger than them combined. Even if they were to climb up with all their strength, the twin lotuses still brought them closer and closer to the surface of the sea. Qinmu exposed her true goal and made her really angry. She might as well stop feigning civility with them and directly kill them. The Empress and Yuemu couldn't hold it in anymore, and jumped away from the twin lotuses. Qinmu gritted his teeth and jumped away as well. The three of them rushed up against the immense gravity of Sinkhole. However, the gravity of Sinkhole became stronger and stronger, locking the three of them in place and making it difficult for them to move forward. Under them, white lights danced around. They were second young master's white hair and were getting closer and closer to them. Qinmu gave a loud shout and roused all his cultivation to execute the path chain left behind by the master of Miluo Palace. The power of the path chain burst forth and locked onto second young master. Qi! A white light flashed past and pierced through Qinmu's chest, piercing him. Qinmu was covered in blood as the Empress and Prime Minister pounced over and executed their divine arts to forcefully block the white hair, cutting it in half and saving Qinmu. Blood trickled down the corner of Qinmu's mouth as he forcefully suppressed his injuries. He mobilized his cultivation to execute the other path chains and fought with the woman to the death. However, the woman's abilities were simply too tyrannical. Even if he could execute a portion of the power of the Tao chains, he wouldn't be able to completely suppress her. More white hair surged over. The Empress and Prime Minister knew that if Qinmu was defeated, they would die without a doubt. Hence they went all out to fight against the white hair. Below, the woman pulled back the twin lotuses and waved them to resist the suppression of the Tao chains. She let out a sharp whistle that shook the three of them until their heads became dizzy. Blood flowed out from their eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. "I'm afraid I won't be able to escape this time." Qinmu's mind was muddled as he thought to himself. Suddenly, the tide of Sinkhole erupted and lifted their bodies up, rushing into the sky above Sinkhole. The three of them were both surprised and happy. The tide of Sinkhole had erupted at this moment and could be said to have saved their lives. Their bodies became faster and faster in the tide, and soon shook off the white hair of the woman. Ha ha ha! A lucky person will naturally have his heaven's will. Madame Yuanmu laughed excitedly. The moment her words left her mouth, the 600 million years of time in this universe quickly vanished in the tide of returning ruins. They raised their heads to look and saw the great destruction of the 16th universe, where endless terrifying energy gathered. It surged toward great abyss of returning ruins. In just an instant, they felt the supreme power of the great destruction, and their great Tao began to disintegrate rapidly. The three of them were so frightened that all their hair stood on end. Qinmu stretched out his hand and grabbed a Tao chain. He then swung it with force, and the Tao chain bound the Empress's body. The tides howled and the Tao chain was stretched straight, strangling the Empress to death.